The Harbor Chart House, Episodes 1 through 4. The Harbor Chart House, Episode 1, The Map Rolled in Blue Cloth. The blue cloth made a faint rasp as Nora Venn loosened it. Rain ticked against the inner Quay windows of the Harbor Chart House, a small and even sound behind the stone walls. It had followed her to the entrance without ever becoming heavy, and now it traveled in fine lines down the glass, gathering the harbor light as it went. Nora stood just inside the repair room with her coat still buttoned and her ring of 2 keys resting in one pocket. Her bone folder was tucked safely into the other, its familiar outline lying along the side of her hand. She had come only a short way into the building. From the entrance, the covered passage had led her to the repair room. Beyond the next doorway lay the reading room, long and quiet, with its windows facing the sheltered harbor. Those 3 points would contain her evening: entrance, repair room, reading room, and the same short way back again. There was no need to learn the rest of the house tonight. The rain had left a faint coolness on the shoulders of her coat, though the cloth was not wet enough to drip. Nora stood for a moment without removing it. She let her breathing settle after the walk along the quay, and allowed her eyes to adjust to the low interior light. The repair room had the calm proportions of a place made for work done close at hand. A broad table stood beneath a shaded lamp. A wooden stool waited beside it. Clean blotting paper lay in a flat stack near the wall, and a small covered tray occupied the far corner of the table. At the center lay the evening's unfinished task. A map rested inside a length of blue cloth. It had been rolled rather than folded. A soft cotton tape held the cloth in place, tied loosely enough that Nora could slip one finger beneath it. The covering had gathered at one end, making a few shallow ridges that caught the dim light. Nora touched the knot. The cotton tape was dry and smooth. She eased one end through the loop, taking care not to draw the cloth tightly around the paper beneath. The knot released without resistance. The blue cloth answered with another quiet rasp. Nora placed the tape near the back edge of the table in a loose circle. Then she rested both hands lightly on the covering and drew one side away from the roll. A narrow margin of paper appeared. It was warm gray rather than white, with the soft, settled color of a sheet that had spent many years protected from bright light. The exposed edge carried a faint scent of dust, linen, and old paper. Nothing sharp or damp lingered in it. The map smelled dry and stable, as though it had been waiting patiently in a cupboard before being brought to the repair room. Nora drew the cloth back by another inch. Near the end of the roll, the margin had torn. The tear was short, no longer than the width of her thumb. It began at the edge and traveled inward only a little way. The paper had not broken into separate pieces. Its 2 sides still met, though a small corner lifted when the roll shifted and lowered again when it became still. Nora looked at the damage without touching it. That lifted corner was the unfinished ordinary task left for her evening shift. The map needed to relax beneath clean weights. The short-edged tier needed a narrow support of prepared tissue. Its description and future place needed to be recorded so that another person could understand what had been done. The work was limited, useful, and already waiting. Nothing needed to be found. Nothing needed to be decoded. The map was present. The damage was visible, and the next actions could be taken one at a time. Nora let the cloth fall back loosely over the exposed margin. She would not unroll the map while her coat was still on, or while the table had not yet been prepared. Paper remembered pressure, and an old roll often needed time to exchange the curve of storage for the flat support of a work surface. There was no benefit in opening it before the room, and her hands were ready. She turned toward the peg beside the door. Her shoulders moved easily, though she could still feel the outdoor pace in her legs. She had walked along the inner quay with the mild forward rhythm of someone arriving for work. Here that rhythm could slow. Nora unbuttoned her coat and slipped it from her shoulders. She hung it on the peg, smoothing one sleeve so that it would not brush the wall. The ring of 2 keys made a small sound when she took it from her pocket. One key was longer than the other. Both rested on a plain metal ring without a label or ornament. Nora placed them in the shallow dish beneath the peg. They settled against each other with one final quiet touch of metal. Her route into the building was now behind her. The entrance waited beyond the covered passage. The reading room waited through the open doorway ahead. Between them, the repair room held the map and the work of the evening. Nora reached into her other pocket and brought out the bone folder. It had belonged to her former workshop. Its surface was pale and smooth, and its rounded end had been polished by years of ordinary use. Along the handle was a shallow indentation where her fingers naturally rested. She held it for a moment. The folder carried no ceremony with it. It was simply a dependable tool that had accompanied many repairs. Folds eased into place, protective papers guided beneath edges, cloth smoothed without bringing a hand too near a vulnerable surface. Its familiar weight gave her fingers a place to settle. Nora set it beside the covered tray. She turned on the shaded lamp above the table. Warm light spread across the blue cloth, the waiting roll, the blank blotter, and the clean wooden surface around them. It reached the cotton tape at the back of the table and caught the rounded edge of the bone folder. Beyond the pool of light, the repair room remained softly dim. Rain moved along the high windows. Some drops touched the glass with distinct little taps. Others joined the lines already there and slid down without a sound Nora could separate from the rest. The weather stayed outside, gentle against the sheltered building. Through the next doorway, the reading room showed itself in a narrow view. Nora could see the ends of 2 long tables and part of the nearest broad window. The glass held a blurred reflection of the harbor light. Somewhere beyond it, beneath the roof along the quay, stood a wooden bench. She had passed it on her way to the entrance, set close to the wall where the paving remained driest. For now, it belonged only to the view outside. Nora returned her attention to the map. The blue cloth had been wrapped around it with care but not tightly. One fold followed the curve of the paper. Another lay flatter beneath the roll. When Nora placed 2 fingers lightly against the covering, she could feel that the outer turn of the map was firm, while the center retained a little give. She did not press. The paper would reveal its condition gradually when she began the first round of work. Inked lanes and quay steps were expected beneath the cloth, along with the route of a covered passage. None of them needed to appear before the map had been given a clean place to open. Nora checked the table from where she stood. It looked clean, but appearance was not the same as readiness. The surface would be washed and dried. Fresh blotting paper would be laid down. She would test the paper grain at the margin before allowing the roll to loosen. Covered weights would hold only the safe outer edges. Then the map could change shape slowly. The evening's work had already given her body its pace. Her shoulders had lowered after the coat came off. Her hands were warm now. Her breathing had become quiet enough that she noticed the small pause between one line of rain and the next. She walked to the doorway of the reading room. The movement was not an inspection of the building. It was only a way of confirming the short boundary of her route. The reading room extended toward the harbor windows, its tables empty beneath low lamps. Rain brightened the glass and softened the view beyond it. The sheltered water showed as a dark level band. Near the wall outside, the wooden bench remained under cover, its seat dim and dry against the rain-darkened paving. Nora did not cross the room. She stood at the threshold, then turned back toward the repair table. From there, the blue cloth made a distinct patch of color beneath the lamp. The roll within it remained still. The short tear was hidden again, but Nora knew exactly where it lay near the exposed margin. The distance between the doorway and the table was only a few steps. Later, once the paper had relaxed, she would carry her observation from the map to the reading room window and back again. Later, the repaired sheet would have a recorded place associated with the reading room. For now, the map belonged on the repair table, still rolled and awaiting its first careful opening. Nora returned to it. She folded the loose end of the blue cloth away from the table edge so that it would not hang toward the floor. The cloth gave its faint dry rasp once more. She kept the map covered, leaving enough space around it for the blotting paper and weights that would soon be arranged. At the near edge, the lifted corner of the tear showed briefly beneath the cloth. Nora watched it settle. The two sides still met. No fiber had been pulled farther apart. The repair would be simple if the paper were allowed to relax before the tissue was placed. That waiting was part of the work, not a delay in it. She touched the handle of the bone folder, then left beside the tray. First came water, clean hands, and a dependable surface. The shallow basin stood ready against the repair room wall. Clean water had already been poured into it, clear enough to reflect a narrow bar of lamplight. Beside it lay a folded linen towel and the damp cloth she would use on the table. Everything required for the first preparation was already within the room. Nora crossed to the basin. The few steps did not take her away from the map. When she turned, she could still see the blue cloth beneath the lamp, the cotton tape resting in its loose circle, and the pale edge of paper hidden inside the roll. She rested her fingertips against the basin's rim. The water was still. Its surface held the warm reflection of the lamp and a faint darker shape from the window above it. Nora could begin there without widening the evening's route or leaving the quiet boundary she had set. The unfinished task rested in clear stages before her. Prepare the table. Let the roll open gradually. Keep the short tier supported. Record the place where the repaired walking map belonged. Nothing in those stages required haste. Each action could remain reversible until the paper itself showed that it was ready for the next one. Nora unfolded the linen towel and laid it beside the basin. Before washing her hands, she glanced back at the table. The blue cloth lay loosely around the map. The cotton tape rested in its loop. The blank blotter waited near the wall, and her bone folder caught a narrow line of light beside the covered tray. Rain continued against the inner Quay windows. Her 2 keys remained in the dish near the entrance. Her coat hung quietly on its peg. Beyond the next doorway, the reading room held its long tables and rain-bright glass. The route was small enough to keep in one thought. Entrance, repair room, reading room. For this evening, that was the whole useful world of the harbor chart house. Nora turned back to the basin and dipped her hands into the clean water. The coolness met her fingers gently. Behind her, the still rolled map waited beneath the blue cloth, while the prepared table and the quiet weights waited for the first careful round of work. Nora began at the basin already standing against the repair room wall. The clean water held a narrow bar of lamplight. She dipped her hands into it, washed them slowly, and dried her fingers on the linen towel laid beside the rim. When she had finished, she folded the towel into a square and placed it away from the paper. The map waited inside its blue cloth. The table looked clean already. Even so, Nora wiped it with the damp cloth from beside the basin, beginning at the center and moving outward in long overlapping strokes. The cloth made a quiet sound against the wood. She worked around the shallow marks left by former repairs and along the front edge where dust sometimes gathered. A conservation table did not need to look new. It needed to be dependable. When the surface had dried, Nora laid a sheet of smooth blotting paper across it. The blue cloth rested at the back of the table. Its folds had loosened while the map waited, and one corner had fallen toward the floor. Nora lifted it and folded the corner inward. Then she touched the rolled map with the back of one finger. The outer paper was cool. Near the middle of the roll it felt a little more flexible. She did not open it at once. Instead, Nora listened to the room. Rain moved along the inner Quay windows. Water passed through a gutter outside, its soft, continuous fall joining the quieter sound against the glass. The building was holding the evening in its usual way. Nora loosened the cotton tape that had held the cloth around the map. She placed the tape in a loose loop beside the weights. Then she rested both palms lightly over the cloth and drew it away. The paper underneath was warm gray, with a narrow white margin at one end. The short tear showed near the lower edge. It was no longer than the width of Nora's thumb, and it had not separated completely. A small corner lifted when the paper settled, then lowered again. She placed the bone folder beside the covered tray. The folder had belonged to her former workshop. Its rounded end was smooth from use, and the handle carried the shallow indentation made by her fingers over many years. Nora did not need it yet. She kept it close enough to reach. She eased the first layer of the map open. The paper resisted in one direction and yielded in another. Nora felt the difference with her fingertips. To test the grain, she held a narrow margin between finger and thumb and flexed it gently across the width. Then she tried the same movement along the length. The paper moved more readily in one direction, with a soft, quiet give. She remembered that direction. The knowledge was small, but it mattered. A map could be persuaded to rest. It should not be made to obey. Nora loosened the roll by a little, then stopped. She allowed the paper to lie open for several breaths before loosening it again. Each time, the blue cloth shifted beneath the map with a faint rasp. The sound was dry and soft, like a sleeve being drawn across a table. The first portion opened. A pale line appeared in the lamplight. Then another. Fine inked lanes came forward from the curl, running between small blocks and narrow spaces. Nora placed 2 covered weights at the outer corners, keeping them on the white margin. The paper flattened beneath them, though the center still rose gently where the roll had held it. She did not press the center down. Instead, she moved the next section outward, following the grain she had felt. A dark line appeared along one side. It marked the Quay. Beneath it, the mapmaker had drawn steps toward the water, each one no more than a short horizontal stroke. Nora could see how evenly the strokes had been set. The steps did not crowd one another, and the surrounding lanes remained clear. She added 2 more weights. The map opened farther. A narrow lane curved toward the Quay. Another ran parallel to a wall. There were small squares for buildings and longer rectangles for gardens. The marks were practical and restrained. A footpath had one kind of line. A boundary had another. The map made no effort to decorate the harbor. It simply allowed the routes, walls, and steps to be understood. Nora slid a clean sheet over the revealed portion before she leaned closer. She checked the edges first. One corner rose slightly above the blotting paper. She moved a weight half an inch, not onto the printed field but farther along the margin. The corner settled. The visible state of the map changed by degrees. The first curl was no longer high and tight. The edges came down closer to the table. The inked lanes, hidden a moment before, now joined one another across the open sheet. The short tier remained at the lower edge, but it rested more quietly than it had when the map was first unwrapped. Nora waited. The shaded lamp warmed the paper without making it bright. Rain traced the window beyond her shoulder. She could see a thin reflection of the table in the glass, and within that reflection, the pale line of the map. She lifted the clean covering sheet and shifted it farther across the map. Then she opened another section. The roll made a little more room for itself. The covered passage emerged near the middle. It was drawn as two parallel lines crossing between the buildings and opening toward the water. Nora recognized its shape from the route she had taken from the entrance to the repair room. The printed passage was narrower than the real one, but the intention was clear. It was a useful connection, not a decorative feature. She placed another pair of weights on the far margin. By now, the map occupied most of the table. The paper still held a few shallow waves, but the waves were lower and broader. Nora could see the gradual difference between the rolled end and the portion already resting flat. The map was becoming a surface again. She checked the short tier. The loose corner lifted when she touched the margin beside it. Nora used the rounded end of the bone folder to smooth the cloth beneath the paper, not the map itself. The cloth had gathered into a small ridge. When she drew the folder across it, the ridge traveled away from the edge and disappeared. The paper settled. Nora opened the prepared tissue envelope. Inside was a narrow strip of thin, pale tissue with feathered edges. It was almost translucent against the blotting paper. She placed it beside the tier, without touching the damaged edge. The strip was long enough to cross the break, and light enough to support the fibers without hiding the paper beneath. She looked at the map before beginning. The torn edge lay below the lanes and away from the covered passage. Near a bend in the path, a small penciled shape sat beside the printed line. It was no larger than her fingernail. Nora could see one short horizontal mark with two shorter strokes beneath it. The pencil was lighter than the ink around it. The horizontal stroke lay at a slight angle to the lane, with the two smaller marks descending toward the printed line. There was no label beside it and no shading within it. Nora left it as she found it. There was no need to lean farther over the map while the sheet was still relaxing. She left the tissue beside the tier and returned to the upper end of the roll. One last section remained closed. Nora removed the clean covering sheet, placed it over the open portion again, and loosened the roll with both hands. The paper moved more readily now. The final curve eased across the blotting paper and rested near the far margin. A few lines appeared, then a small cluster of squares, then the end of the covered passage. She allowed the paper to pause. The room seemed to grow larger around the map. Its surface had once been held in a narrow cylinder. Now it stretched from one side of the table to the other, carrying the lanes, steps, walls, and small penciled mark in one connected view. Nora placed the last weights. She kept them on the margins, where they could hold the paper without hiding its ordinary details. Then she lowered the clean sheet once more and left the map beneath it. For several minutes, she did nothing. The map rested. The weights rested. The blue cloth lay folded at the back of the table. The basin stood near the wall, its water still and clear. Nora looked at the short tier through the edge of the covering sheet. The two sides met. The lifted corner had stopped moving. She could make the repair soon, but the first round was not the moment for forcing a decision. The paper needed to become accustomed to being open. She sat on the wooden stool beside the table. From there she could see the doorway and a narrow band of the reading room windows beyond it. Rain moved down the glass in fine lines. The repair room lamp made the lines pale where they crossed its reflection, then dark again when they passed beyond it. Nora kept one hand near the bone folder. The map's printed lanes were beginning to settle into their proper relationships. A path that had appeared alone now met another at a shallow angle. The Quay steps connected to the darker edge by a short line. The covered passage crossed between them, giving the drawing its quiet center. She watched the paper rather than the clock. A slight wave near the lower margin lowered itself. The edge of the sheet came nearer to the blotter. One of the weights no longer needed to sit quite so far inward, so Nora shifted it toward the outer corner. The movement was small and reversible. The map remained supported, and a little more of its surface became visible. The penciled addition beside the curved lane was clearer now. Its upper stroke was nearly horizontal, but not quite. It followed neither the angle of the margin nor the direction of the printed lane. The two shorter strokes beneath it were unevenly spaced. All three were lighter than the surrounding ink, and the pencil sat on the surface with the soft gray appearance of a later hand. Nora noted its position. It stood just outside the printed lane at the point where the path began its bend toward the quay. No printed line passed through it. Its pale strokes remained distinct from the darker route beneath the lamp. She returned her attention to the lower edge. The tissue strip waited beside the tier. Nora placed a clean release sheet over the section she would repair and brought the bone folder into her hand. The rounded end rested against her fingers. She did not touch the paper with it. She only used it to guide the edge of the blotting paper into a smoother position, making sure no fold would lie beneath the damaged area. When the layers were even, she lifted the release sheet again. The torn edges had come together naturally. The paper was no longer trying to curl away from itself. Nora could see the fibers along the break, fine and pale, lying almost level. She laid a fresh piece of blotting paper above the edge and a second piece beneath it. Then she placed a small covered weight over the area, leaving the rest of the map under its original supports. The work paused there. The map had changed from a cloth-wrapped roll into a broad supported sheet. The tier had moved from a lifted corner to a quiet edge awaiting tissue. The lanes, quay steps, and covered passage could now be read together. Beside the curved path, the lighter penciled addition remained separate from the printed lines. Nora folded the prepared tissue envelope and returned it to the covered tray. She left the bone folder beside it. Then she stood and stretched her hands loosely at her sides. She did not carry the map or disturb the weights. From beside the table, she could see the reading room window more fully through the doorway. Beyond the rain-streaked glass, the sheltered harbor had begun to darken. Nora remained there for a moment. The rain continued at the broad panes. Its thin lines caught the room's light and released it again. The table behind her held the map in a wide, patient arrangement of blotting paper, clean sheets, and covered weights. She turned back without crossing the doorway. The map was still in its first period of rest, and the next careful action belonged at the repair table. The short tier remained supported beneath the small weight. The pale addition remained beside the lane, available for later observation when the paper had settled. Nora sat down again. She checked the outer margins without lifting the covering sheet. None had begun to curl sharply. The shallow waves across the paper had broadened until they were scarcely higher than the thickness of her finger. The roll's firm inner curve had eased into the plane of the table. She moved no more weights. The visible state change was enough for one round. Warm gray paper now filled the space where the narrow blue-wrapped cylinder had waited. The inked lanes connected across the sheet. The quay steps, walls, and covered passage remained clear. Near the bend, 3 light pencil strokes held their slight angle beside the darker line. Nora let the arrangement rest. The basin water stood quiet against the wall. The folded towel remained away from the paper. The bone folder lay beside the covered tray, its familiar handle turned toward her. At the back of the table, the blue cloth held the soft creases left by the roll. Rain moved patiently along the glass. Under the clean sheet and the evenly placed weights, the map lay open and relaxed. Its tier was supported, its printed roots were visible, and the small, unidentified addition beside the lane remained undisturbed for the next round of attention. After the map had rested beneath its weights, Nora lifted the clean covering sheet and looked at the lower edge. The short tier was still there, but the two sides had settled close together. The loose corner no longer rose as the paper relaxed. What had begun the evening as a firm roll now lay broad across the repair table. holding only a few shallow curves near the margins. The map was ready for the comparison Nora had planned. She left the prepared tissue beside the covered tray. The bone folder remained near it, pale and smooth beneath the lamp. Nothing at the damaged edge needed to be moved yet. The paper could stay beneath its weights while she looked more closely at the small penciled shape beside the curved lane. Nora bent over the map without touching it. The printed line approached the quay in a shallow turn. It passed a low wall, then continued toward the covered passage. Beside the bend sat the pencil mark she had noticed during the first round of work. It was lighter than the ink around it. A short horizontal line formed the seat. 2 smaller strokes descended beneath it. There was no shading, no label, and no attempt to copy the careful style of the printed map. Whoever had made the addition had used only the lines required to show a familiar object in a useful position. It looked like a bench. Nora straightened and looked through the open doorway. The reading room extended toward the harbor windows. Rain moved down the broad panes in narrow shining paths, and the sheltered water beyond them had deepened to a muted gray. From the repair table, Nora could see the edge of the nearest window and part of the stone wall outside. But the bench itself was hidden by the angle. She checked the weights once more. Each one rested safely on the margin. The clean covering sheet protected the open field, and the small weight above the tier held the lower edge without pressing the printed lanes. The map would remain steady while she crossed the few steps into the reading room. Nora walked through the doorway. Her pace stayed unhurried. The careful work at the table had slowed her hands, and that slower rhythm had traveled into her shoulders and steps. She passed the end of the nearest long table and went to the broad window facing the inner quay. At first, the glass gave her the room rather than the harbor. She saw the shaded lamp behind her, the pale rectangle of the repair room doorway, and the faint outline of her own sleeve. Rain crossed all 3 reflections. Drops joined one another, widened, and moved down the pane until the view beyond became clear again. The wooden bench stood beneath the covered edge of the quay. It was close to the stone wall, where the shelter kept most of the rain from its seat. The back was straight. The middle of the seat had been worn smooth by ordinary use. One end stood near a seam in the paving, while the other angled slightly away from the wall. The paving beyond the shelter shone darkly. Beneath the bench, it was drier and several shades lighter. The 2 front legs made short, upright shapes against the stone. Nora rested one hand on the cool window ledge. She looked at the bench for a while without trying to decide anything too quickly. The printed map was old enough that the objects along the quay might not all remain in precisely their first positions. Benches were moved when walls were repaired, when paving was renewed, or simply when a more sheltered place proved useful. A walking map did not need to record every such movement in its printed lines. A person using it could add a correction when the change mattered to the route. Nora turned slightly and looked back through the doorway. From the window, the repair table appeared as a warm, low rectangle beneath its lamp. The map lay open upon it. The curved lane and its pencil mark were too small to examine from this distance, but Nora could remember their angle clearly. She looked outside again. The real bench did not sit square to the wall. Its end nearest the paving seam was closer to the stone, while the other stood a little farther out. That slight angle was what the pencil mark had shown. Nora waited while another line of rain crossed the glass. The bench softened behind the water, then came back into view. Its simple form remained unchanged. The long seat, the short legs, the position beneath the shelter. Nothing about it needed explanation beyond what could be seen. She returned to the repair room. The change in sound was gentle but distinct. In the reading room, the rain touched the broad windows directly and filled the long space. At the repair table, the stone walls softened it. The drops became a quiet background to the paper and the shaded lamp. Nora lifted the covering sheet only as far as she needed. The penciled mark waited beside the lane. She compared its angle with the bench she had just seen. The short line on the paper leaned away from the printed wall in the same direction. One of its little supporting strokes stood close to a faint straight line in the drawing. On the quay, the nearer bench leg stood beside the seam between paving stones. Nora followed the lane with her eyes. On the map, it curved around the low wall and approached the edge of the covered passage. A walker coming along it would reach the sheltered part of the quay just before the bench. The penciled addition had been placed where the object would become useful, not where it might look neatest on the sheet. She moved to the reading room window again. This time she paid attention to the shelter rather than the bench alone. The roofline extended over the paving. Rain reached the outer strip of stones, but the wall and bench remained beneath cover. The seat offered a dry pause near the end of the curved approach. Someone walking along the quay could stop there before continuing through the covered passage or returning along the water. Nora did not need to follow either route. The map already showed them. The window supplied the ordinary detail that had been added later. She looked down at the paving seam, then back toward the wall. The bench had almost certainly been moved closer to shelter after the printed sheet was made. The mark did not identify who had moved it or when. It did not need to. Its purpose was smaller and more practical than that. It told a walker where the bench now stood. Nora returned to the map once more. She stood at the lower side of the table and let the two views settle together in her mind. The curved printed lane approaching the quay, and the wooden seat beneath the roofline beyond the reading room glass. The penciled shape was not an uncertain mark now. It was a field correction. Nora smiled a little at the plainness of it. The pencil had not changed the route. It had not covered an old line or asked the reader to ignore the printed plan. It had simply brought the map into agreement with the harbor as someone had found it. The same lane, the same shelter, and the bench in its more useful place near the wall. She lowered the clean sheet over the map again, leaving the pencil mark visible at its edge. Then she brought a temporary catalog slip from the covered tray. The slip was small enough to rest beside the upper margin without covering the drawing. Nora placed it there and took up a pencil. For a moment she looked from the blank slip to the mark on the map. A good note would keep to what she had observed. It would not guess at a date. It would not assign the correction to an unknown hand. It would not claim that the bench had always stood there. The map and window offered a simpler statement. Nora wrote slowly. Penciled bench correction beside curved lane. Bench observed beneath shelter at reading room window. She set the pencil down. The line was clear and measured. It named the material of the addition, the object shown, its place on the map, and the view that supported the comparison. Someone reading it later could stand at the same window and see the same ordinary arrangement. Nora read the sentence once more. Then she looked through the doorway. The rain had drawn fresh lines over the glass. The bench remained visible behind them, close to the wall and angled slightly toward the quay. Its seat was still dry beneath the shelter. She looked back at the paper. The penciled mark remained several inches above the damaged lower edge. Until now, Nora had known only that the tier required support. The comparison gave her a more exact boundary for that support. The tissue could cross the reverse of the tier without extending toward the correction or the lane beside it. That was the practical value of pausing to understand the mark before beginning the repair. She did not apply the tissue yet. Instead, she placed the temporary slip at the upper margin, safely away from the weights. She adjusted the clean covering sheet so that most of the printed field remained protected while the damaged edge and the penciled bench could both be seen. The two areas were clearly separate. At the lower margin, the tier waited between aligned fibers. Above it, the bench correction sat beside the curved lane. A narrow repair would support the first, without covering the second. Nora brought the tissue envelope closer and opened its flap. Inside lay the prepared strip, pale and thin, with feathered edges. She left it in the envelope while she judged its length against the tier. It would extend just beyond the break on either side. There was no reason to use a longer piece. She set the envelope beside the blotter. The bone folder remained near the covered tray. Its rounded end caught a little of the lamp's light. Nora touched the familiar handle with 2 fingers, then left it resting there until the repair began. For now, the discovery itself had reached its proper conclusion. The mark was a bench. The bench stood beneath the shelter outside the reading room window. Its position agreed with the pencil addition beside the curved lane. The correction was useful, visible, and worth preserving. Nothing else had to be learned from it. Nora went to the window one final time, not to test the conclusion, but to make sure her written description was precise. She stood beside the long table and read the view in the same order as the note. The curved approach lay beyond the wall. The shelter covered the inner strip of paving. The bench stood near the reading room window. Rain darkened the stones around it. The note was accurate. Nora returned to the repair table and placed the temporary slip square with the map's upper margin. She smoothed the clean release sheet over the printed lanes without touching the pencil mark. Then she moved the prepared tissue, the small brush, and the bone folder into an easy line beside the damaged edge. Each tool had its place. The weights kept the map broad and still. The blotting paper supported the lower margin. The tissue waited in its envelope. The pencil correction remained open to view beside the lane. Nora sat on the wooden stool and looked over the arrangement. The rain continued at the reading room windows. From where she sat, she could see only a narrow portion of the bench beyond the doorway. But the full comparison was no longer required. The observed detail had become a plain catalog note and a clear limit for the next stage of work. She drew the clean release sheet over the printed field, leaving the short tier exposed. The map did not move. Nora brought the tissue envelope within reach and rested her hand beside the bone folder. The repair would remain narrow. It would support the lower edge and leave the penciled bench untouched. With the useful correction understood and the working boundary made clear, she was ready to begin the gentle work. Nora brought the prepared tissue closer to the map. It lay beside the short tier on the clean blotting paper, pale and narrow, with feathered edges that softened gradually into the surrounding sheet. The strip was long enough to cross the break on either side. It would support the paper without hiding the inked lanes or the penciled bench beside the curved path. She looked once more at the position of the correction. The bench was several inches above the damaged edge, beside the lane that approached the covered passage. The repair could remain low and clear of it. That small certainty had settled the work. The observation from the reading room window had given her a precise place to begin. She adjusted the nearest covered weight by half an inch. The map stayed still. Its broad surface had relaxed beneath the supports, though a few shallow waves remained near the outer margins. It lay open enough for Nora to see the lanes as one connected arrangement. The path, the Quay steps, the low wall, and the covered passage leading toward the water. Rain moved along the reading room windows. The sound reached the repair room through the open doorway, soft and even. Nora let it remain in the background while she prepared the repair. She placed a clean release sheet over the printed portion of the map, leaving the lower edge exposed. It gave her a clear working boundary. The penciled bench stayed visible above the sheet, its light lines undisturbed beside the path. Nora lifted the loose corner of the tier with the rounded end of the bone folder. She used only the edge of the folder, touching the paper lightly. The corner rose without resistance. Beneath it, the fibers along the break were fine and pale, lying almost level with one another. The paper had not been crushed or folded. It had simply separated for a short distance and remained where it was. Nora set the folder down. With one fingertip beneath the margin, she supported the lower side of the sheet. With the other hand, she guided the lifted edge until the fibers met again. She did not pull either side toward the other. The paper already knew its shape. Her part was to let the two edges return to it. The tear closed. For a moment, the edge looked continuous except for the faint line where it had opened. Nora checked it from the left, then from the right. The little corner no longer projected beyond the margin. She brought the small brush to the prepared paste. The paste was thin and smooth. Nora touched the tip of the brush to it, then drew the brush once along the inside of the tissue strip to remove any excess. Too much paste would make the tissue heavy. Too little would leave the fibers unsupported. The work asked for just enough. She began at the center of the strip. The brush moved quietly over the tissue, carrying the paste outward in short, even strokes. The pale strip darkened slightly as it became damp. Its feathered edges remained visible, though less sharply than before. Nora turned it carefully by its dry margin and checked that no paste had gathered at either end. The lamp above the table gave the tissue a warm translucence. Nora waited a few breaths. Then she lifted the strip with the brush and the bone folder together, keeping it supported from below. She placed the center of the tissue across the back of the tear. The middle touched first. Nora paused there, allowing the strip to find the paper. Then she lowered one side and the other, working toward the feathered ends. The repair crossed the break cleanly. It stayed near the lower edge, well away from the curved lane and the pencil mark that described the bench. She placed the release sheet over the tissue. Through the clean sheet, she used the rounded end of the bone folder to press from the center outward. The pressure was light and slow. She moved along one half of the tissue, then returned to the center and worked toward the other half. Each pass encouraged the damp fibers to settle onto the sound paper around the tear. The paper made almost no sound, only the brush handle touching the table, the slight movement of the release sheet, and the rain at the windows marked the passing of the minutes. Nora lifted the release sheet. The tissue lay flat. Its feathered edges had begun to disappear into the paper, leaving only a narrow change in sheen. The two sides of the tear remained aligned. No crease had formed beside the repair. The lower edge now held one smooth line where the little corner had lifted before. Nora leaned closer. The map's ordinary details were still easy to read. The Quay steps remained clear. The covered passage was uninterrupted. The penciled bench sat beside the curved lane, its simple horizontal stroke and two short legs visible against the gray paper. The repair had supported the edge without asking the map to give up anything it had learned from use. She placed a fresh sheet of blotting paper above the repaired area. Then she slid another sheet beneath the margin, taking care not to disturb the support. The tissue was held between the clean layers. Nora positioned a small covered weight over the repair, leaving it on the margin rather than the printed field. She did not press down with her hand. The weight had its own quiet work to do. Nora moved back from the table and watched the repaired edge settle. The paper beneath the new support looked slightly darker where the tissue rested. As the moisture left the paste, that difference would lessen. She folded the brush cloth and placed it beside the tray. Then she picked up the catalog sheet. It waited near the table with the temporary note written in her careful hand. Nora read the line again. Penciled bench correction beside curved lane. Bench observed beneath shelter at reading room window. The sentence held to what she had actually seen. It did not guess who had made the mark, or give the bench a history the map could not provide. It recorded the useful agreement between the pencil and the view. Nora added the repair description beneath it. Short-edge tier supported on reverse with prepared tissue. Pencil correction left visible. She paused with the pencil above the page, then wrote, "Walking map with inked lanes, Quay steps and covered passage. Blue cloth covering." The words occupied 3 quiet lines. Nora set the pencil down and looked from the catalog sheet to the map. Someone reading the sheet later would know which map to expect, what had been done, and which small field correction remained visible. She carried the sheet to the reading room. The route was short. She passed through the doorway, crossed to the nearest table, and set the sheet beneath the shaded lamp. Rain tapped the broad windows with a steadier sound here. Beyond the glass, the sheltered water had darkened, while the paving of the inner quay reflected a thin gray light. The bench stood beneath the roofline. Nora looked at it without going close. Its seat remained dry. The paving around the legs was dark with rain. The bench's position matched the simple pencil mark on the map. The detail did not need to be measured more closely. She returned to the repair room. The map was still beneath its weights. Nora checked the lower blotting paper. It remained smooth. She touched the outer edge of the paper, not the repaired area, and found it steady beneath her finger. The tissue had done its first work. Now she could make the catalog location clear. Nora retrieved the catalog sheet and added a final line. Future Reading Room Atlas, Walking Routes section. The atlas still began empty. Its pages waited for material that had been approved. But Nora did not bring it out, and did not place the map inside it. The evening's work was to stabilize and describe this one sheet. The future location could be recorded without pretending that the larger atlas had already been assembled. She placed the catalog sheet beside the map, above the clean covering paper and away from the weights. Then she looked at the repair. The small covered weight held the lower edge. Beneath the blotter, the tissue was no longer visible except as a faint, even shadow. The paper around it had remained aligned. The map could be lifted later from underneath and carried to the reading room when the repair had settled fully. Nora did not move it yet. She brought the blue cloth nearer and folded it once lengthwise. The cloth had softened while it waited. Its surface showed a few fine creases where the map had rested inside it. Nora smoothed them with the flat of her hand, then folded the cloth across itself. The cotton tape remained in a loose loop near the back of the table. The blue cloth made a quiet rasp against the wood. Nora set it beside the map, not beneath it. The repaired sheet needed the dry blotter and the even support of the table. The cloth could wait nearby, ready to cover the map later if that became useful. She checked the position of the weights. The larger covered weights remained along the margins. The smaller one held the repair. None touched the inked field. None covered the penciled bench. Nora moved one corner weight outward by the width of a finger, giving the edge a little more room while keeping the sheet secure. The visible change was slight but clear. The lower edge lay flatter. A shallow wave that had run toward the tier eased into the blotting paper. The tissue remained supported without being pressed more than necessary. Nora stood beside the table. She could see the repair room and the reading room doorway at once. The 2 rooms were joined by the open passage, but they held different sounds. Here the map and table absorbed the rain. There the windows received it directly. The map rested between those 2 quiet spaces, its roots drawn across the paper, and its one penciled correction kept in view. She washed her hands at the basin. The water made a small, familiar sound. Nora dried her fingers on the clean linen towel, folded it, and set it away from the table. Then she returned to the map without carrying anything. The paste was drying. She did not test the repair by bending the edge. She did not lift the plotter to see whether the tissue had become fully transparent. Those actions belonged to a later inspection, after the paper had rested. For now, the correct choice was to leave the layers in place. Nora sat on the wooden stool. The bone folder rested beside the covered tray. Its smooth handle caught a little light. It had belonged to her former workshop, and had come with her into this quiet evening work. She touched it once with 2 fingers, then left it where it was. Rain continued along the glass. The catalog sheet remained beside the map, its location line waiting for the next stage. The blue cloth was folded nearby. The short tier was supported beneath clean blotting paper. The penciled bench remained visible beside the curved lane. A small practical correction that had changed the record and the placement of the repair, without changing the map itself. Nora looked through the doorway toward the reading room. The real bench was still beneath the shelter. Its outline rested in the dark window beyond the tables. The map did not need to be carried there yet. The agreement between paper and harbor had already been observed and recorded. She returned her gaze to the table. The work had become quiet enough to leave. Nora gathered the used release sheet and set it aside. She placed the paste brush in its covered tray and closed the tray. Nothing on the map changed. The repair remained beneath its blotting paper and weight. She turned the lamp down slightly. The warm light narrowed over the map, the clean supports, the catalog sheet, and the folded blue cloth. The penciled bench grew pale but stayed visible. The lanes and Quay steps settled into the paper's warm gray surface. Nora rose from the stool. She did not yet carry the map to the reading room. It needed the rest that followed the gentle pressure, and the next part of the evening could begin only after the repair had remained undisturbed. She left the map where it was, broad and supported on the table. At the doorway, she looked once toward the reading room window, then back at the lower edge of the sheet. Everything was in place for the return path. The map flat beneath its weights, the field correction clear, the note written, and the future atlas location recorded. The route from repair room to reading room would be short when the paper was ready to travel. For now, Nora let the rain continue its quiet work along the glass. The paste had dried beneath the blotting paper. Nora knew this without lifting the repaired edge. Enough time had passed for the dampness to leave the tissue, and the paper no longer carried the slight coolness that had followed the repair. The map remained flat beneath its covered weights, broad across the table, with the lower edge resting in one quiet line. She stood beside it and looked over the whole sheet. The inked lanes ran from the upper margin toward the Quay. The steps were clear beside the darker line of the water. The covered passage crossed between the buildings and opened toward the sheltered harbor. Near the curved lane, the penciled bench remained visible. Its pale line had not been touched by the repair. Nora read the catalog sheet once more. Penciled bench correction beside curved lane. Bench observed beneath shelter at reading room window. Below that, she had written the description of the walking map, its blue cloth covering, and the short-edged tier supported with prepared tissue. The final line gave the future place. Reading room atlas, walking routes section. The words had been waiting beside the map while the paper rested. Now they could travel with it. Nora removed the smallest weight first. She lifted it by its covered handle and placed it at the back of the table. Then she moved the larger weights from the margins, one at a time, leaving the blotting paper in place until the map was ready to be supported from below. Each weight made a soft, familiar sound against the wood. The map did not spring back. It kept the shape of the table. A few shallow curves remained near the outer edges, but they were gentle and broad, no longer the tight memory of the blue cloth. The paper had become flexible again without becoming restless. Nora lifted the upper blotting sheet. The repaired edge showed a faint, even change in sheen. The tissue lay flat across the back of the tier. Its feathered ends had softened into the surrounding paper. and the two sides of the break remained aligned. The short corner that had once lifted no longer rose from the table. She looked at it from one side, then from the other. The repair held. Nora replaced the blotting sheet and slid a clean protective sheet beneath the map. She did this slowly, easing the paper forward a little at a time. The walking map rested on top of it without shifting. When the protective sheet extended beyond the map on every side, Nora brought a second clean sheet over the surface. The printed lanes became slightly paler beneath the covering. The penciled bench remained easy to see. Nora placed her hands beneath the lower sheet, supporting the map from underneath rather than lifting it by an edge. The map rose from the table as one broad supported shape. It was not heavy. Its width was what required attention. Nora kept her elbows close and held the sheet level. The blue cloth lay folded near the back edge of the repair table. The cotton tape remained beside it in a loose loop. She left both where they were. The cloth had protected the map while it was rolled, but the paper now needed the clean support of its two sheets and the flat place waiting in the reading room. The route was short. From the repair room, Nora went through the doorway and into the reading room. She passed the first table, then the second, walking at the same slow pace she had used when she carried the catalog sheet. The protective paper moved only slightly beneath her hands. The map stayed level. Rain reached the reading room more clearly. It touched the broad windows in a soft pattern, each drop joining the dark lines already traveling down the glass. Beyond them, the inner quay shone with dampness. The sheltered harbor held a low band of gray light. Under the roofline, the wooden bench remained dry. Nora did not stop at the window. She looked toward it as she crossed the room enough to see that the bench still stood close to the wall. Its straight back and smooth seat were dimly reflected in the glass. The ordinary field correction did not need another comparison. It had already done its work. At the far reading room table, Nora placed the supported map down. The table stood beneath a shaded lamp, and there was clear space for the sheet. She lowered one side, then the other, keeping the protective paper beneath it. The map settled without a sound. Nora left the upper sheet in place. She checked the margins. The walking routes were not hidden by a fold. The quay steps remained visible. The covered passage crossed the center. The pencil mark beside the curved lane could still be seen as a small, useful addition to the printed plan. The map had made its return to the reading room. Nora brought the catalog sheet from the repair room and placed it beside the protected map. She read the location line again, then looked at the empty reading room atlas. Its walking routes section waited beneath its plain dividing sheet. Nothing had yet been approved for insertion there. The repaired map did not need to enter it tonight for its intended place to become clear. Nora drew the atlas a little closer. Its waiting sheets opened easily beneath her hands. She turned to the walking routes section and laid the dividing sheet flat. Then she moved the protected map until it rested beside the open section, aligned with the edge of the atlas but separate from it. The clean lower sheet extended beyond the map on every side. The upper sheet covered its surface. Nora placed the catalog record between the atlas and the map, leaving the location line visible. Reading room atlas, walking routes section. That was the answer the evening required. The map belonged with the ordinary walking routes. The inked lanes leading toward the quay, the steps beside the water, and the covered passage joining the sheltered parts of the building. The penciled bench showed how a person had used the printed plan and adjusted it to the harbor as it was actually lived in. People followed paths, paused beneath shelter, and added useful corrections when the ground around them changed. The printed lines gave the route its shape. The pencil gave one familiar resting place its current position. Nora rested her fingertips on the upper protective sheet. The paper beneath it stayed still. She looked through the window once more. The real bench sat beneath the covered edge, just as it had when she compared it with the pencil mark. Rain darkened the paving around it, while the wooden seat held its dry, familiar shape. The map and the view no longer needed to be brought together. The connection had been observed and written down. The note would allow that observation to remain useful when the map was considered for the atlas. Nora aligned the catalog sheet with the map's margin. The description faced upward. The temporary slip that held her first observation was no longer separate from the record. She tucked it beneath the catalog sheet, where it would not slide away, and left the location line visible. The movement was small, but the work had changed state. Before the evening, the map had waited in a roll inside blue cloth. Then it had opened beneath weights. Its edge had received a narrow support of prepared tissue. The penciled bench had been compared with the bench at the window. Now the map rested under clean protection beside the empty walking route section, with its intended atlas location plainly recorded. Approval and insertion could wait. Nora stood back from the table. The repair room remained visible through the doorway. The bone folder lay beside the covered tray. The blue cloth was still on the repair table, folded lengthwise and across itself. Its cotton tape waited beside it. She did not need to carry anything else. Her body had kept an easy pace throughout the evening. Now that pace became even slower. She turned from the reading room table and walked back to the repair room without the map, passing through the same doorway in the opposite direction. The sound of rain changed as she moved. In the reading room, it had been clear against the broad glass. In the repair room, it became softer, gathered into the stone walls and the space around the table. Nora paused beside the folded blue cloth. She picked it up with both hands. The cloth was light and flexible. Nora folded it once more along the existing crease, then laid it at the back of the repair table. The cotton tape rested on top of it in a loose loop. Nothing was tied. Nothing needed to be covered. She looked at the empty space where the map had rested. A pale rectangle remained in the arrangement of the blotter. Nora smoothed the blotting paper with her palm, working from the center outward, just as she had when she first prepared the table. The surface became even again. She returned the small covered weight to its place near the other weights. The bone folder lay beside the tray, its rounded end turned toward the lamp. Nora let her fingers rest briefly in the shallow indentation worn into its handle, then placed it down again. The tool had helped guide the repair. Now it could remain beside the table while the repaired map rested in the next room. Nora selected 2 of the clean-covered weights. She carried them through the doorway, 1 in each hand, and set them on the reading room table. One went on the outer margin of the upper protective sheet, near the top of the map. The other went near the lower corner, beyond the repaired edge. Neither touched the map itself. The protective sheet settled more closely around the paper. Nora stood between the map and the open atlas. The walking route section remained empty. Beside it, the protected sheet showed exactly what might later belong there, without asking the atlas to receive it before approval. The arrangement was plain enough for another careful person to understand. Map beneath clean protection. Catalog record beside its margin. Walking route section open nearby. Nora checked that the protective sheets extended beyond every edge. They did. She checked that the catalog sheet could be read without lifting the map. It could. She checked the repaired lower margin from above, without touching it. The edge lay in a smooth line. There was nothing further to decide tonight. The map's intended place had been resolved. Its insertion had not. Nora walked around the end of the reading room table, taking the familiar way back toward the doorway. As she passed the broad window, her reflection moved across the rain-darkened glass. Behind it, the harbor water remained sheltered and level. At the doorway, she looked back. The walking map rested above the open atlas. near enough to the walking route section for the intended connection to be unmistakable. Its margins lay flat beneath the clean sheets. Its lanes, quay steps, covered passage, and penciled bench remained visible. The catalog record kept the future location beside it in clear words. The atlas itself still waited. There was room in the walking routes section. No material had been inserted. The empty sheets lay evenly beneath the shaded lamp, ready for the later approval that would allow the atlas to begin receiving its contents. Nora left the door open between the two rooms. The reading room held the protected map and the empty atlas. The repair room held the folded blue cloth, the bone folder, and the quiet table that had supported the work. The route between them was now familiar. Repair room to reading room, with the window and the bench along the way. Nora no longer needed to consult the catalog line to understand where the walking map was intended to belong. The short passage and the view had made that answer practical. She returned to the repair table and rested one hand near the folded cloth. Its faint rasp had opened the evening. Now the cloth lay still, crossed by its own soft creases. The cotton tape made a loose curve on top of it. Neither would be wrapped around the map again tonight. From the reading room came the quiet touch of rain on the broad glass. From the table before her came only the settled presence of the cloth, the blotter, the remaining weights, and the bone folder. Nora turned toward the open doorway. The map was visible from where she stood, a broad, pale shape beneath clean protection. The catalog sheet made a smaller rectangle beside its margin. The open atlas lay just below it, its walking route section still empty. Beyond the table, the window held the darker line of the sheltered harbor. She followed the short return path with her eyes. Repair table, doorway, reading room table, window. The route required no further carrying. The repaired paper had arrived at its resting place for the night. Its future place in the atlas had been named and made visible. The bench outside remained where the pencil had set it, close to the wall and dry beneath the shelter. Nora walked back to the reading room table and stopped beside the map. She did not touch it again. Leaving it undisturbed was now the useful action. The tissue could continue to settle within the repaired edge. The protective sheets could keep the surface clear. The clean weights could hold the arrangement steady. The catalog record could remain beside the map until approval allowed the next action. The atlas waited immediately below it. Its empty walking routes section no longer raised a question. Nora knew what was intended for that space, even though the space had not yet been filled. She looked toward the blue cloth in the repair room. Then she looked at the protected map resting before her. The cloth had carried the map into the evening. For now, the clean sheets and weights would carry it through the night. Later, after approval, the atlas could receive it. Rain moved gently down the reading room glass. Nora stood beside the waiting map, her pace fully slowed, while the short path behind her remained open and familiar. The reading room grew quiet after Nora lowered the lamp. Its light rested across the walking map, the clean protective sheets, and the catalog record beside the open atlas. The map's warm gray paper showed softly beneath the upper sheet. Its lanes ran toward the quay. The steps touched the darker edge of the water, and the covered passage crossed the middle in two fine, steady lines. The penciled bench remained visible beside the curved lane. Nora stood at the end of the table and let her hands rest at her sides. The map had been examined, supported, and compared with the bench beneath the shelter. Its short-edged tier had been mended with prepared tissue without covering the pencil correction. Its description and intended location had been recorded. For tonight, the work was finished. Nora read the catalog record once more. Penciled bench correction beside curved lane. Bench observed beneath shelter at reading room window. Below it were the description of the inked lanes, quay steps, covered passage, and blue cloth covering. The repair note stated that the short-edged tier had been supported on the reverse, and that the pencil correction remained visible. The final line read, "Future Reading Room Atlas, Walking Routes section." Every statement matched the map before her. Nora looked at the repaired edge through the clean protective sheet. It lay flat. The tissue gave support where the fibers had separated, and its feathered ends had settled into the surrounding paper. No corner lifted, no fold traveled into the printed field. She looked at the penciled bench. The mark remained clear beside the lane, light against the older ink. Through the broad window, the real bench stood beneath the shelter, close to the wall and angled slightly toward the quay. Rain darkened the paving around it, while the seat itself remained dry. The record, the repair, and the observed view agreed. Nora placed one fingertip beside the location line, keeping her hand on the catalog sheet rather than the map. The walking map was stable. Its ordinary field correction was understood. Its intended place in the atlas had been established. The comparison, repair, and catalog note required no further work tonight. She left the record where it rested between the protected map and the atlas. The walking route section remained open beside it. Its plain dividing sheet lay flat and empty beneath the lowered lamp. The map stayed separate, supported by its lower protective sheet, and covered by the clean upper one. The two covered weights held the protection at the outer margins without touching the paper itself. Nora stepped back. There was nothing more to adjust. Rain continued along the broad windows. It had gathered into many narrow paths on the glass. Some drops traveled from the upper panes and joined longer shining lines. Others paused, rounded and clear, before beginning their slow descent. Beyond them, the sheltered harbor held the last gray of the evening. The water was dark but not black. It kept a low reflection beneath the quay roof. Nora looked through the glass without moving closer. The wooden bench remained beneath the shelter along the wall. Its paving seam showed faintly beside one leg. The view was familiar now, though she did not need to compare it with the map again. The pencil mark and the bench had already answered one another. She turned back to the table. The walking map lay flat beneath the clean sheets and weights. Its printed lanes remained readable through the protection. The covered passage crossed toward the water, and the penciled bench stayed clear beside the curved approach. The map remained protected beside the open, still empty walking route section. Nora stood for a moment with her shoulders loose and her hands open at her sides. The close attention required by a broad sheet of paper was no longer needed. She did not need to lift an edge, judge the grain, guide tissue into place, or compare an angle through the rain. The useful work had reached stillness. She walked toward the broad window. Her steps were slower now than when she had carried the supported map from the repair room. The reading room held each footfall briefly and softened it. Rain touched the glass and faded into the next drop. At the window, Nora placed one palm on the stone ledge. The surface beneath her hand was cool. Rain blurred the harbor beyond the pane, but the sheltered edge remained easy to see. The bench stood where the penciled correction had placed it. The small agreement between paper and view had become part of the catalog record. Nora did not think about who had drawn the mark. The record did not say. The map did not say. The pencil had done its practical work and stopped there. It showed that the bench had been observed in its useful position beneath shelter. That was enough. A faint reflection of the reading room table appeared in the glass behind her. The pale rectangle of the protective sheets floated over the darker view. For a moment, the curved lane seemed to approach the real shelter outside. When Nora shifted slightly, the reflection moved away from the bench. Paper and harbor separated again, each remaining where it belonged. Nora let her hand fall from the ledge and returned to the table. The lamp did not need to remain at its full brightness. She lowered the shade by a small degree. The light softened over the protective sheet. The dark ink settled into the warm paper, and the pencil correction grew pale without disappearing. The open atlas piece received the same quiet light. Its empty walking route section no longer seemed to ask for action. The catalog line had made the intended place clear. The protected map could rest beside it until the later approval allowed anything more. Nora left the lamp as it was. She sat on the wooden stool near the table, keeping enough distance that her sleeve could not brush the map, its protection, or the open atlas. The stool gave a little beneath her weight, then became still. She placed both hands in her lap. For a while she watched the window. Rain traveled down the glass. The harbor remained sheltered. The bench remained dry. The map remained beneath its clean protection. The view and the paper rested together without requiring another action. The reading room held the clean smell of paper and the quiet mineral scent of rain. Through the doorway, the repair room gave back a softer scent of blotting paper and folded cloth. The short passage joined the two rooms, carrying the low sound of the weather between them. Nora did not need to cross it yet. The upper protective sheet showed a faint line of reflected light. As the window darkened, the line became easier to see. It crossed above the covered passage on the map and ended near the margin. Nora followed it with her eyes for a moment, then let her gaze soften. The paper beneath did not move. A map could hold several routes without asking anyone to follow them at once. The walking lanes were there. The Quay steps were there. The covered passage was there. The penciled bench was there. They had all come to rest beneath the clean sheet. Nora lowered her eyes to the catalog record. Its edge sat safely between the map and the atlas. The repair was described. The comparison was recorded, and the location line named the section waiting beside it. She did not touch the record again. The arrangement was plain. The protected map lay beside the open walking routes section. The catalog note remained visible without requiring the paper to be disturbed. Nothing needed to be moved before morning. Nora remained on the stool. Her feet rested evenly on the stone floor. Her back leaned slightly forward, then settled. The slow pace of the work had become the slow pace of rest. She did not feel tired in any dramatic way. She felt finished in the simple sense that this evening's task had reached its natural stopping place. The map lay in front of her. She could see the dark line of the quay beneath the protective sheet. At its edge, the steps descended in measured strokes. The curved lane approached the shelter and passed the small penciled bench. The covered passage crossed the drawing and opened toward the water. Those details had been printed, observed, preserved, and recorded. Now they were quiet marks on paper. Nora lifted her gaze to the window again. The real bench remained beyond the rain. Its back was a straight shadow beneath the shelter. Wet paving reflected a little of the window light nearby, while the wooden seats stayed dry. The bench did not need to be named aloud. The map did not need to be explained again. Nora let the two views rest together for one moment, then looked back to the table. The lamp gave enough light for the map's overnight place to remain clear. Nothing was brighter than it needed to be. The sheet looked settled rather than displayed. She rose from the stool. From a comfortable distance, she looked at the protective margins. The clean sheets extended beyond every edge of the map. The two weights held them steadily. The catalog record lay beside the protected sheet, near the empty section where the map might later belong. The pencil correction remained visible. There was room around the walking map. Its repaired edge remained supported. The protective paper kept its surface clear. Nothing pressed upon the inked lanes or the penciled bench. Nora let her hands rest at her sides again. The room no longer asked for the close movements of conservation work. Her fingers did not need the brush, the tissue, or the familiar handle of the bone folder inherited from her former workshop. Those actions had passed. What remained was the easier work of leaving the paper undisturbed. Nora turned toward the repair room. The short passage waited in its familiar position. From the reading room came rain at the broad glass. From the repair room came a softer, enclosed version of the same sound. The folded blue cloth lay at the back of the repair table. Its color had deepened beneath the lower lamp. One fold lay across another, and the cotton tape made a loose pale loop on top. Beside the covered tray, the bone folder caught a narrow line of light. Nora crossed the passage once. She did not inspect the blotter or rearrange the tools. She went directly to the blue cloth and lifted it with both hands. The cloth was light now that it no longer held the roll. Fine creases remained where it had curved around the paper. Nora kept the existing folds, smoothing only the loose edge with her palm. The cotton tape stayed inside the folded cloth, held without being tied. The cloth gave its faint dry rasp against her hands. Nora carried it back through the short passage. There was clear space beside the weighted map. She laid the blue cloth there, outside the protective sheets and away from the atlas. It rested near the map without touching it. The blue cloth had covered the roll at the beginning of the evening. Now it lay folded beside the protected sheet in the reading room. Nora adjusted none of the map's supports. The clean weights remained exactly where they had been placed. The upper sheet stayed smooth. The repaired edge stayed flat. The catalog record remained between the map and the open walking route section. She lowered the reading room lamp by another small degree. The blue cloth deepened in color. Its folds became broad, quiet planes beside the pale protective sheet. The warm gray paper showed between the clean margins, held beneath the weights. The atlas remained open beside it. Its empty section was pale in the lowered light, close enough to show the map's intended place, and separate enough to preserve the boundary already set. Nora returned the short distance to the doorway and looked back. The bone folder could rest beside the covered tray. The blotter could keep the pale shape left by the broad sheet. The remaining weights could stand together at the back of the repair table. There was no reason to make another round. Nora lowered the repair room lamp from the doorway. Its light softened over the bone folder, the covered tray, and the empty blotting paper. Then she turned toward the reading room again. The map was unchanged. Rain reflected across the upper protective sheet. Each shining line appeared, lengthened, and slipped away. The paper beneath stayed steady while the reflections moved above it. Nora watched until her eyes no longer followed any single drop. The harbor changed gently on the glass. The map rested beside the empty atlas section. The folded blue cloth lay beside the weighted map. She walked to the entrance at an easy pace. The ring of 2 keys waited in the shallow dish where she had left it. Nora picked it up, and the keys made one familiar sound before becoming still in her hand. From the entrance, the evening's route lay open behind her. The repair room came first, its table pale beneath the lowered lamp. Beyond the short passage stood the reading room. The open atlas rested beneath its shaded light, and beside its empty walking routes section, the map made a warm gray shape between clean protective sheets. The blue cloth lay folded beside it. Nothing had been lost between the rooms. Nothing in the evening's work had been left uncertain. The short tier was supported. The penciled correction remained clear. The bench had been compared with the mark. The record named the future place of the protected map. Nora lowered the entrance lamp. Stone, wood, paper, and cloth softened together. The covered passage on the map became a pair of fine dark lines beneath the clean sheet. The folded cloth held its deep blue color beside the quiet weights. Nora remained at the entrance for a little while, holding the keys loosely in one hand. Her breathing had the same unhurried pace as her steps. No further handling was needed. The repair had been completed. The comparison had been completed. The catalog note had been completed. The overnight placement was steady and clear. The open atlas could continue to wait. Its walking route section remained empty. Beside it, the protected map rested with its intended location recorded for the later approval. Nora left the rooms as they were. In the reading room, the walking map remained flat beneath clean weights beside the open, still empty walking routes section. The catalog record rested between them, and the penciled bench stayed clear beside the curved lane. The folded blue cloth lay beside the weighted protected map. Rain continued along the glass. The Harbor Chart House. Episode 2, Rain Lines on the Old Quay. Beads of rainwater were gathering along the handrail in the covered passage, each one holding for a moment beneath the warm courtyard lamp, before slipping quietly toward the next. Nora Venn stood just inside the passage and watched 3 of them join. The first trembled against the painted metal. The second widened it. The third gave the little weight of water enough reason to move. And the joined drop slid along the rail until it met a shallow dip and rested there again. Beyond the open side of the passage, rain crossed the sheltered courtyard in fine, slanting lines. It was not heavy rain. There was no force in it, and no hurry. The roof took most of it. What remained touched the paving with a soft, close sound, like fingertips moving over a tabletop. At the nearest corner, water descended from the gutter through a plain iron rain chain, passing link by link before reaching the stones below. Nora drew one slow breath of the cool mineral air. It smelled of wet stone, iron, and the faint dry dust that always seemed to wait inside old buildings, even on rainy evenings. Her body had settled into the pace of the walk from the street. Shoulders loose beneath her coat, hands warm inside her pockets, steps still measured by the damp paving outside. She did not need to quicken them now. The Harbor Chart House had already closed to visitors, and the evening's work was waiting exactly where Jonas Reed had said it would be. The route for the shift was a small one. The long map room opened directly from the covered passage. The passage led to the courtyard. She would need nothing beyond those 3 places until the comparison was done. Even the small kitchen could wait. Nora had brought a flask, and it sat in her work bag with a wrapped piece of bread and cheese, enough for a pause later without widening the evening's path. She wiped the soles of her shoes on the mat and entered the long map room. The room lived up to its name without making a ceremony of it. A single narrow table ran through most of its length, with flat drawers on one side and tall windows on the other. Tonight the windows reflected the shaded lamps within, so that the table appeared twice, once beneath Nora's hands and once floating dimly in the glass. Rain ticked against the panes in a pattern finer than the sound in the courtyard. 3 dated plans of the old Quay lay on the table beneath clear protective sheets. Jonas had arranged them side by side before leaving. He had placed a small folded support beneath one softened corner and set clean weights near the other edges without lowering them yet. Beside the plans was his brief note in blue pencil. 3 courtyard plans, it said. Compare rain channels if weather permits. No marking on originals. That last instruction hardly needed writing, but Nora liked that Jonas wrote such things anyway. His notes did not presume carelessness. They simply left the work in a calm, usable state, the way a good label left a drawer ready to be opened. She removed her coat and hung it from the peg beside the passage door. A few droplets shone on one shoulder. She brushed them away with the back of her hand, not because they mattered, but because the motion completed her arrival. Her work bag went beneath the table. From it she took a soft graphite pencil, a clean eraser, a magnifier in a cloth sleeve, and the bone folder inherited from her former workshop. The folder's surface had been worn smooth long before it came to her. It fitted her hand without asking to be noticed, pale and familiar among the darker tools. She set it beside the weights. The plans were not identical in size. The earliest was drawn on warm cream paper with a slightly uneven lower edge. The second was broader and more formal, with a ruled border. The third had the pale, firm look of a sheet made for municipal copying, though its lines had still been drawn by hand. Each showed the same modest part of the chart house grounds: the covered passage, the courtyard paving, the wall toward the inner quay, and the narrow service edge, where rainwater was directed away from the doors. Their dates were easy to read beneath the protective film. Years separated them, but not so many that the courtyard had become a different place. Nora did not begin comparing the lines yet. First, she walked to the far end of the table and turned on the second shaded lamp. Its light widened across the protective sheets without glare. The plans grew clearer while the room remained gentle around them. Cream paper, ruled border, pale copy sheet. 3 quiet rectangles, each holding an earlier arrangement of the stones outside. She returned to the passage door and looked back. The evening's route now seemed almost like a diagram of itself. The long table lay behind her. The handrail ran beside her. Beyond it waited the small paved courtyard. She would move from paper to stone and back again, no farther. The unfinished task was equally contained. 3 plans had to be aligned, their scales checked, and their rain lines compared with the route taken by water tonight. Nothing needed to be decided before she had looked carefully. Nora stepped into the covered passage once more. Water had continued collecting along the rail. The larger bead in the shallow dip had grown round and clear, reflecting the courtyard lamp as a small amber oval. Under the roof, the flagstones remained mostly dry. Only a darkened margin marked the place where the rain reached inward. She followed the passage at an easy pace, one hand resting lightly above the rail without touching it. The courtyard was sheltered on all sides, open only to the quiet weather above. Stone walls softened the harbor sounds until the water beyond the building was no more than a low breathing presence. Somewhere outside the courtyard, a line tapped mildly against a mast and then was still. Within the walls, the rain chain gave a gentler rhythm. Water touching iron, descending, touching iron again. At the courtyard threshold, Nora stopped. She did not cross the paving yet. That belonged to the first round of the work, after the plans had been made ready. For now, she simply let her eyes adjust to the difference between lamplight and rain-dark stone. The courtyard lamp stood beneath the eave, protected by a shallow hood. Its light spread across the nearest slabs and weakened toward the opposite wall. The stones did not form a single flat surface. Their edges rose and settled by small degrees, enough to guide water, but not enough to trouble a walking foot. Narrow seams made an irregular pattern between them. Near the bottom of the rain chain, the paving was darker. From there, a thread of water moved away across the slabs. At this distance, Nora could see its shine, but not its exact course. It appeared, vanished where the lamp caught the stone differently, and appeared once more nearer the center. That was enough for arrival. Observation could wait until her tools and sheets were in order. She turned back along the passage. The handrail beads were different now. The large one had moved on, leaving a bright track no wider than a pencil line. Smaller drops were already gathering in its place. Nora watched one settle, then continued into the map room. At the table, she rolled up her sleeves and washed her hands at the small basin set into the room's end cabinet. The water from the tap was cool. She dried her hands thoroughly on a clean cotton towel, working around each finger and across both palms. Then she stood for a moment without touching the plans, allowing the last trace of moisture to leave her skin. The repaired walking map from her previous shift was not in this room, yet she knew where it rested. On her way in, she had seen it lying safely in the reading room, beneath its clean protective cover. The small correction at the bench finished and undisturbed. There had been no reason to stop or lift the cover. Its work belonged to that earlier evening. Tonight's sheets waited here. Nora lowered the first pair of clean weights onto the protective sheet above the earliest plan. She did it lightly, one at each sound edge, so the paper beneath remained still without being pressed flat against its nature. The second plan received 2 weights as well. On the third, Jonas had left a slip of archival board beneath one side, supporting a slight wave in the paper. Nora kept the support where it was and placed the weight farther inward. A visible order began to form. Loose protective sheets became steady surfaces. The tools gathered in a line at Nora's right hand. The plans, which had seemed merely adjacent when she entered, now presented their borders clearly beneath the lamps. She picked up the bone folder and used its rounded end only as a pointer above the clear film. She traced the air over the corners of the earliest plan. Passage wall, courtyard wall, quayside boundary, inner doorway. Then she moved to the second and third sheets, finding the same 4 points without yet judging how the lines between them had changed. The bone folder never touched the paper. Its pale tip traveled over the protective layer, pausing above each corner and lifting again. There was pleasure in delaying interpretation until the materials were ready. Nora had learned that most confusion at a work table came from asking a sheet to explain itself too soon. First came orientation, then scale, then comparison. Meaning could arrive after those quieter things had been given room. She set the folder down and leaned close enough to read the scale bar on the first plan. The figures were small but distinct. The second used a different interval. The third returned to something close to the first, though its border allowed more empty space around the drawing. On a clean scrap of paper, Nora wrote only the 3 dates, leaving a broad blank beside each. She would add measurements later. She made no headings about drainage, no arrows, and no early conclusion. Outside, rain moved across the windows in threads. Some drops joined and traveled downward. Others held to the glass, bright in the reflected lamps. Their paths looked purposeful, only because gravity was patient. Nora placed a fresh sheet of tracing film on the unused end of the table. It curled gently from having been stored in a roll. She did not flatten it yet. That transparent sheet was for later, if the comparison proved useful. For the moment, it remained empty, catching the lamplight along its curved edge. She checked the room once more. 3 protected plans lay steady. The scale bars were visible. Graphite and eraser waited beside the blank notes. The bone folder rested near her right hand. Beyond the open door, the covered passage led straight toward the sheltered courtyard, where the rain chain continued its soft, measured descent. Nora drew the stool nearer but did not sit. Her walking pace had left her now. In its place was the slower balance of work. Feet settled, breathing even, attention narrowing comfortably to the table. She looked from the earliest plan to the latest, then toward the rain-dark courtyard beyond the passage. The ordinary task remained unfinished, as it should at the beginning of an evening. 3 old drawings waited to be aligned. 1 present stream waited to be observed. Between them lay only a short covered walk, a few patient tools, and enough rain to make the stones legible. Nora began with the earliest plan. She moved the clean scrap of paper nearer and wrote the plan's date at the top, then added the scale interval beside it. The graphite left a soft gray line, dark enough to read without needing pressure. Beneath that, she made 4 small marks for the corners she had already identified: the covered passage, the courtyard wall, the quayside boundary, and the inner doorway. The protective sheet remained between her hands and the old paper. Whenever she needed to indicate a point, she used the rounded end of the bone folder above the clear surface. The familiar tool moved lightly from one corner to the next, never pressing, never dragging. Its smooth, ivory-colored edge caught the shaded lamp for a moment, each time she lifted it. She laid a narrow strip of clean archival board along the ruled edge of the protective sheet. It was not a ruler and would not be used for measuring. It simply gave her eye a straight line from which to judge the drawing beneath. The earliest plan had been made with a practical hand. Its courtyard was slightly out of square on the page, though the measurements written beside the walls were regular enough. Nora looked from the upper left corner to the lower right, then from the upper right to the lower left. She adjusted the board by the width of a pencil line. One of the clear weights sat a little too close to the border she needed to see. She lifted it with both hands, moved it toward the sound outer margin, and lowered it again. The whole sheet stayed still. That was the first small change of the work. The corners were now visible together, the plan supported but unobstructed. Nothing beneath the protective layer had moved. Only the objects above it had found better places. Nora turned to the second plan. Its ruled border made alignment easier, but its scale bar used broader divisions. She read the figures once, then again through the magnifier. The glass enlarged the fine ink and the soft fibers of the paper beneath it. The line that had appeared perfectly black from standing height proved to be a deep brown, with tiny variations where the pen had passed more slowly. She returned the magnifier to its cloth sleeve before writing. On her scrap, she added the second date and scale interval, leaving space between that entry and the first. The third plan required a different adjustment. Its sheet was wider, and the courtyard occupied a smaller part of the available paper. Nora did not try to make its outer edges match those of the other two. Instead, she chose the inner doorway as a common point. She placed a small square of removable low-tack tape on the protective sheet above that doorway. The tape touched only the modern clear layer. On the other two protective sheets, she placed matching squares over the same architectural point. 3 pale tabs now stood in a row across the table. From the doorway, she found the beginning of the covered passage wall on each plan and added a second set of tabs. The spacing between the tabs differed from sheet to sheet because the drawn scales differed. Yet the paired points gave her a stable way to look across the 3 plans without forcing them into false agreement. She checked the scale bars once more. For the earliest plan, one drawn interval represented a modest distance along the courtyard wall. On the second, the same real distance occupied less paper. On the third, it occupied almost the same length as on the first, though not quite. Nora took a pair of dividers from the shallow tool tray Jonas had left at the end of the table. Their points were capped with soft removable guards so they could be used over the protective sheets without making a mark. She opened them to the first plan's scale interval and held them just above the film. One guarded point rested visually at the beginning of the scale bar. The other came to its end. She lifted the dividers without sliding them and carried that opening to the courtyard wall. One interval, then another, then part of a third. She did not set the points down. The measurement was approximate, enough to orient the later comparison. On her scrap, she drew a short horizontal line beside the earliest date and wrote the represented length beneath it. Then she reset the dividers for the second plan. The hinge gave a quiet, dry resistance. Nora tightened it with her fingertips until the opening held. She checked the scale bar, transferred the interval to her notes, and repeated the process on the third plan. Soon the scrap held 3 small reference lines. They were different lengths on the page, but each represented the same distance in the courtyard. Nora set the dividers back in the tray, with their guards still in place. The plans could now be compared without confusing a difference in drawing scale for a difference in the stones themselves. Rain continued at the windows. Its fine tapping came and went as a breeze shifted above the courtyard walls. Underneath it sounded the steadier descent along the roof chain. A soft touch on one iron link, then another, then the faint patter where the water reached the paving. Nora looked toward the open passage door. Before going outside, she prepared only what she would need for observation. She took a small clipboard and fixed a clean sheet of paper beneath its metal edge. At the top she wrote present route. Under that she drew a plain rectangle to stand for the courtyard, placing the passage along one side and the rain chain near the corner. It was not yet a record. It was only a frame in which a record could be made. She added no waterline. From the drawer beneath the table, she chose a folding rule with clear dark markings. When opened, it would be long enough to estimate the width of several paving stones without touching the stream. She wiped its already clean surface with a dry cloth, folded it again, and slipped it beneath the clipboard clip. The soft graphite pencil went into the narrow groove at the top. Nora considered taking the magnifier, then left it in its sleeve. The courtyard did not need magnifying. It needed an unhurried look from more than one angle. She moved the empty tracing film farther from the edge of the table, so its curl could not catch her sleeve on her return. Two clean weights held its upper corners now. The lower edge still rose in a gentle arc, but the sheet no longer shifted in the draft from the passage. That was another visible change. The transparent film had begun the evening as a loose roll. It now waited as a clear working surface, blank and safely held, ready only after the present route had been seen. Nora checked each protective sheet before leaving the table. The weights were stable. The archival support beneath the third plan remained in place. The low-tack tabs marked only the clear coverings. The lamps cast even light across all three dates. She picked up the clipboard and stepped into the covered passage. The air there felt cooler than it had at her arrival, though the rain itself had not grown heavier. The handrail was beaded from end to end. Drops gathered along its lower edge as well, smaller and more closely spaced than those on top. Nora walked toward the courtyard at the same measured pace she had used before. But this time she continued beyond the threshold. The covered passage opened onto a narrow, dry margin beneath the eave. She stayed there for a few moments, allowing the pattern on the stones to settle into view. Water descended from the roof chain in broken silver lengths. Each link held a little of it, let it pass, and shone briefly after it had gone. At the bottom, the water met a small dark patch in the paving. From that patch, a thin stream moved outward. Nora watched without drawing. The stream did not run in a straight line. It crossed the first stone close to one edge, reached a narrow joint, and followed that joint for a short distance. Then it left the seam and curved over the face of the next slab, where the stone dipped almost too slightly to see. Under the courtyard lamp, the water appeared as a moving line of brightness. Beyond the strongest part of the light, it became a dark thread instead. Farther on, it shone again where it turned toward the grated channel along the wall. The grate was narrow and ordinary, set flush with the surrounding paving. Rain reached it quietly. There was no gathering pool around it, and no troubled sound beneath it. The thin stream simply divided across two small openings and disappeared from the surface. Nora let the route repeat. Water arrived by the chain. It spread at the first stone. It followed the seam. It curved across the next slab. It passed one darker joint and bent toward the grate. The same motion happened again. Never with exactly the same edge, but with the same overall course. Only after she had watched several repetitions did Nora lower the clipboard. On the plain rectangle, she marked the chain with a small circle. She marked the grated channel with two parallel lines. Between them, she placed short strokes for the paving joints she could see from where she stood. She did not draw the stream yet. Instead, she moved 3 slow steps along the dry margin under the eave. From there, the shallow curve across the central slab was easier to see. The surface of that stone tilted in 2 directions, gently away from the passage and slightly toward the wall. The stream responded to both slopes, bending between them. Nora opened the folding rule. She held it above the paving, keeping its end clear of the water and its edges away from the stone. The first slab was a little longer than it had appeared from the threshold. She noted the estimate beside the rectangle. The neighboring slab was narrower. Its seam began near the foot of the chain, but did not continue all the way to the graded channel. She folded one section of the rule and used the shortened length to judge the distance from the stream's curve to the courtyard wall. Again, she kept the tool above the surface. The measurement did not need to be exact to the smallest division. It needed only to help her place the root correctly in relation to the stones. She wrote the estimate. The graphite sounded faintly rough against the paper, close to her hand but nearly lost beneath the rain. Now she drew the present waterline. Beginning at the small circle for the chain, she guided the pencil along the first paving edge. She paused at the seam, changed direction, and made the low curve across the central slab. From there, she carried the line toward the paired marks of the grate. The pencil line was light. If she found on returning that she had placed it poorly, the eraser could remove it without difficulty. Nothing about the field sketch needed to be permanent. Nora looked up and compared the mark with the water. The first section was right. The seam was right. The curve needed to begin a little sooner. She rubbed out less than an inch of graphite, with the clean eraser fixed to the clipboard clip. The pale crumbs rested on the paper. She brushed them into her palm, slipped them into her coat pocket for disposal later, and redrew the curve. The revised line turned sooner and reached the grate at a gentler angle. Nora watched another thread of water travel from chain to channel. Her drawing now followed it closely enough. At the edge of the dry margin, one paving joint formed a useful reference point. It met the passage threshold beneath the third upright of the handrail. Nora added the upright to her sketch and connected it to the joint with a dotted guide. That would allow her to orient the present route against the plans without relying on memory alone. She folded the rule completely and fastened it beneath the clipboard clip again. Then she stood quietly for another minute. There was no need to search the rest of the courtyard. The route was visible from the sheltered edge, and the evening's bounded path did not require more. Rain continued to leave the roof by the same chain and cross the same some few stones. The graded channel received it with the same mild, even sound. Nora turned back toward the long map room. She made only the one courtyard walk. There would be no circling for a second impression, no repeated journey between paper and stone. She had the fixed references she needed. The chain, the threshold, the third handrail upright, the paving joints, and the narrow grate. As she passed along the handrail, a joined drop moved beside her for a short distance. It slipped through a shallow dip in the metal and stopped at the next upright, while Nora continued indoors. The warmth of the map room lamps met her at the door. She placed the clipboard on the empty end of the table, well apart from the protected plans. The folding rule returned to the drawer. The graphite pencil went beside her notes. She brushed one last speck of eraser dust from the field sheet and checked that the paper was dry. Then she stood between the present sketch and the three old plans. The paired low-tack tabs still marked the common doorway and passage wall. The three reference lines on her scrap kept their scales distinct. The clear tracing film waited under its two weights, empty except for the reflection of the shaded lamp. Nora did not begin interpreting the differences. She first rotated the clipboard so that its passage edge faced the same direction as the passages on the plans. The little circle for the roof chain settled near the corresponding courtyard corner. The dotted guide from the third handrail upright gave her a second point of orientation. She placed one final removable tab on the clipboard sheet beside that guide. Across the table, paper and present stone now shared a common direction. The old plans remained untouched beneath their coverings. The field sketch could be erased. The tabs could be lifted. The tracing film could still be returned blank to its roll. Everything she had done was reversible, but the table had changed. What had begun as 3 separate drawings was now an orderly comparison. Corners aligned by reference, scales made legible, and the current rain route resting beside them in a light graphite curve. Nora drew the stool close and sat down. Outside, water passed link by link along the roof chain and bent across the courtyard stones toward the grate. Inside, beneath the quiet lamps, she looked from the earliest plan to the next, and then to the latest, ready to see where each one had placed that same ordinary journey. Nora began with the common doorway. The pale, removable tabs above it formed a quiet line across the 3 protective sheets, and the matching tab on her field sketch gave the present courtyard the same direction. From that doorway she followed the covered passage wall with the rounded end of the bone folder, holding the smooth tip just above the clear film. On the earliest plan, the wall led her eye toward the corner where the rain chain now descended. A small ink mark showed the place where water had been received at ground level. From there, a narrow ruled line crossed the drawn paving. Nora stopped above it. The line was so modest that it had blended at first with the joints between stones. It did not carry a written explanation. There was no arrow and no note in the margin. The person who had drawn the plan had simply included the shallow run among the other practical features of the courtyard. She set the bone folder down and brought her magnifier from its cloth sleeve. Under the glass, the line became easier to distinguish. The paving joints were drawn with a fine, even hand. The drainage line was slightly darker and less regular. It began close to the rain chain corner, traveled diagonally across 2 broad slabs, and met the wall channel farther along than the present stream did. Nora looked at her field sketch. Tonight's water left the first seam sooner. It curved across the central slab and reached the graded channel nearer the middle of the wall. The old line and the present route began in nearly the same place, but they did not end together. She wrote nothing yet. Instead, she moved the magnifier to the second plan. The broader scale made the courtyard smaller on the sheet, though her reference marks kept its orientation clear. Here the drainage run had been drawn as a shallow double line, perhaps to show a narrow-formed channel between the paving stones. It started near the same courtyard corner and passed across a different sequence of joints. Nora followed it with her eye. This second route bent earlier than the first. It reached the wall nearer the position shown on her field sketch, but not quite at the same point. The difference was only the width of part of a paving slab in the real courtyard. On paper, after allowing for scale, it was scarcely more than the space between 2 graphite strokes. She shifted the magnifier to the latest plan. This sheet was the palest and most orderly of the 3. Its stone joints formed a careful pattern of rectangles and softened quadrilaterals. Near the foot of the rain chain, a short line followed one joint, crossed a slab, and then turned toward the graded channel. Nora sat back. The latest route resembled the one she had watched outside. It used the same general bend, yet it entered the grate a little farther toward the Quay side boundary, while the present stream arrived slightly nearer the passage. 4 routes now rested before her, 3 in old ink and 1 in erasable graphite. They did not coincide. The differences were small, but they were consistent enough not to be explained by the different drawing scales. Nora checked that before allowing herself any interpretation. She lifted the dividers from their tray, kept the guarded points above the protective film, and opened them to the reference interval she had drawn for the earliest plan. One interval confirmed the distance from doorway to rain chain corner. A second gave her the approximate width of the central paving. She compared the old drainage line with those fixed measurements, then repeated the process for the second and third plans. The hinge of the dividers moved with its quiet resistance. Open, check, lift. Close slightly, check again. Each transfer remained above the clear covering. The result did not change. The earliest line lay farthest toward the quayside boundary. The second moved inward. The latest returned a little, then ended nearer the present great entry, without matching it. Tonight's graphite route sat nearest the passage side for part of its course, before curving toward the same wall channel. Nora returned the dividers to their tray. She looked not at the water lines now, but at the stones drawn around them. On the earliest plan, 3 long slabs crossed the center of the courtyard. Their joints ran almost continuously from the passage side toward the opposite wall. On the second, those long stones were gone. The paving had been divided into smaller pieces, and one joint met the drainage run at a new angle. The third plan showed another arrangement. A broad central slab appeared there, close in size to the one outside beneath the courtyard lamp. But its narrow neighbor lay on the other side. The seam below the third handrail upright had shifted as well. Nora drew the field sketch closer. Her dotted guide connected that upright to the joint she had observed. On the latest plan, the corresponding joint met the passage threshold a short distance farther along. On the middle plan, it did not meet the threshold at all. It ended against one of the longer stones then in use. The discovery was not simply that the water had wandered. The paving beneath it had changed. Nora rested both hands on the table, away from the protected plans, and let the 4 arrangements settle in her mind. The courtyard stones had been reset over the years. Not all at once, perhaps, and not in the same pattern each time. The plans showed no grand rebuilding. The walls remained where they had been. The covered passage kept its line. The rain chain occupied the same useful corner, and the narrow receiving channel stayed along the same wall. Only the fitted surface between them had been adjusted. A long stone had been replaced by 2 shorter ones. A joint had been turned. The broad slab near the center had appeared, disappeared, or been moved before taking something like its present place. With each arrangement, the shallow route offered to rainwater had shifted by a little. Nora leaned forward again. The earliest drainage line had followed the low edge of one long slab. The second had used a joint introduced by the smaller stones. The latest line crossed the broad central piece, at an angle close to tonight's curve. The water had not failed to obey an intended course. It had simply responded to the surface available in each period. Outside, the roof chain continued its gentle measure. Water touched iron, passed downward, and reached the stones. Nora could hear the faint patter from where she sat, though she could no longer see the stream itself. She did not need another courtyard walk. She had already watched the present route repeat, and the field sketch fixed it to the third upright, the visible seams and the grate. She picked up her graphite pencil. Beside the earliest date on her notes, she wrote long central stones. Run follows lower joint. Beside the second, smaller reset paving. Route turns earlier. Beside the third, broad central slab. Shallow cross slab curve. She paused beside the present entry. Present stones reset again, she wrote. Curve begins nearer passage. Same chain and wall channel. The words were plain and provisional. They described what could be seen without claiming to know who had lifted the stones, exactly when each piece had moved, or what ordinary work had made the resetting useful. Such details were not needed for the comparison. The drawings already supplied enough. Each plan recorded the courtyard as it stood at its own date. Each maker had drawn the rain route appropriate to that arrangement. Tonight's stream supplied a 4th state, equally ordinary and equally temporary in the long life of a paved place. Nora read the 4 notes from top to bottom. The changes formed maintenance history. There was no sign of damage in the comparison. The present water did not gather against a doorway or spread over the dry margin. It traveled cleanly from the roof chain to the grated channel. The earlier routes had done the same work across earlier patterns of stone. What persisted was not a single fixed line. What persisted was the courtyard's quiet habit of carrying rain away from the passage. Nora looked again at the latest plan. Its drainage mark could easily have been mistaken for an imperfect copy of the earlier one. Placed alone, it might have seemed too slight to matter. Beside the other two plans and the field sketch, its value became clearer. It showed one useful moment between arrangements. She turned the magnifier slightly. Lamplight moved across the glass and passed away. At the edge of the third plan, a few paving lines had been strengthened where they met the wall channel. The ink there was no darker in meaning than elsewhere. The draftsperson had probably returned to make the junction legible. Nora could see the separate pen strokes under magnification. She followed them toward the drawn grate. The receiving channel remained in nearly the same position on all three sheets. Its length varied slightly with the plan scale and the amount of detail included, but its relationship to the courtyard wall did not. The rain chain, too, stayed close to its present corner. Those stable points explained why the comparison worked. Between chain and channel, the paving pattern had been free to alter. A mason could lift a settled slab, renew its bed, and return it at a slightly different level. A worn stone could be replaced. Two smaller pieces could occupy the space once held by one longer piece. Each modest act would give water a revised edge to follow. Nora did not imagine the workers or add a history the sheets could not provide. She kept her attention on the visible sequence. Long stones, smaller reset paving, broad central slab, present curve. She placed the magnifier back in its cloth sleeve and laid it beside the bone folder. For a while she listened. The long map room held several layers of rain. Fine drops ticked against the windows. Water descended the chain beyond the passage. At longer intervals, a fuller run passed through the grated channel with a low sound against stone. None of it disturbed the papers beneath their protective sheets. Nora rose from the stool and changed her angle of view. Standing above the table, she could see all four routes more easily. The oldest ran outward before turning. The second bent inward. The third crossed the center at a mild diagonal. Her graphite line took the shallow curve she had watched beneath the lamp. They looked almost like four strands laid loosely between the same 2 points. For the first time that evening, Nora glanced toward the blank tracing film at the unused end of the table. It remained held by 2 clean weights. Its lower edge still rose in a soft, transparent curve. The sheet had not yet received a mark, but now she knew what it needed to hold. Not one corrected route, all 4. The old plans did not contradict one another, and the present stream did not prove any of them wrong. Combining them into a single fixed line would erase the very thing the comparison had revealed. The useful record would preserve each course separately, while keeping the chain, passage, wall, and grated channel aligned. Nora moved the film a hand's breadth nearer. Careful not to bring it over the original sheets, she did not draw on it yet. First, she tested the idea with the bone folder. Holding the rounded tip above the blank film, she traced 4 imaginary lines from one shared starting point to one shared receiving edge. The first traveled outward, the second turned earlier. The third crossed at a mild angle. The fourth curved nearer the passage before settling toward the channel. The transparent surface caught only their motions, not their marks. That would be the next stage of the work, a removable overlay, dated and keyed, recording the changes without asking any original sheet to carry a new line. Nora returned the bone folder to the right of her notes. She checked her interpretation once more against the plans. The paving joints supported it. The scale references supported it. The present sketch, anchored to the third handrail upright, supported it. Nothing required a second visit outside, and nothing remained uncertain about the evening's small question. The shallow drainage line had occupied slightly different positions, because the courtyard stones had been reset over time. Rain had followed each arrangement toward the same ordinary destination. Nora added one final sentence beneath her notes. 4 useful routes across changing paving. She left space below it for the key she would make. Then she arranged the table for the work to follow. The 3 plans stayed beneath their protective sheets, each held by clean weights. Her field sketch remained on the clipboard, dry and erasable. The scale references sat between them. She placed the blank tracing film on a separate clear area, its edge parallel to the passage wall shown on the drawings. Outside, another thin stream crossed the courtyard. Nora could picture its course without leaving her stool. From the iron chain to the first dark seam, over the shallow dip of the broad slab, and onward to the grate. Beneath that present curve rested the remembered positions of other stones, preserved not as a puzzle, but as careful evidence of ordinary upkeep. She drew the graphite pencil toward her and turned the blank film so its smooth working side faced upward. The discovery had become clear enough to use. Nora began by giving the transparent film the same direction as the plans. She lowered its curved edge with one clean weight, then another, until the sheet rested evenly on the clear part of the table. It was not perfectly flat. A faint lift remained near one corner, no more than the memory of the roll in which it had been stored. She placed the smooth side of her bone folder against that corner, and guided it outward with one light pass. The film settled. Under the shaded lamp, its edges were visible only where they gathered a narrow line of brightness. The rest of it seemed almost absent. Nora could see the grain of the table beneath it, and reflected faintly above the windows crossed by rain. She did not place the film over any of the old plans. The protective sheets already gave the originals a safe surface, and there was no reason to add another moving layer above them. Instead, she drew a simple working frame on the film at the same scale as her field sketch. The first graphite mark was the covered passage wall. She made it lightly, using the straight edge of the archival board as a guide. A second line marked the courtyard wall with the grated channel. Between them, she left the open shape of the paving. At the rain chain corner, she added a small circle. Along the receiving wall, she drew 2 narrow parallel strokes for the grate. These were the fixed points, the parts that had remained useful through every arrangement shown on the table. Once they were in place, Nora stopped and checked them against the earliest plan. The doorway tab gave her the first alignment. The passage wall tab gave her the second. She used the guarded dividers to transfer the distance from the doorway to the rain chain corner, lifting the tool between every comparison. The small circle on the film needed to move scarcely at all. Nora erased one edge of it, gathered the crumbs into her palm, and drew the circle again a pencil width nearer the corner. Then she checked the receiving channel. Its position agreed closely enough across all 3 plans to be shown as one shared feature. She wrote no date beside it. The channel belonged to the frame, not to any single route. The earliest water line came first. Nora studied the long central stones shown on the cream paper. With the bone folder held above the protective sheet, she followed the old drainage mark from the chain corner, along the low joint, and outward toward the Quay side boundary. She noted where it crossed an imaginary line drawn from the doorway. Then she looked back to the transparent film. Her pencil moved from the small circle across the open courtyard shape. The line traveled farther outward than tonight's stream. It passed the position of the long slab edge, and then turned gradually toward the grate. Nora kept the graphite pale. The purpose was to preserve a route, not to imitate the darkness of the old ink. When the line reached the receiving wall, she lifted the pencil. One route now crossed the film. It looked solitary there, a shallow diagonal between the 2 stable points. Nora compared it once more with the earliest plan. The beginning was right. The middle needed to hold its outward course a little longer. She erased only that section. The film released the graphite cleanly. After Nora brushed away the eraser crumbs, no gray shadow remained. She redrew the middle with a quieter bend and checked it again. This time, the relation to the long-time paving stones was clear. On her notes, beside the earliest date, she made a short, straight sample of the same graphite line. That would become the key later. For now, it simply ensured that the first route and its date remained paired. The second plan required a different curve. Its smaller reset stones offered the water an earlier turn. Nora located the relevant joint through the magnifier, returned the glass to its sleeve, and transferred two measured positions with the guarded dividers. One marked the place where the route left the first paving edge. The other marked its approach to the wall channel. She placed two tiny graphite dots on the film. They were working points, light enough to disappear beneath the finished line. From the chain circle she drew toward the first, then allowed the pencil to bend inward through the second and continue to the grate. The second route lay near the first at its beginning. Then the two separated. The earliest line traveled outward while the later one turned sooner across the rearranged stones. Nora sat back and looked at them together. They did not suggest that one drawing corrected the other. Their difference was too gentle for that. They showed two surfaces, doing the same work in slightly altered ways. She added a second line sample beside the second date in her notes. To distinguish it from the first, she broke the sample into short, even dashes. On the overlay, she carefully lifted every other small section of the second route with the narrow corner of the eraser. The result was a dashed line, quiet but clearly separate from the continuous route beside it. The action took time. Erase a short space. Brush away the crumbs. Leave an equal length of graphite. Turn the film slightly beneath the lamp and continue. Rain made an easy rhythm for it. Fine drops touched the windows. The roof chain answered at a slower pace. Nora worked between those sounds, shortening one graphite section after another until the dashed route reached the grate. She inspected the film from standing height. The two lines could be followed without strain. Where they crossed, the unbroken route remained visible beneath the open spaces of the dashed one. Neither had been made so dark that it dominated. The latest old plan came next. Its broad central slab was close to the present arrangement, but its narrow neighboring stone lay differently. Nora used the passage threshold and the wall channel as references, then marked the old route's shallow crossing of the central area. For this third line, she chose a pattern of a long stroke followed by a single small gap. She first drew the whole route in a light, continuous motion. It left the chain corner, followed a joint briefly, crossed the broad slab, and turned toward the receiving wall. Then, as before, she used the eraser to open the pattern. Long stroke, small gap, long stroke, small gap. The marks were simple enough to copy into the key, and distinct enough to remain legible where the roots drew close. Nora paused at the middle of the courtyard frame. All three old lines now passed through that area. The earliest lay farthest outward. The second turned inward sooner. The latest crossed between them at a mild angle. Because the graphite was pale and the patterns differed, the center did not become tangled. She held the film by two edges and raised it a little from the table. The lamplight passed through it. Without the grain of the tabletop beneath, the roots became clearer. Three fine gray courses floated between the shared chain and the shared channel. Nora lowered the film again, keeping its lower edge aligned with the archival board. The fourth route waited on the clipboard. Her field sketch showed the present stream beginning close to the passage side, leaving the first seam, and curving over the shallow dip of the broad slab. The dotted guide to the third handrail upright fixed its position. She had watched that line repeat enough times to know where the sketch was exact. and where it was approximate. She moved the clipboard beside the film. Unlike the roots copied from old ink, the present one belonged to moving water. Its smallest edges altered from moment to moment, widening along a joint and narrowing as it crossed the stone. Nora did not try to preserve those passing variations. She recorded the steady course underneath them. She measured from the passage wall to the dotted guide on the sketch and transferred that distance to the film. She checked the position of the first seam. Then she added the point at which the water began its curve toward the grate. For the present route, Nora used a fine line made of closely spaced dots. She touched the pencil to the film and lifted it. Moved a little, touched and lifted again. The dots crossed the first section near the passage, followed the seam, and entered the central slab. There they formed the same small curve she had redrawn outside. The line then approached the grated channel nearer the middle of the wall. Dot by dot, the present rain joined the three earlier routes. Nora finished at the grate and rested the pencil beside the eraser. The practical consequence of the evening's discovery was now visible. If she had assumed that one of the old plans was inaccurate, she might have made a single corrected line and left the differences unexplained. Instead, the film held all four arrangements. The changed paving remained legible in the changed courses of water, while the old sheets carried nothing new at all. Nora drew the overlay nearer and began its key. In the open lower corner, she copied the four line styles in a neat vertical row. Beside the unbroken line, she wrote the earliest date. Beside the even dashes, she wrote the second. The long strokes with small gaps received the third date. Beside the dotted line, she wrote present observation. Below the key, she added a short description. Rain route across reset courtyard paving. She considered the words, then left them as they were. They said enough. The overlay did not need a theory of the courtyard or a full account of every stone. It needed to tell another reader why four lines appeared between one chain and one channel. At the lower edge, she added the evening's date in smaller graphite. The writing remained erasable. The whole sheet remained removable. Nothing about the record required the plans to be altered or permanently joined. Nora used the bone folder as a pointer once more. She began at the rain chain circle and followed the continuous line. It took the oldest outward course. She returned to the circle and followed the dashed line through the earlier turn. The long stroke route crossed the broad slab. The dotted present route stayed nearer the passage before curving toward the same grate. Four useful routes across changing paving. The sentence from her notes had become a drawing. She checked the overlay against each source in turn. For the earliest plan, she confirmed the long stones and the outward run. For the second, she checked the smaller paving and earlier bend. For the third, she matched the cross slab angle. Finally, she placed the field sketch beside the transparent frame and followed the dotted route from the third handrail upright to the receiving channel. One of the present dots sat slightly too far toward the wall. Nora removed it with the point of the clean eraser and placed it again. The adjustment was tiny, but afterward the curve felt easier. It followed the stone rather than cutting across it. She made no other changes. The scale references still agreed. The fixed walls held their positions. The differences between the routes could be seen without exaggeration. Nora set the guarded dividers back into the tool tray. She returned the magnifier to its sleeve and folded the archival board away from the working edge. The bone folder stayed beside her hand, its inherited surface pale against the table. The overlay was not yet ready to leave the room. Its graphite needed a little time to rest undisturbed, and Nora still had to remove the temporary tabs from the protective sheets and return the plans to the orderly state in which Jonas had left them. The comparison itself, however, had taken its useful form. The next stage would narrow the work. Check the key once more. Place the transparent sheet safely in a labeled sleeve, and carry that sleeve along the familiar way to the reading room. She would carry only the overlay. The 3 original plans would remain here in the long map room, protected and supported. The walking map already resting in the reading room would remain beneath its own clean cover. Nothing from that earlier task needed reopening. Nora placed 2 clean weights beyond the drawn frame, where they could hold the film without touching graphite. The transparent sheet lay quietly between them. Through it she could see the tabletop, the faint reflection of the lamp, and 4 gray roots sharing a beginning and an end. Outside, water descended the iron chain. It crossed the present stones by the dotted course, though no eye needed to follow it just then. The plans had supplied their 3 earlier lines. Nora's observation had supplied the 4th. Together they recorded not a correction, but a succession of ordinary, useful surfaces. She turned her notes so the 4 dated entries faced the overlay and left the pencil across the blank space below them. The room had grown softer around the finished drawing. Rain still touched the windows. The covered passage waited beyond the open door. On the table, the removable film held the courtyard's changing rain lines, without asking any old sheet to change with them. Nora let the graphite rest beneath the shaded lamp, ready for its sleeve and the short return path to the reading room. Nora left the transparent overlay beneath the 2 clean weights while she returned the 3 old plans to order. The graphite on the film had already lost the slight shine it held when first laid down. 4 roots crossed the clear courtyard frame, one continuous, one evenly dashed, one broken by smaller gaps, and one made from close, patient dots. Each began at the small circle of the rain chain. Each reached the narrow double line of the graded channel. The differences remained visible without becoming busy. Nora read the key once from top to bottom. The 3 plan dates stood beside their line samples. Present observations stood beside the dotted route. Below them the description remained plain and sufficient. Rain route across reset courtyard paving. She compared that wording with her notes and made no change. The overlay would be useful because it allowed the plans to agree in the right way. They did not agree on the exact position of the shallow run, because the stones beneath the water had not stayed in the same arrangement. They agreed on the purpose of the courtyard surface. Rain descended at the same corner, found the low course available to it, and traveled toward the same receiving channel. The comparison had answered its question. Nora did not need to choose a correct line from among the 4. The useful record was their succession. She moved first to the latest plan. 2 pale removable tabs marked the common doorway and the beginning of the passage wall on its protective sheet. Nora lifted the corner of the first tab with a fingernail and peeled it back slowly, keeping her other hand away from the old paper beneath. The tab released without resistance. She placed it on the scrap reserved for used temporary materials, then removed the second in the same way. The clear protective sheet showed no trace of adhesive. Beneath it, the pale plan remained exactly as it had been, its broad central slab and shallow drainage mark unchanged. On the second plan, Nora removed the matching pair of tabs. The smaller reset paving became an uninterrupted drawing again. She lifted one clear weight, checked that the protective layer still lay evenly, and lowered the weight nearer the sound outer margin. The earliest plan came last. Its cream paper rested quietly beneath the film, the long central stones extending across the courtyard as they had throughout the evening. Nora removed the doorway tab and then the passage wall tab. The old drainage line, slightly darker than the paving joints around it, returned to being one modest feature among walls, measurements, and stone edges. She set the used tabs together. Nothing remained attached to the coverings. No graphite had crossed the clear layers. No weight pressed a softened edge. The folded support beneath the third plan was still where Jonas had placed it, and the slight natural waves in the sheets had not been forced flat. Nora gathered the guarded dividers and returned them to the shallow tool tray. The magnifier, already inside its cloth sleeve, went beside them. She folded the clean archival board and placed it in the drawer with the rule. Her field sketch remained on the clipboard. The light graphite line crossed its simple rectangle from the roof chain circle to the grate. A dotted guide still connected the paving joint to the third handrail upright. Nora looked at it once more, then wrote overlay prepared beneath the sketch, followed by the evening's date. The field sheet was not part of the reading room material. It was a working observation, useful for showing how the present dotted route had been placed. She unclipped it, laid it beside her comparison notes, and placed both in the temporary work folder Jonas had left at the end of the table. The folders stayed in the long map room with the plans. Only the overlay would travel. Nora turned toward the transparent film. Before lifting the weights, she angled the shaded lamp slightly, so the light fell across rather than directly onto its surface. The graphite lines became clearer. She followed each route without touching it. The earliest continuous line held its outward course beside the long paving stones. The dashed route turned sooner through the smaller reset pattern. The third route crossed the broad slab in longer broken strokes. The dotted present route began nearer the passage, followed the first seam, and made its shallow curve toward the grate. At the center, the four courses approached and separated without losing their identities. At the wall, they settled into the same narrow channel. Nora checked the labels against the three plans one final time. Earliest date, second date, latest date, present observation. The order was right. The shared frame was correctly oriented. The passage wall, chain corner, and receiving channel held the comparison steady. She drew an empty archival sleeve from the supply drawer. It was slightly larger than the tracing film and open along one short edge. Its surface was clear, though less perfectly transparent than the overlay itself. A narrow paper strip ran along one side for a label. Nora placed the sleeve on the table beside the film. With her graphite pencil, she wrote on the paper strip before inserting anything. Courtyard rain routes, 3 plans and present observation. Beneath that, she added the 3 plan dates in order, followed by the evening's date. The writing was compact but unhurried. She left a small space at the end of the strip where Jonas could add a catalog reference in blue pencil, if he wished. The sleeve did not claim to contain the plans. Its label made clear that it held a comparison drawn from them. Nora let the pencil rest. Then she removed the lower clean weight from the overlay and set it aside. The film lifted slightly at the released corner, retaining a soft curve from its former roll. She moved the empty sleeve closer before removing the second weight. With both hands, she raised the overlay by its blank outer margins. The graphite frame remained untouched. The clear sheet bowed gently between her hands, and the 4 lines seemed for a moment to float against the darkened windows beyond the table. She lowered one short edge into the sleeve. The film entered without catching. Nora guided it forward a little at a time, supporting the free portion with one hand, while the other kept the sleeve open. When only a narrow margin remained outside, she used the broad, smooth side of the bone folder against the sleeve's exterior to guide the last corner inward. The inherited tool never touched the graphite. The overlay settled fully inside. Nora withdrew the bone folder and looked through the sleeve. Its surface softened the pencil mark slightly, but every pattern remained legible. The label strip sat beyond the drawn courtyard frame and covered none of the key. She closed the sleeve's plain protective flap. It did not fasten with adhesive. The fold alone held it in place and could be opened whenever the overlay needed to be examined. The loose, transparent film had become a contained reading copy. Nora placed the sleeved overlay on the clear end of the table and laid one clean weight outside the drawn area while she finished putting away her tools. The graphite pencil returned to her work bag. The clean eraser went into its small paper wrapper so that no remaining crumb could scatter. Last of all, she picked up the bone folder. Its pale surface was warm from her hand. She wiped it once with a dry cotton cloth and slipped it into the narrow compartment of her bag. The evening had required no pressure from it, only pointing, guiding, and one light pass across the curled film. Those were familiar uses, quiet extensions of the work she had learned in her former workshop. Nora closed the tool tray. The 3 plans remained beneath their protective sheets, aligned no longer by temporary tabs but still arranged in their dated order. The work folder held her field sketch and notes. The empty portion of the table had widened again. She turned off the farther shaded lamp. The reflected table disappeared from one of the dark windows. Rain remained there instead, drawing fine paths down the glass. The sleeve was the only thing still waiting to move. Nora lifted the clean weight and returned it to the table edge. She picked up the sleeve with both hands, holding it level. It was light enough that the motion required almost no adjustment in her shoulders. Inside, the transparent film remained flat, the graphite roots visible through the cover. She left her work bag beneath the table. The reading room was only a short carrying distance away, and she would return once to collect the bag before settling the map room for the night. At the passage door, she paused. The rain had continued without changing its character. Water gathered along the handrail and passed through the shallow dips in joined drops. Beyond it, the roof chain shone beneath the courtyard lamp. The thin stream on the paving appeared and disappeared as it crossed areas of stronger and weaker light. Nora carried the sleeve along the covered passage. She did not step into the courtyard again. There was nothing there that needed confirming. From the sheltered path, she could see the beginning of the present route near the chain, and the final turn toward the grated channel. The central curve lay partly beyond the best of the light, but she knew its relation to the broad slab now. The dotted line inside the sleeve recorded it without pretending to capture every moving edge. At the midpoint of the passage, Nora slowed beside the third handrail upright. Below it, the paving joint used in her field sketch met the threshold. Rain had darkened the stones beyond the dry margin, making the seam clear for a few feet before the surface reflection softened it. She did not stop to measure. The reference had done its work. It could return to being part of the ordinary passage, one upright among the others, one joint among many, useful to anyone walking there, whether or not they noticed it. A bead of water traveled along the rail beside Nora's left hand. It reached the upright and divided, one part descending the metal, the other remaining round on its upper edge. Nora continued toward the reading room. The route narrowed away from the open courtyard. The close sound of rain on stone gave way to its softer sound against the windows. Lamplight from the reading room lay across the floor ahead, warm and still. She entered without switching on anything new. The repaired walking map from her previous shift rested beneath its clean protective cover on the broad reading table. Its earlier bench correction remained safely closed within that finished piece of work. Nora did not lift the cover or draw it aside. At the opposite end of the table, the reading room atlas waited in its usual place. It was still empty. Nothing had been placed into its binding or fixed among its leaves. The evening's overlay had been prepared and approved as a useful reading room record, but binding belonged to later work. For now, the labeled sleeve was the right resting state, protected, separate, and available without changing either the original plans or the atlas. Nora lowered the sleeve onto a clean sheet of archival board beside the atlas. She aligned its label toward the reader's side of the table. The paper strip could be read, without turning the sleeve, and the 4 roots showed faintly through the clear cover behind it. The walking map remained under its own protection. The new overlay rested beside the empty atlas. The 2 pieces did not need to be joined or compared. One carried a familiar route on foot. The other carried the changing route of rain across the courtyard stones. Each had come from a different evening and answered a different ordinary question. Nora placed a light cover sheet over the sleeve, leaving the label strip visible. The cover kept dust from its surface without concealing what it was. She added no note beyond the label already there. There was no need to leave a question for Jonas. If he opened the sleeve, he would find the 4-line key. If he looked at the working folder in the long map room, he would find the plan references and the present field sketch. The relation between them was direct and complete enough for another person to follow. Visitors might later use the overlay to understand why old plans showed the courtyard's drainage line in slightly different places. They would not need to imagine damage, error, or hidden construction. They could see that the stones had been reset through ordinary maintenance, and that the water had adjusted its course each time. The courtyard had been cared for by keeping it useful. That was why these modest plans deserved to remain together in the catalog. They preserved not only the official edges of walls and passages, but the small practical arrangements by which people continued to use the harbor buildings in rain. Nora rested one hand on the table's edge. The conclusion did not make the room feel larger. It made the evening smaller in a pleasant way. 3 old sheets had supplied 3 rain lines. The courtyard had supplied a 4th. The overlay held them together, and the originals remained untouched. She turned back toward the covered passage. Only her workbag remained to be collected from the long map room. The sleeve needed no further movement tonight. It lay level on the archival board beside the empty atlas, its label visible beneath the edge of the cover sheet. Nora walked the familiar passage without looking for anything new. Rain descended the chain beyond the handrail. Water crossed the paving toward the grate. The long map room waited, with one shaded lamp still burning above the protected plans. She would put away the last weight, take up her bag, and leave the table quiet for the night. Behind her in the reading room, the transparent overlay rested safely in its labeled sleeve, ready for the next careful stage of the atlas, and requiring nothing more from the rain. Nora returned along the covered passage at an easy pace. She carried nothing now. The labeled sleeve remained in the reading room, level on its archival board beside the empty atlas. The repaired walking map rested under its own clean cover. Both pieces were safe, and neither needed another touch tonight. Rain continued beyond the handrail. The drops along its upper edge had grown close together. Some stayed round and still. Others joined and moved through the shallow dips in the painted metal, leaving narrow, bright tracks behind them. Beneath the eave, the passage stones remained mostly dry. Only the outer margin held the darker color of rain. Nora passed the 3rd handrail upright without stopping. The joint below it was only a joint again. It met the threshold and continued across the paving until reflection softened its edge. She had used it to place the present route on the field sketch. The dotted route now rested inside the transparent overlay. Nothing more needed to be measured. At the open door of the long map room, the remaining shaded lamp cast a quiet rectangle across the passage floor. Nora stepped inside. The room had changed very little since she had carried the sleeve away. The 3 old Quay plans still lay in dated order beneath their clear protective sheets. Clean weights held the sound margins. The folded support remained beneath the softened corner of the 3rd sheet. Her field sketch and comparison notes rested together in the temporary work folder at the end of the table. The transparent film was no longer there. Its absence left a clear space in the lamplight. Earlier, that space had held a curling blank sheet, then 4 graphite roots, then the labeled sleeve. Now the grain of the tabletop showed through without interruption. Nora stood beside the empty place for a moment. Her body had settled further since the beginning of the shift. The careful attention in her shoulders had eased. Her hands no longer held the slight readiness of measuring. The evening's useful choice had already been made, checked, and carried to its resting place. Only established actions remained. She moved the clean weight that had held the sleeve back to the table edge, where the other unused weights stood. She placed it beside them rather than stacking it. Each clear block caught a softened part of the lamp and held it without sparkle. The used removable tabs rested together on their scrap. Nora folded the scrap once around them. She did not sort them or try to use them again. Their small work of alignment was over. The 3 plans needed no further arrangement. She looked across them from earliest to latest. The cream sheet showed its long central stones. The second plan held the smaller paving pattern. The third showed the broad central slab. Their drainage marks remained separate, each belonging to the courtyard surface recorded on its own date. No added line crossed the old paper. No note rested on a protective sheet. Nora did not trace the roots again with the bone folder. The tool was already clean and returned to her work bag. Its familiar shape waited in the narrow compartment where she kept it, ready for another evening, without requiring one more gesture from this one. She closed the temporary work folder over the field sketch and notes. The cover came down lightly. Inside it, the present route remained a pale graphite curve between the circle for the rain chain and the paired lines for the grate. The dated comparisons lay beneath it. Jonas would be able to read them in the map room if he wished. But there was no instruction waiting for him, and no uncertainty asking to be resolved. Nora slid the closed folder a little farther from the protected plans. It remained on the same table, within easy reach, its edge square with the wood. That small movement was enough. The working papers had become quiet beside the source sheets. Rain touched the windows. With the farther lamp already off, the glass no longer held a complete reflection of the long table. It showed only the remaining shaded light near Nora, a dim shape of her sleeve, and fine drops traveling downward through the darkness outside. She watched one drop meet another. The joined water widened, paused, and continued toward the lower frame. A second line followed nearby, taking a different course over the glass. Both slipped out of sight without sound enough to separate from the rain around them. Nora lowered the remaining lamp a little by turning its shade toward the table. The light narrowed across the plans. Their edges stayed visible, but the room beyond them softened. The protective sheets reflected only a low band now, and the clear weights became almost colorless. She checked the folded support beneath the third plan once more from where she stood. It had not shifted. The paper above it held the same gentle wave it had held when she arrived. There was no reason to flatten it, no reason to lift the sheet, and no reason to improve an arrangement already doing its work. Nora bent and took her bag from beneath the table. The flask inside gave a muted weight against the wrapped bread and cheese. She had not needed to widen the evening's route for a pause in the kitchen. The small meal could go home with her. Nothing about the shift required another room. She set the bag on the stool while she drew down her sleeves. The fabric passed over her wrists with a soft brushing sound. She smoothed one cuff and then the other. Her graphite pencil, eraser, magnifier, and bone folder were already put away. The guarded dividers rested in their tray. The folding rule and archival board had returned to the drawer. The table held only what belonged there for the night. 3 protected plans, the closed work folder, the clear weights, the shaded lamp. Nora stood at the end of the table and let her gaze travel once along its length. This was not another inspection of the comparison. She did not count dates or check scales. She simply allowed the ordered surface to become familiar before the light went out. The earliest plan lay nearest. The second followed. The latest rested beyond it with its folded support. Their different paving lines were quiet under the clear sheets. Rain was no longer something to interpret from them. It had become sound at the windows and water in the courtyard, repeating without asking to be recorded again. Nora lifted her bag from the stool. Then she turned off the shaded lamp. The long map room did not become wholly dark. Warm light from the covered passage entered through the open door, enough to show the near edge of the table and the pale rectangles beneath their covers. The windows changed at once. Their faint interior reflections disappeared, leaving only rain-dark glass. Nora waited until her eyes settled. The plans remained where they had been. She did not walk the room from end to end. There was no need for a last circuit. The work had occupied one table, and the table was already in order. She stepped into the passage and left the map room behind her. The courtyard lamp gave the handrail a narrow amber edge. Water beads caught that edge one by one. Farther out, the rain chain hung in broken brightness, each iron link appearing when water passed over it and fading when the flow thinned. Nora put on her coat beneath the covered roof. The shoulder she had brushed dry on arrival was dry now. She settled the coat around herself and lifted the strap of the bag into a comfortable place. The passage air was cool enough to feel clear against her face. It carried the smell of wet stone and iron. The faint, dry scent of the map room remained behind her, mixed for a moment with the rain before the open courtyard air took its place. She did not enter the courtyard. From the sheltered side, she watched the water leave the bottom of the chain. It touched the first stone and spread into a small, dark shape. A narrow part of that shape found the seam. The stream followed it briefly, then left the joint and moved across the broad slab. The courtyard lamp did not illuminate the whole route at once. Near the chain, the water shone. Across the middle, it became a darker line within dark stone. Near the grated channel, it caught the light again. Nora knew the curve between those brighter sections. She had watched it, sketched it, corrected it, and placed it on the overlay as a line of close graphite dots. Now she allowed the paper version to remain in the reading room and the water version to remain outside. Neither needed the other in order to continue. A fuller run descended the roof chain. The links gave a mild, uneven rhythm as the water passed from one to the next. At the bottom, the stream widened for a breath, then returned to its usual narrow course. It curved over the same slight dip in the stone and reached the grate without gathering. The sound at the channel was low and steady. Nora rested one hand lightly on the passage rail, choosing a dry place beneath the eave. The painted metal felt cool through her palm. A line of beads lay farther along, beyond her hand. She remained still while one bead joined another. Their combined weight drew them through the nearest dip. They moved a short distance, slowed beside an upright, and divided. One part traveled down the side of the rail. The other stayed above, round again beneath the lamp. The evening had begun with the same small motion. Then it had been an opening, water making the passage and courtyard ready to observe. Now it asked for no attention beyond the comfort of seeing it repeat. Nora lifted her hand. A faint, dry warmth remained in her palm for a moment where the rail had been sheltered. She tucked that hand into her coat pocket and continued a few steps along the passage. She did not return to the reading room. The labeled sleeve was already resting there, with its strip turned toward the reader's side of the table. The light cover sheet protected it, while leaving the label visible. The empty atlas beside it remained empty, as it should. The overlay had been approved as a useful reading room record, but it had not been bound or fixed into anything. That later work was not part of this night. The repaired walking map also remained under its cover. Its completed bench correction belonged to the previous shift and had not been reopened. The reading room held both safe pieces without asking Nora to compare them. Her path stayed in the passage. Behind her, the long map room had gone quiet around the 3 original plans. Ahead of her, the covered way continued beside the rain. The courtyard occupied the open side, contained by its familiar stone walls. Harbor sounds arrived only in softened fragments. Water beyond the chart house made a low, even presence. Once, a line outside the courtyard tapped gently against a mast. The sound did not repeat. Rain filled the space afterward, close on stone and finer on the hidden panes. Nora slowed near the courtyard threshold. She had stood there on arrival without crossing. Later, she had gone as far as the dry margin to draw the present route. Now she stayed beneath the roof again. The paving stones were darkest near the rain chain. Their edges grew clearer where the lamp skimmed them. The broad central slab showed no sharp boundary of wetness because the rain had settled evenly across its surface. Only moving water separated itself. A thin thread came from the chain. It followed the first edge. It bent across the stone. It passed toward the grated channel. The course was never held in perfect stillness. A little more water broadened it. A little less narrowed it. One edge wandered by the width of a bright reflection and returned. The overall curve remained. Nora breathed in slowly. The wet mineral scent of the courtyard had deepened as the stone cooled. Iron from the chain added a faint, clean sharpness. No paper smell reached this far now. The workroom and its protected plans seemed settled within the building, close but no longer active. She breathed out. Her shoulders lowered with the breath. Nothing had been lost by putting the comparison away. The 4 roots were contained in the sleeve. The 3 old ones remained visible through their different graphite patterns. The present one remained dotted and plain. Their common beginning and common receiving channel held the overlay together. Outside the sleeve, rain continued to choose only the surface before it. Nora took another slow step. The lamp's light fell across the passage floor in a softened band. Her shoes made almost no sound on the dry stones. She could hear the quiet shift of her bag at her side. Then even that became still when she stopped again near the handrail. A row of new beads had gathered there. They reflected the lamp as small amber points. Some were clear at their edges. Others held a dark image of the courtyard wall. Each changed slowly as more rain touched the rail. Nora did not follow any one drop for long. Her attention had widened from the exact work of the table. The rail, the chain, the stones, and the low channel could remain separate things again. She no longer needed to bring them into alignment. The building held the evening in simple layers. Protected paper rested in the long map room. The transparent overlay rested in the reading room. Rain rested briefly on the rail before moving on. Water crossed the courtyard. Nora stood beneath the passage roof, warm in her coat, with her bag already packed. There was no more dialogue in the rooms. Jonas's blue pencil note had done its work at the beginning of the shift and remained with the practical materials of the table. Nora had answered it through the overlay rather than with another message. 3 courtyard plans had been compared. The present route had been observed once. All 4 courses had been recorded without altering the originals. The sleeve had been labeled and carried to its proper resting place. The evening's task was complete. Nora let that completion remain small. It did not change the courtyard. It did not make the rain more orderly than it had been. It simply preserved the ordinary reason that 4 drawings could differ. Stones had been reset through years of care, and water had taken the useful line each surface offered. The rain chain gave another soft sequence of touches. Iron link, stone. The stream below brightened, narrowed, and curved away. Nora began to move toward the sheltered end of the passage, keeping the same unhurried pace. She did not look back into the map room. She did not step toward the reading room table. Both places were stable behind their walls and doors, ready for morning without another adjustment. At the end of the passage, she paused and turned only toward the courtyard. The lamp remained warm beneath its hood. Below it, the paving held a quiet shine. The grated channel received the water with no more sound than before. Along the handrail, another pair of beads joined and slipped through a shallow dip. Nora watched the courtyard stream repeat once more. From the foot of the roof chain, it crossed the first stone, found the seam, and entered the broad slab. There it made the same small curve she had seen throughout the evening. It faded briefly in the weaker light, returned as a thin silver line, and reached the grate. Then another thread followed. The chart house rested around that gentle movement. The plans lay protected. The graphite lay covered. The passage remained dry beneath its roof. And under the courtyard lamp, water repeated the same small curve across the stones. The Harbor Chart House. Episode 3, The Green Thread Folders. The folded linen made a dry, quiet whisper as Nora Venn lifted the shallow box from its shelf in the print cupboard. It was not quite the sound of paper. Paper usually answered movement with a light crackle or a clean sliding breath. This was softer and heavier, a layered sound made by cloth resting against cloth, with old printed sheets folded between. When Nora drew the box toward her, the contents settled by a fraction, and the whisper passed from one end to the other like a hand smoothing a coverlet. She held the box level against her palms. The cupboard shelf was just below shoulder height, high enough that she had lifted carefully, but not so high that the weight surprised her. Even so, she waited for a moment before turning. Her elbows remained close to her sides. Her shoulders lowered again. The shallow wooden box was broad rather than deep, and the fairy charts inside gave it the steady, spread-out weight of something meant to be carried with both hands. Behind her, the narrow print cupboard opened into the long map room. Beyond that lay the repair room, where the central work table had already been cleared for the evening. The route was simple. From the shelf, through the cupboard doorway, along the near side of the map room, and into the repair room. Later, the sorted charts would return by the same path. Nora had no reason to go farther into the building tonight. The model room would remain closed. The window gallery was not part of this shift. Even the small kitchen, where she had left a mug beside the sink, could wait until she had set the box down. She turned with the careful, economical pace of someone who knew that carrying flat things was easiest when nothing was hurried. The print cupboard smelled faintly of pasteboard, cotton tape, and the dry mineral coolness of the stone wall behind its shelves. Its cabinets were painted a soft gray that had worn smooth around the brass label holders. Some drawers held printed notices and spare catalog slips. Others contained rolled duplicates, tide tables, and packets of maps made for public handling. The shallow boxes occupied the middle shelves, where a person could reach them without stretching too far or bending too low. This one bore a blue pencil label in Jonas Reed's compact handwriting. Fairy charts, cloth and paper, mixed. Below that, in smaller letters, he had added, "Sort when there is a clear table." The instruction was ordinary and exact. It did not ask Nora to repair everything, or even to decide the future of every chart in the box. The unfinished task was simply to separate the different kinds of copies, put them into a useful order, and identify which cloth-backed charts were ready for folders, and which required further preparation. Nora carried the box into the long map room. The room had changed since her first evening in the chart house. The long table no longer felt like a landmark she needed in order to understand the building. It had become what it was, a broad working surface between one room and another. Along one side, the drawers of flat maps rested in their familiar ranks. Along the other, tall windows looked toward the inner harbor. The blue cloth walking map she had repaired on her first shift was no longer on the long table. It had been approved and placed where it could be used without strain. The transparent rain overlay from her second evening was also resting in its proper sleeve, ready to be laid over the harbor plans when needed. Both pieces had moved beyond the uncertain stage of work. Nora did not need to check them. Their finished state belonged to the house now. She passed through the room without stopping. Outside the windows, the evening had reached the harbor gradually. The stone of the inner quay still held some of the day's pale color, but the water had deepened towards slate blue. Across it, the ferry lights had begun their regular pattern. A low white light moved along the short route, paused where the landing stood beyond the edge of the window frame, and later returned. Farther out, another pair of lights crossed at a measured distance. There was no need to follow either one. The routes would appear again in printed color inside the box. Nora entered the repair room and set the shallow box on the cleared central table. She lowered it in stages, allowing the near edge to touch first, then easing the rest down until the whole wooden base rested flat. The linen inside answered with another soft whisper. A folded corner lifted slightly and settled. Nora stood with both hands on the sides of the box until the weight had fully left her arms. Her body had found the pace of the evening on the walk from the cupboard. It was a quiet, working pace, neither tired nor brisk. She had spent the afternoon at another bench, reviewing a set of municipal plans under even light, and her hands still held the memory of small movements. Her fingers were warm. Her back welcomed the change from sitting to standing. She rolled one shoulder once, then the other, and felt the last tightness ease. The repair room was ready, but not yet in use. On the central table lay a square of clean cotton cloth, a low tray, 2 soft brushes, several blank slips, and a length of smooth blotting paper. Nora's bone folder rested near the upper edge of the cloth. Its surface had been polished by years in her former workshop, and by the years before that, when it had belonged to another hand. She had brought it with her for each evening shift, though tonight she did not expect to use it immediately. Sorting would come before any flattening, and looking before either. At the far end of the table, 6 empty spaces had been left in a row. Jonas's note had mentioned that a delivery was expected before the evening grew late, but there was nothing to do about that yet. The spaces were ready. The receipt lay beneath a small glass weight. When the repaired folders arrived, Nora could inspect the count, sign in blue-black ink, and place them there. Until then, the clear rectangles of table remained only clear rectangles. She slipped off her light cardigan and hung it over the back of the chair nearest the wall. The room was warmer than the passage and cupboard, though the warmth was mild. One of the tall windows stood open by the width of 2 fingers. Through it came the harbor's settled mixture of sounds: water against stone, an occasional soft vibration from a ferry engine, and the light tap of rigging somewhere beyond the sheltered quay. Nothing in the sound asked for attention. Nora returned to the box. Its lid was made of heavy board covered in faded gray cloth. She placed one hand at each side and lifted it straight upward, so the edges would not drag across the contents. A fine line of dust showed where the lid had met the lower half. She set the lid on a cleared side table, inner face upward. The charts were folded in several different ways. Some had been reduced to neat rectangles with sharp, paper-made creases. Others were thicker at the folds, their linen backing making broad, rounded hinges. A few showed narrow bands of printed color near their exposed edges: muted red, blue, yellow, and a green that had softened toward olive. One paper chart near the top carried a date in bold type. Beneath it, the corner of a cloth-backed copy had been marked in blue pencil with a small temporary number. Nora did not remove anything yet. She looked over the visible layers, noting the difference between stiffness and flexibility. Paper copies held their folded form even where the upper edges rose away from the stack. The linen-backed charts relaxed more readily, their folds opened by a few millimeters under their own weight, and the woven fibers along the edges caught the room's light. The box contained working copies. That was clear before she read a single title. These charts had not spent their lives lying flat in drawers. They had been folded, carried, opened on counters and tables, and folded again. Their cloth backs had allowed them to endure that use. The paper copies among them were likely later prints, inserts, or replacements. Sorting the two kinds would make the first useful distinction. Nora drew the low tray closer. Its bottom was lined with dark paper, so that pale lint and loose fibers would be easy to see. The larger brush had long, soft bristles for lifting surface dust, without driving it farther into the weave. The smaller brush could guide detached fibers into the tray. Neither tool would alter the charts. At this stage, every action could be reversed simply by stopping and placing an item back where it had been. She moved the blank slips to the left side of the cloth, paper. Cloth backed. Date uncilia. She wrote the 3 headings in pencil, leaving room below each one. Then she added another slip for root colors, drawing 4 short lines in red, blue, yellow, and green with the colored pencils Jonas had set out. The marks were only working guides. Once the dates and root names were visible, the charts could be arranged more precisely. She did not yet open the first fold. The opening of a box had its own useful pause. Before individual items began to claim attention, there was a moment when the collection could still be understood as a whole. Nora had learned to keep that moment. It prevented the first unusual crease or bright printed line from becoming more important than it was. She counted the visible folded packets without lifting them. 12 near the top, though some might contain more than one sheet. 3 clearly paper. 5 clearly cloth-backed. 4 uncertain until handled. Beneath those, another layer could be seen along the right side of the box. The evening's work had boundaries now. She would separate paper from linen-backed charts. She would brush away only what was loose. She would arrange the copies by the colors of their fairy roots, and then by printed date. She would make no attempt to erase the history of their handling. Any fold that needed support could be noted for later. Any chart that required more thought could remain in the repair room overnight, resting flat beneath clean cloth. The shallow box did not have to be empty by the end of the shift. That mattered. A mixed box could become an ordered box without every object reaching its final place. Tonight's task was one stage in preparing the fairy charts for use, and the stage was modest enough to be completed with patience. Nora turned the top cloth-back chart just enough to see the direction of its fold. The linen moved with a dry murmur. Its exposed edge was soft with use but not frayed. A few pale fibers rested loosely along one corner, ready to be brushed into the tray when the chart was opened. The printed face remained hidden, except for a narrow blue line at the margin and the final letters of a landing name. She let the folds settle again. Across the room, the harbor light shifted on the window glass. A ferry passed through the visible strip of water, its lamps moving at an even speed. The white reflections lengthened, broke gently in the wake, and shortened again. By the time the sound reached the open window, the lights were already nearing the farther landing. Nora watched only long enough to notice the regularity. Then she lowered the linen chart onto the clean cotton cloth, keeping its folded shape intact. It would be the first chart of the first round, but she had not begun that round yet. For the moment it rested apart from the mixed stack, its blue root line showing at one edge. She placed the larger brush beside it, bristles turned away from the cloth. The 6 clear spaces at the far end of the table remained ready. The receipt waited beneath its glass weight. The tray's dark lining was empty. The bone folder lay quiet above the work area, its familiar pale surface catching a narrow band of lamplight. From the print cupboard to the repair room, the route was known. The box had arrived safely. The materials were in reach. One folded fairy chart rested on the cloth, still closed, with nothing asked of it yet except that it remain where Nora had placed it. She drew the chair nearer to the table and sat down. Her feet settled flat on the floor. Her hands rested for a moment on either side of the folded linen. Beyond the window, the fairy lights continued their short, familiar crossing. And inside the repair room, the dry whisper of the chart faded into stillness. Nora placed her left hand lightly on the folded chart and brought the larger brush within reach of her right. Before opening the linen-backed sheet, she turned it so that its broadest fold ran parallel to the edge of the table. This gave each section somewhere to rest as it opened. She lifted the first panel with 2 fingers beneath the cloth rather than pulling at its corner. The chart unfolded with a soft, dry whisper. Its printed face showed a pale field crossed by a blue fairy root. The cloth beneath gave the sheet a subdued flexibility. Where an ordinary paper chart might have risen stiffly from its creases, this one settled in shallow curves over the cotton cloth. Nora opened only 2 panels at first. Along the fold, several pale fibers had loosened from the linen backing. They were not attached strongly enough to be laid down, and there was no reason to press them into the surface. She held the brush almost flat and moved it from the center of the fold toward the waiting tray. The bristles carried the fibers without catching the weave. A few settled against the tray's dark lining. That was the first visible change of the evening. The fold was clear, and the loose cream-colored fibers could now be seen in the tray, rather than along the chart. Nora brushed once more, using less pressure than the weight of the brush itself. Nothing else moved. She stopped. The woven backing remained firm beneath the printed paper. Its threads crossed evenly, though the ridges had softened wherever the chart had been folded many times. Near one edge, the blue route line disappeared beneath the next closed panel. Nora did not follow it yet. She placed a small weight wrapped in smooth paper near the open corner, not to flatten the chart, but to keep the already open section from drifting back over her hand. Then she lifted the next fold. More of the root appeared. A title block occupied the lower right corner, and beneath the title stood a printed date. Nora copied the year onto a blank slip. She added the root name exactly as printed, then set the slip above the chart where it could travel with the sheet without touching its surface. She ran no finger along the line. Looking was enough. The cloth backing made the chart easy to distinguish from the paper copies still in the box, but Nora checked the edges as well. At one margin, the printed sheet ended a fraction before the linen did. The narrow exposed border showed the weave clearly. A plain, closely worked fabric the color of oat straw. She closed the chart again by reversing the opening sequence. The last panel opened became the first panel returned. Each fold found its former place without pressure from the bone folder. The chart went to the right of the working cloth, beneath the slip marked "cloth backed." Nora drew the next item from the box. This one felt different as soon as its weight reached her hands. It was lighter, and its corners held themselves more sharply. When she raised the top fold, the sheet answered, with the clean crackle of paper, rather than the murmur of linen. She opened enough to see the reverse. No woven backing showed beneath the printed surface. The paper was thick and serviceable, with a slight gloss that caught the overhead lamp. A red root line ran across the visible panel. Nora found the title and date, recorded both, then placed the copy to her left beneath the paper slip. The 2 small groups had begun. They were hardly groups yet. One chart on either side, but the mixed contents of the box now had a direction. Cloth-backed working copies would rest to the right. Paper charts would rest to the left. Items whose dates could not be found without fuller examination would remain near the center. Nora took out a third chart. It was linen-backed, marked in green, and folded into a long, narrow packet. A fourth was paper, with a yellow root and a date 4 years later than the red one. The fifth contained 2 sheets folded together. Nora separated them without sliding their faces across each other, and found that one was a paper timetable diagram, while the other was a blue route chart backed with cloth. She made each decision from something visible: the texture of a reverse, the exposed weave of a margin, the way a fold bent under its own weight, the printed date in the title block, the colored line named in the root key. Each time she opened a cloth-backed chart, she positioned the tray beside the fold. Loose lint and detached fibers moved into it under the soft brush. Nothing firmly attached was disturbed. She did not brush the printed areas simply because a brush was available. She used it only where the pale fragments could already be seen. The dark tray slowly acquired a delicate scatter. Some fibers were straight and fine. Others had curled into tiny hooks after years within a fold. A few grains of ordinary dust gathered among them. Against the dark paper, even the smallest pieces were distinct. The charts themselves looked quieter after brushing. Their surfaces had not become new, and their folds had not been pressed away. They had merely lost what was no longer part of them. Nora arranged the cloth-backed copies in 4 loose rows according to root color. Blue nearest the window, then red, yellow, and green. Within each color she placed the earliest printed date at the top and later dates below it. When 2 copies shared a date, she left them side by side until their issue numbers could be compared. The paper charts received the same arrangement on the opposite side of the table. As the rows developed, the ferry routes began to appear as a modest system rather than a mixed stack. Blue lines crossed the short inner harbor distance. Red lines curved toward the outer quay. Yellow and green routes touched other ordinary landings shown in compact type. The charts offered no journey that Nora needed to imagine. Their purpose was practical: to show where the ferries went, where they stopped, and how one printed service differed from another. Outside, a low engine note moved across the harbor and faded. Nora looked toward the window only when her hands were empty. A pair of ferry lights passed through the visible water, steady and familiar. One white reflection trembled below them, stretching and gathering as the surface moved. Then the sound of the covered passage reached the repair room. It was not sudden. A few measured footsteps crossed the stone, followed by a light knock at the open outer door. "Nora, in the repair room," she called. Anika Saul appeared at the doorway carrying a flat parcel against both forearms. She had wrapped it in plain gray paper and tied it with cotton tape. A narrow sample of dark green thread had been looped through the knot so the parcel could be identified without opening it. 6 folders, Anika said. All dry and ready. Right on time. Anika brought the parcel to the far end of the table, where the 6 clear spaces waited. Nora moved the glass weight from the receipt while Anika untied the cotton tape. The wrapping opened without tearing. Inside lay 6 repaired folders, each made from firm conservation board covered at the spine with linen. Dark green thread passed through the folds in an even line of stitches. The color was deep and quiet, almost black where it entered the board, and clearer where each short length crossed the pale linen. Nora counted the folders as Anika set them down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She checked that each opened freely, and that no knot stood proud enough to press against a chart. The boards lifted without strain. The inner surfaces were clean. The green stitches held the spines firmly while allowing the folders to open in a shallow supportive angle. "They'll take the working copies without forcing the folds," Anika said. Nora looked at the depth of one spine and then at the cloth-backed rows. "Yes, there's room for the linen." Anika slid the receipt toward her. Nora signed on the indicated line in blue-black ink. Jonas's blue pencil count already stood in the margin. 6 folders expanded. She added the date, waited a moment for the ink to settle, and returned the receipt. "That's everything," she said. Anika folded the gray wrapping around the cotton tape. "Good night, then." "Good night." "Thank you." Anika left by the same covered passage. Her footsteps diminished across the stone, and in a little while the repair room held only the harbor sounds again. The delivery required nothing further. 6 folders had arrived. Nora had inspected them, signed for them, and placed them in the 6 prepared spaces. Anika was on her way home, and the receipt had gone with her. Nora returned to the open box. She lifted another linen-backed chart and found a red root line at its margin. 2 pale fibers clung loosely to the central fold. She guided them into the tray, recorded the date, and placed the chart below the earlier red copy. The work resumed at the same pace it had held before the knock. Chart by chart, the mixed stack grew lower. Some distinctions were immediate. One paper copy was printed on a cream sheet that had become slightly darker at the edges. Another was a later, whiter issue with a revised typeface. The cloth-backed copies varied in thickness, because some had been mounted on finer linen and others on a sturdier weave. Nora noted these differences only where they affected handling. She was sorting useful objects, not ranking them by age or beauty. When she reached an uncertain packet, she opened it over the center of the cloth. The backing was linen, but a repair strip of thin paper covered part of the reverse. Nora tilted the sheet beneath the lamp until the weave became visible at the outer margin. She marked it as cloth-backed and added a small note about the old strip. The strip was stable. It could remain for later examination. She set that chart in the yellow row. Another copy lacked a clear year on its exposed panels. Rather than unfolding the whole sheet merely to satisfy the order of the row, Nora placed it beneath date uncilia. The temporary position was useful and fully reversible. It could wait until there was room to open it without overlapping the other charts. By now, the table showed several kinds of order at once. Paper lay to the left. Cloth-backed copies lay to the right. Root colors formed separate rows. Printed dates advanced gently from top to bottom. The dark tray held the loose fibers removed from the folds. At the far end, the new folders stood aligned, their green thread spines facing Nora. The bone folder remained untouched. There had been no need for it. Pressing the old folds would have moved the work into another stage, and this first round was concerned with separation, surface tidying, and sequence. Nora left the familiar tool where it was, pale and smooth beneath the lamp. She removed the final chart from the upper layer of the box. It was one of the thicker working copies. The folded packet bore a blue root mark near the lower edge, and its linen backing had relaxed enough that the top panel rose slightly when Nora placed it on the cloth. Below it, the box still contained several charts in a second layer. Nora did not reach for those yet. She opened the thick blue route copy one panel at a time. The first fold held only a few loose fibers. She brushed them into the tray. The second revealed part of the harbor outline and the edge of a printed key. The third showed the short line between the market Quay and the north landing. She paused to shift the paper-wrapped weight, giving the opened panels broader support. Under the lamplight, the printed blue remained clear. The cloth around it carried the softened signs of frequent handling. Rounded folds, a smooth margin, and several pale curves crossing the surface near the root. Nora saw them, but did not decide what they meant. Not during the first round. She recorded the date from the title block and placed the slip above the chart. The sheet could remain open now. It was supported, clean of loose fibers, and separated from the rest of the blue route row without being removed from the sorting sequence. On the next round, Nora could look more closely at the pale curves and compare them with the root key already visible beside them. For the moment, she gathered the other sorted charts into their loose, orderly groups. She did not return them to the box. and she did not place any of them in the green thread folders. Those choices belonged to later work. She merely adjusted the slips so that each remained easy to read and moved the brush tray away from the open chart's edge. The 6 repaired folders waited at the far end of the table. Their boards were closed. Their inner surfaces remained empty. The green stitches formed 6 even lines along the spines, ready to hold whichever cloth-backed charts were approved for them. Nora rested her hands on the table. The first layer of the box had become distinct rows. Paper and cloth no longer lay mixed together. Loose fibers had been brushed into the dark tray. Roots and dates could be followed without lifting every chart again. One Blue Route working copy remained open beneath the steady lamp, its printed key beside the pale arcs worn across its surface. Outside the window, the fairy lights made another regular crossing. Inside, nothing needed to be hurried. The first round had prepared the table for a closer look, and the open chart rested exactly where that closer look could begin. Nora drew the open Blue Route chart a little nearer, moving the cotton cloth beneath it rather than pulling the chart itself. The paper-wrapped weight remained at the upper corner. It held no fold flat and pressed no worn place. Its only purpose was to keep the open panels from drifting while she looked. The chart lay in a series of shallow rises and hollows, following the old linen hinges beneath the printed sheet. Near the center, the short ferry route ran from the market quay to the North Landing. The line was blue, though not the dark blue of Jonas's pencil. It had the slightly softened color of practical printing, clear enough to distinguish from the red, yellow, and green services, but gentle under lamplight. At either end, a small open circle marked a landing. Between them, the route curved across the printed water in one modest arc. Several pale curves crossed the same part of the chart. Nora had noticed them during the first round without assigning them any meaning. Now she lowered herself into the chair and let her gaze move from the marks to the printed key, then back again. The pale curves did not have the edges of tide marks. They had no darker rim and no tide-shaped spread through the paper. They did not resemble paste, oil, or any of the other substances that sometimes entered a working collection through ordinary use. There was no wrinkling around them. The linen beneath had not tightened or drawn away. Nor were the marks quite on the surface. They were changes in the surface. Nora angled the lamp by a small degree. She did not bring it closer because stronger light was unnecessary. A lower angle was enough to let the texture show. The unworn paper gave back a soft, even reflection. Across the pale curves, that reflection narrowed and brightened. The fibers had been burnished smooth. In some places, the blue printing had lightened with them, not because anything had been spilled or wiped across the line, but because repeated contact had gradually polished the high points of the paper. Nora looked toward the printed key. A blue sample line appeared beside the words Market Quay, North Landing. Beneath it, the route was described as the short inner crossing. The key gave the 2 landing names, the route color, and the ordinary service mark used on that issue of the chart. She followed the information with her eyes only. From the blue sample in the key, her gaze moved to the open circle at the Market Quay. From there it followed the printed route across the water and stopped at the North Landing. One of the pale arcs followed exactly the same path. It began a little before the first circle, as though a fingertip had settled beside the Market Quay rather than directly upon its name. It curved over the blue line, widened slightly near the center, and faded just beyond the circle at the North Landing. A second pale arc lay close beside it. A third crossed the route at a shallower angle, beginning near the key and joining the line halfway across. Nora leaned back by a few inches. From that distance, the relationship became simpler. Someone reading the chart had looked at the key, found the blue line, and traced the short crossing. Another reader had done the same. Then another. The motion had been repeated often enough for fingertips to smooth the paper above the cloth. The marks were not stains. They were wear from use. Nothing had been added to the chart. A tiny amount of surface texture had been reduced, gradually and evenly, by generations of hands following the same ordinary route. Nora kept her own hands on the cotton cloth. There was no need to demonstrate the movement by touching the chart. The movement was already visible. It began at the Quay or the market Quay, crossed the short blue arc, and ended at the north landing. The variations showed how different fingers had found it. Some had traced carefully along the printed line. Some had taken the shortest curve between the two circles. One had apparently returned from north to market, leaving no indication except a slightly broader polished patch near the middle. Outside the window, a fairy light entered the visible strip of harbor. Nora glanced up. The low white lamp moved from the direction of the market Quay toward the north landing. At this angle, the vessel itself was mostly a dark, level shape against darker water. The light was easier to see than the hull. It traveled at an even pace, with a narrow reflection beneath it. On the chart, the route occupied no more than the length of Nora's hand. Through the window, the crossing lasted long enough for the low engine note to reach the room, after the light had already passed the center of the view. The sound remained subdued by the stone walls and sheltered water. It continued toward the landing and softened there. Nora looked back at the pale arcs. The chart had translated that familiar movement into a line that could be found beneath a finger. The repeated tracing had not revealed a different route, or some forgotten feature of the harbor. It had confirmed the simplest use of the sheet. People had opened the working copy because they wanted to see the short crossing between two known places, and their hands had returned to it often enough to leave a smooth record. She lifted the magnifying lens from the side of the table. Holding it above the chart, she examined the beginning of one arc near the market Quay. Under the lens, the undisturbed paper showed a fine, soft grain. The worn area showed the same fibers lying flatter, all in the direction of the curve. There were no particles lodged between them. No colored residue had gathered at the edge. The blue ink itself had thinned only at the highest points. She moved the lens above the center of the route. The smoothness widened there, where a finger would naturally have rested more fully while changing direction. Beyond the north landing, it narrowed and disappeared. That was enough. Nora returned the lens to its place. She took one of the blank slips and wrote the chart's temporary number at the top. Beneath it, she added a short observation in pencil. Repeated smooth arcs follow blue route from Market Quay to North Landing. She paused before the next line. The wording mattered because the next person should not have to rediscover the difference between a deposit and a polished surface. At the same time, the note did not need to turn a small fact into a long explanation. She wrote, "Handling wear from route tracing, stable, retain." The pencil moved quietly over the slip. When she finished, she placed it beyond the upper margin of the chart, near the title and date slip, without allowing either note to rest on the printed face. The chart remained where it was. Nora looked across the other cloth-backed copies arranged in their colored rows. Several bore softened corners and rounded folds. One red route chart had a smooth patch beside its title. A yellow copy showed a pale band where hands had opened the first panel many times. Those signs belonged to the same broad history of handling, but they did not form the same precise pattern. The blue chart was different only in the usefulness of its wear. Its pale arcs showed how the sheet had been read. Nora brought the smaller brush close, then left it on the table. There were no loose fibers along the arcs and nothing to lift away. Brushing a stable, polished surface would not clarify it. Pressure from the bone folder would do even less good. The old tool remained above the work area, familiar and unused. She did not intend to flatten the pale curves. Flattening was not quite the right word in any case. The chart's folds might later receive support where the linen had weakened, but the smooth arcs were not ridges or distortions. They could not be pressed back into unworn texture. Any attempt to make them resemble the surrounding paper would mean obscuring the very use that made this working copy distinct. At the far end of the table, the 6 new folders stood in their row. Their dark green stitches crossed the pale linen spines at regular intervals. Each folder had enough depth to shelter a folded cloth-back chart without forcing its hinges. Anika had left no decision attached to them. She had repaired the folders, Nora had signed the receipt, and the delivery was closed. The choice of what entered them belonged entirely to the work now on the table. Nora rose and walked to the far end. She opened the first folder. The boards lifted easily and rested at a supportive angle, just as they had during the brief inspection. Inside, the clean surface was unmarked. There was room for a chart slip near the front, and for a handling note that could be seen before the chart itself was unfolded. Nora measured the open folder with her gaze, then looked back toward the blue chart. Its folded dimensions would fit. The spine had enough allowance for the rounded linen hinges. No new crease would be required. Nothing about the folder would hide the pale arcs once the chart was opened, but its enclosure would prevent casual pressure from being mistaken for useful flattening. She closed the folder again. The decision had begun to take shape, though the chart was not ready to be placed inside. First, the observation should become a proper handling note. Then the other Blue Route copies needed to be checked for a suitable source, from which a touch copy could be prepared. The worn chart itself could remain available for supervised reading, while a facsimile carried the repeated movement of fingers in ordinary public use. That work belonged to the next stage. For now, Nora returned to her chair and examined the root key once more. The printed words remained plain: Market Quay, North Landing, Blue Route, Short Inner Crossing. Nothing concealed itself beneath the wear, and nothing beyond the chart was needed to understand it. She shifted the lamp back to earlier position. The smooth arcs became paler, but less bright. Seen in the even light, they resembled quiet paths across the printed water. Their edges merged gradually with the surrounding sheet. A person who looked quickly might still call them stains. A person who compared their shape with the key could see what they were. Nora added one final phrase to the working slip: compare with root key before handling. She read the note once, then set the pencil down. The open chart had changed only in its context. Loose fibers had already been removed during the first round, but the pale arcs remained exactly as Nora had found them. No treatment had covered them. No pressure had reduced them. Beside the chart, the written observation now protected their meaning from an easy mistake. Across the table, the sorted rows stayed in place. Paper copies rested to the left. Cloth-back charts rested to the right, arranged by root color and printed date. The second layer remained inside the shallow box, undisturbed. 6 repaired folders waited beyond the rows. The dark tray held its small scatter of pale linen fibers. Outside, the fairy light completed its crossing and came to rest beyond the edge of the window. After a quiet interval, another regular light appeared farther along the harbor. Nora did not need to match it to a chart. Tonight's small question had already resolved itself on the short blue line before her. She slid a clean sheet of blotting paper beneath the working slips so they would remain together. Then she moved the first green thread folder from the far end of the table to the empty space beside the open chart. The folder stayed closed. The chart stayed open. Between them lay the handling note, ready for Nora's next round of work. Preserve the smooth root wear. Shelter the original without forcing its folds, and prepare another copy for the hands that would still want to trace the familiar crossing from the Market Quay to the north landing. Nora drew the closed green thread folder closer to the blue route chart. She left a hand's width between them. In that clear space rested the working slip, with its 3 short observations. The smooth arcs followed the route, the wear was stable, and it should be retained. The arrangement gave each part of the next task its own place. Original chart to the left, note in the center, empty folder to the right. The practical choice was now clear. The cloth-backed chart would not be pressed in an effort to make its surface look even. The pale arcs would remain visible, because they showed how the working copy had been used. Nora would place the chart in one of Anika's repaired folders, add a handling note where it could be read before the chart was opened, and use the matching unworn paper copy to make a full-size facsimile for touch. She began with the note. From the stack of blank slips, she selected one cut to fit inside the folder without projecting beyond its boards. The card was firm enough to remain flat, but light enough not to press into the folded chart. She set it on the blotting paper and wrote the catalog number at the upper left. Her pencil made a soft, measured sound. She did not copy every sentence from the temporary observation. A handling note needed to guide the next action, not preserve the whole process by which she had reached it. She wrote, "Smooth pale arcs are stable handling wear made by tracing the blue ferry route." Below that she added, "Do not press or surface clean these areas. Support folds when opening." On the final line she wrote, "Use facsimile for repeated touch." Nora read the 3 lines once. They distinguished the pale arcs from dirt. They protected them from unnecessary treatment. They also allowed the chart to remain useful. A reader could still examine the original when appropriate, while the repeated motion of following the route could be transferred to a copy made for handling. She placed the finished note inside the front board of the folder. Anika had sewn a narrow retaining band there, made from the same pale linen as the spine covering. Nora eased the lower edge of the card beneath it. The band held the note without adhesive. If the wording ever needed revision, the card could be removed and replaced without altering the folder. The dark green stitches remained visible along the inner hinge. Nora raised and lowered the front cover once, confirming that the note stayed in place. It did. The first folder was no longer entirely empty. Before anyone reached the chart, the reason for its preservation could now be understood. Nora turned to the paper copies arranged on the other side of the work cloth. The facsimile should come from the same issue. That would preserve the exact route key, landing names, and printed curve without requiring the worn original to be held flat for copying. During the first round, she had recorded dates and issue numbers. She brought the blue paper row nearer and compared its slips with the title block of the open cloth-backed chart. The earliest paper copy was too old. Its route line bent slightly farther south, and its key used an earlier landing symbol. The next had the correct date but a revised issue number. The third matched both. Nora opened it one panel at a time on a separate square of clean cloth. The paper made its light crackling sound, distinct from the dry murmur of the linen-backed working chart. Its blue line ran between the same open circles. The route key used the same wording. Even the small service mark beside the north landing matched. Unlike the original, its surface retained a soft, even grain. Nora set the 2 charts where she could compare them without overlap. She looked from the title of one to the title of the other, then from the printed key to the blue line. Date matched, issue number matched, printed scale matched. No handwritten addition appeared on either copy. No later printed correction distinguished one from the other. The paper chart could provide the image for a touch facsimile without borrowing anything from the worn surface, except the understanding of how people had used it. She wrote "Matched Sonko" on its working slip. The chart house used a contactless overhead copying method for flat and folded paper. The sheet rested face upward beneath the camera, supported on clean cloth, while the image was taken from above. No glass pressed upon the surface, and no chart had to be turned face down. It was a safe method for the unworn paper copy, provided the old folds were supported rather than forced flat. Nora carried the matching paper chart to the copying surface in the repair room. She opened it in the same sequence as before. Where the old folds rose slightly, she placed smooth, paper-wrapped supports beneath the neighboring panels. The chart settled into an even plane without pressure. Its corners remained free, and nothing touched the printed face. The cloth-backed original stayed on the central table. Its pale arcs remained under the steady lamp, well away from the copying surface. There could be no confusion about which object was being reproduced. The original was the thicker, linen-backed chart beside the green thread folder. The source was the unworn paper issue beneath the overhead camera. Nora adjusted the copying frame until the full printed border appeared within it. She left space beyond every edge. A handling facsimile should have broad margins, enough for a reader to steady the sheet without covering the mark at Quay, North Landing, Route Quay, or Blue Line. The face would remain plain. Nothing would be added to the printed image. She checked the scale setting before making the copy. Full size, no enlargement, no reduction. The copying equipment gave a low, even working sound. There was no flash against the room. Only the steady light already directed across the paper. Nora waited while the image was captured, then allowed the chart to remain supported until the full-size sheet emerged. The new sheet was warm white and slightly heavier than ordinary office paper. She lifted it by its broad margins. It was no longer blank. The blue root appeared clearly between its open circles. The printed key stood in the lower panel. The mark at Quay and North Landing were both complete, with clear space around them. A wide border of unprinted paper remained outside the chart image on all four sides. Nora carried the facsimile to the central table and placed it on a third clean area. The three objects now occupied distinct positions. The cloth-backed original lay to the left, with its visible pale arcs. The unworn paper source rested near the copying surface, marked by its matched Songso slip. The new full-size handling facsimile lay to the right, surrounded by broad, warm white margins. Two approved facsimile sheets remained blank beneath their temporary wrapper. Nora kept them there. Their clean white faces showed no root, no key, and no identifying mark. They were clearly unused stock, waiting for later copies rather than joining the finished sheet. She began the scale check. On the paper source, the printed scale bar ran beneath the root key. Nora measured its full length, then measured the same bar on the facsimile. They matched. She checked the distance between the center of the Market Quay circle and the center of the North Landing circle. That matched as well. Finally, she compared the width and height of the printed border with the source. The facsimile had neither shortened the outer panels nor stretched the root across them. Its image was full size, while the added paper beyond the border provided the intended handling margins. Nora wrote the measurements on the working sheet, not on the face of the facsimile. Then she turned the new sheet over. The reverse was plain, without any printed root. At the lower right, well inside the broad margin, she wrote in graphite, "Full-size handling facsimile." Below it, she added the catalog number of the cloth-backed original, the issue number of the paper source, and the two landing names. Market Quay, North Landing. On the final line, she wrote the date of copying and her initials. She placed no mark on the front. When she turned the sheet face upward again, nothing interrupted the blue root. A reader could follow the familiar curve without meeting a modern arrow, label, or instruction. The broad margins made room for both hands, and the notation on the reverse distinguished the copy unmistakably from the original. Nora placed a clean slip above it. Facsimile 1, Kyle and margins checked. She did not call the other 2 sheets facsimiles. They remained blank sheets inside the wrapper. On the wrapper she wrote, 2 blank sheets. Further touch, copies to prepare. The distinction was visible across the table. 1 completed handling facsimile carried the root. 2 unused sheets carried nothing. The original retained the pale paths made by earlier hands. Nora returned to the cloth-backed chart. Before folding it, she removed the paper-wrapped weight and allowed the upper panel to rise naturally. The linen hinge lifted in a broad curve. She supported it with one hand beneath the backing, while the other guided the panel over. The pale arcs disappeared from view one section at a time. They were not concealed by treatment. They were simply returned to the chart's established folds. North landing folded inward first. The middle of the short root followed. Market Quay and the printed key remained visible until the final panel came down. She applied no pressure with her fingertips. The old folds knew where to rest. Each rounded linen hinge settled into its familiar position, leaving the packet slightly thicker at the center than a paper chart would have been. The folder, inherited from Nora's former workshop, still lay near the upper edge of the cotton cloth. She picked it up, feeling its familiar polished surface in her palm. For a moment, she held it above the work. Tonight, the right use of that experience was to know when not to press. She set the bone folder beside the folder's front board. Then she opened the green thread folder fully. The inner space was deep enough for the rounded folds. Nora lifted the closed chart with both hands, keeping its panels supported from below, and lowered it into the center. It rested between the boards without touching the stitched hinge. There was room at the head and foot. The foredge did not project. When she lowered the front board, it met no resistance from the linen packet. Nora closed the folder. Along the spine, the dark green thread formed an even row. Nothing had been forced thinner. Nothing shifted when she moved the folder a few inches toward the sorted blue charts. She reopened it once. The handling note appeared first. Beneath it, the cloth-backed chart rested in its folded form. A future reader would encounter the explanation before reaching for the chart, and a future conservator would not mistake the pale arcs for something to remove. Nora closed the folder again. On the working inventory, she wrote, Folder 1, Hold for Approval. The chart had been safely housed, and one real handling facsimile had been made and checked. But the fairy chart work was not finished. The second layer still remained in the shallow box. 5 repaired folders still waited. 2 more handling copies remained to be prepared. Final approval would follow only after the other cloth-backed charts and their enclosures had been reviewed. Nora moved to the remaining blue root copies. She looked only for the ordinary conditions relevant to folder preparation. A weak fold, a projecting edge, a thickness that needed more room, or loose fibers still resting along the linen. One chart required no more than its catalog slip. Another had a shallow fold that opened comfortably but would benefit from a support note. A third blue chart shared the same short root, but came from a later issue. Its surface held no repeated arcs. The landing symbols had become solid circles, and the key had moved to the upper margin. Nora compared it briefly with the worn copy, then returned it to date order. The difference supported her choice without enlarging it into a theory. The pale arcs belonged to the use of one working chart. They did not need to appear on every copy to be meaningful. At the far end of the table, Nora opened a second green thread folder. She checked its spine depth against another cloth-backed chart and placed the chart inside without yet adding a final handling note. A third folder received the copy with the stable old repair strip, along with a temporary slip asking for a check under even daylight. These were preparations, not approvals. The remaining 3 folders stayed empty. Nora gathered the loose working slips for the blue root and aligned them against the edge of the blotting paper. Here the bone folder was useful. She placed its flat side beside the slips as a gentle guide while she brought the paper edges into line. It touched no old chart and made no new crease. A wide paper band held the slips together without adhesive. On its face she wrote, "Blue Moot, reviewed this round." The red, yellow, and green rows remained undisturbed. The second layer of the box remained where it was. Nora closed the matching paper source in reverse order and returned it to its marked place. She laid the completed facsimile flat beside it, face upward, with its checked slip above the broad margin. The wrapper holding the two blank sheets stayed separate. Nothing could be mistaken for anything else. Original in the green thread folder. Matched paper source beneath its working slip. One full-size handling facsimile with identification on the reverse. Two blank sheets enclosed and labeled for later copying. Outside, the ferry on the short route made another crossing. Its low white light moved across the window at the same measured pace Nora had seen earlier. A route, followed by lights across water, had also been followed by fingers across paper. The old chart would keep the smooth record of those earlier hands. The full-size facsimile could receive the next repeated touch. Nora looked over the work table. 3 folders now held prepared cloth-backed charts. 3 folders remained empty. The first handling facsimile lay broad-margined and clearly identified. 2 blank sheets waited in their wrapper. The brush tray held the pale fibers removed during sorting. The blue route notes rested within their paper band. Nothing suggested that the whole task was finished. It suggested that the next part would be straightforward. Nora slid the first folder into line with the other 2 prepared folders. Their spines faced outward. Along the nearest one, dark green thread crossed pale linen in small regular stitches. She placed the completed facsimile beside the copying records, ready to travel with the work on the return path. Then she set the wrapper of blank sheets behind it, where its label remained visible. The stage was stable now. The useful wear had been understood and allowed to remain. The original was supported. One clearly marked, full-size handling facsimile had been made, measured, and given broad margins. The remaining blank sheets waited without pretending to be finished work. Nora rested both hands on the back of the chair. Beyond the window, the ferry light continued its familiar path across the sheltered harbor. Inside, the first housed chart lay quiet between its boards. The checked facsimile rested apart from it, and the green thread spine stood ready for the work to move gently on. Nora let the next ferry light pass beyond the window before she moved from the chair. The work table no longer held a mixed beginning. Paper charts rested to the left, cloth-backed charts to the right. 3 cloth-backed copies rested in green thread folders, though only the first had received its full handling note. 3 folders remained empty. The lower layer of the shallow box still waited beneath the sorted work. The evening's question had been answered, but the ferry chart preparation was not yet ready for its final quiet check. Nora knew what the pale arcs were and why they should remain. 1 full-size handling facsimile had been made from the matching paper source, with its scale, margins, and identifying details checked. Before she began the route back to the cupboard, the remaining cloth-backed copies still needed review, and all 6 repaired folders needed an appropriate use. She started with the shallow box. The second layer contained fewer items than the first. Nora lifted them one at a time, supporting each folded packet beneath its widest panel. 2 were paper charts, both late issues of the Red Route. 1 was a yellow route timetable printed on paper and folded inside a plain wrapper. The remaining 4 were cloth-backed working copies. She placed the paper material with the rows on the left. Then she brought the first cloth-backed copy to the clean cotton cloth and opened it far enough to read its title block. It belonged to the green route. 3 loose fibers lay along its outer fold. Nora guided them into the dark tray with the soft brush. She opened the next panel and found the date without forcing the broad linen hinge. The printed surface was stable. Its folds were rounded but firm, and no edge projected beyond the packet when it was closed. She added the date to its slip and placed it in the green row. The next cloth-backed copy belonged to the red route. Its first fold opened comfortably, but the second had become soft, where the linen had carried much of the chart's weight. Nora supported the fold from beneath and examined it under even light. The weave remained continuous. It required no repair tonight, only a note reminding the next handler to support the central panel. She wrote the instruction on a removable card. The third cloth-backed copy also belonged to the yellow route. Its title block identified it as a later issue than the yellow chart already resting in the third green thread folder. Nora recorded its date and issue number on a fresh slip. This later yellow copy carried no repair strip. Its linen backing showed plainly at the exposed margins, and its folds opened in broad, even hinges. Nora checked its folded width against the earlier yellow chart's dimensions on the working slip. The two copies belonged to the same root group and would fit within one folder without pressure. She closed the later issue and placed it in the yellow row. The final cloth-backed copy in the box was another blue route issue. Its date had been hidden inside the folded packet. Nora opened the panels in sequence, recorded the year, and compared its root key with the other blue copies. It showed the same short crossing from the market Quay to the North Landing, but its paper surface held no polished arcs. The folds showed ordinary use and nothing more. It did not require a touch facsimile of its own. The full-size copy already prepared from the matched source served the repeated tracing that had made the worn chart distinctive. Nora looked at the wrapper containing the two blank sheets. The earlier wording had treated further touch copies as an intended part of the work. The review had made them unnecessary. There was one handling need, one matched source, and one measured facsimile. Producing additional copies merely because blank sheets were present would not improve the collection. She removed the temporary label from the wrapper. The sheets remained clean and unused. Nora returned them to the copying stock beneath the side table, where they had rested before she set them aside. On the copying record she wrote, "One handling facsimile. Blue moot, Market Quay to North Landing." Below it she added, "Matched Sacco, full size, Kyle and Margins checked." The copying work now had a definite limit. Nora reviewed the cloth-backed rows from blue through green. She opened each copy, only as far as needed to confirm its date, issue, fold condition, and suitable enclosure. Charts with a shared root and compatible folded dimensions could rest together in a folder, separated by broad archival slips. No folder would be overfilled, and no linen hinge would be compressed. She opened the second green thread folder, which already held a blue route chart provisionally. Its spine allowed room for the later blue issue from the lower layer. Nora placed a broad separator between the two copies and added a front card listing both catalog numbers in date order. The first folder remained reserved for the worn blue route chart. Its full handling note appeared before the chart, and the folder held nothing else. She opened the third folder. The earlier yellow route chart remained where Nora had placed it during the previous round. Its stable old paper repair strip lay inside the folded packet, and the temporary slip requesting an even light check rested at the front. Nora drew the chart forward on its support and opened only the panels needed to see the strip. Under the repair room lamp, the old paper lay flat. Its edges did not lift, and the surrounding surface showed no stiffness. She removed the temporary wording and replaced it with a shorter observation. Old repair strip stable. No treatment required. Then she closed the chart along its familiar folds and returned it to the third folder. The later yellow route issue from the second layer matched its folded width. Nora placed a broad separator over the earlier chart and lowered the later issue beside it without shifting the first. On the contents card, she listed both catalog numbers in date order, distinguishing the earlier repaired copy from the later unrepaired issue. The boards closed without pressure. The 3 empty folders now received the remaining root groups. The fourth held the red root working copies. Nora placed the copy with the softened central fold on top so its support note would be seen first. The other red copy rested beneath a separator. When she lowered the front board, the spine retained its natural depth. The fifth held the green route copies, including the chart from which she had brushed 3 loose fibers. Their folds alternated at the thickest edges, keeping the folder level. The sixth received the remaining cloth-backed chart, whose issue did not share a suitable root group. Its contents card identified it plainly, and its folded packet rested centered between the boards. Nora opened and closed each folder once. No chart projected at the head or foot. No foredge pressed against a board. The retaining bands held the notes without adhesive. The dark green stitches remained even along every spine. She brought the 6 folders into one row. The first held the worn blue root original alone. The second held 2 later blue root issues. The third held the 2 yellow root copies. The earlier chart with its stable repair strip and the distinct later issue from the lower layer. The fourth held the red route group, the fifth the green route group, and the sixth the remaining single copy. Nora took the working inventory and recorded the contents proposed for all 6 folders. She left hold for approval beside the first folder, then made a light pencil mark beside each line, as she compared it with the cards in front of her. The marks were working marks only. She did not sign the inventory or replace its provisional heading. One final pass through the folder cards would remain. After the room had quieted further, the shallow box could now receive the paper material. A few pale threads and grains of dust lay against the wood. Nora held the box over the dark tray and used the smaller brush to draw them gently from one corner. She did not polish the wood or disturb Jonas's original blue pencil label. The paper copies went back inside, separated by root color with broad slips and arranged by printed date. The yellow timetable kept its plain wrapper. The matching blue paper source returned to its proper root group, held within a loose band marked Matched Danksko. Facsimile made. Their sharp folds made an even layer. Nothing heavier rested above them now that the cloth-backed working copies had their own folders. Nora lowered the lid. She took a fresh card cut to fit the brass holder. Jonas's earlier blue pencil label still recorded the box's original mixed condition. Fairy charts, cloth and paper, mixed. Nora left that card with the working records. On the new one she wrote, "Fairy charts. Paper copies by moot and date." Below it she added, "Cloth-backed copies in 6 green 3 folders." She slipped the card into the holder. Beside the box the handling facsimile lay face upward. The blue route crossed from the market Quay to the north landing at full size. Broad warm white margins surrounded the printed border. Nora turned it over once. The graphite identification remained clear. Full-size handling facsimile, the catalog number of the worn cloth-backed original, the issue number of the paper source, the 2 landing names, the copying date, and her initials. She compared those details with the copying record. They agreed. She returned the sheet face upward and placed the checked slip above its margin. Handling facsimile. Kyle and margins checked. The paper charts were closed inside their labeled box. Every cloth-backed copy had one continuous place within the 6 folders. The single useful touch facsimile rested apart from both. The working inventory remained unsigned, waiting for its last quiet comparison. Nora began the physical return path. She placed both hands beneath the shallow box and lifted. Its weight was lighter without the cloth-backed copies, and the paper inside remained level. She carried it from the repair room into the long map room at an unhurried pace. The windows had darkened to broad panes reflecting the lamps within. Beyond those reflections, a regular white fairy light crossed the water and emerged again nearer the landing. At the end of the long table stood the reading stand, where the repaired blue cloth walking map rested in its protective support. Nearby, the transparent rain overlay lay in its sleeve. Both remained repaired, recorded, and ready for use. The reading room atlas remained empty. Nora did not open it. Tonight's useful result belonged beside the working charts and the earlier walking map. Nothing in the fairy chart preparation called for an atlas entry. She set the shallow box on the long table, well away from the reading stand, and returned to the repair room for the facsimile. She carried it flat between two clean support boards. At the reading stand, she removed the upper board and placed the finished sheet beside the blue cloth walking map. The facsimile remained outside the empty atlas. Its broad margins were ready for the fingers that might follow the short crossing. The worn cloth-backed original would keep the smooth record of earlier hands within its first green thread folder. That was the answer the evening had required. Nora returned to the long table, lifted the shallow box, and carried it into the print cupboard. The shelf from which she had taken it remained open. She lowered the box into place and slid it back only far enough to sit securely. The new label faced outward. She returned for the folders in 2 journeys. The first 3 came together in a supported stack, with the worn blue route chart on top. Nora set them beside the box, their spines facing outward. Then she brought the remaining 3 and continued the row. 6 folders rested on the cleared shelf. Nora adjusted the lower edges until they aligned. She used no pressure beyond the touch needed to bring the boards even. Their differing contents showed in small variations at the 4 edges. But each spine had enough room. She placed the working inventory beside them, with its unsigned heading visible. The final verification would be simple and reversible. Open each folder only far enough to see its front card. Compare the catalog numbers with the inventory, and confirm the box entry. No chart would need to be unfolded, and no new decision would be required. Nora left the pencil with the inventory. Then she carried the brush tray back to the repair room. The pale fibers against its dark lining required no further interpretation. She placed the smaller brush across the upper edge and the larger brush beside it, bristles clear of the lint. The cotton cloth remained on the central table. Nora lifted it by 2 corners and let its shallow creases relax. No chart lay beneath it. No slip had been caught in its folds. She spread it again across the surface. Her bone folder rested near the top edge. She picked it up and turned it once in her hand. Its polished surface had guided the alignment of the working slips, but it had not touched the worn arcs or pressed the old linen hinges. Nora laid it parallel to the blotting paper. Through the window, another fairy light moved along the short inner route. Nora did not step nearer. The printed curve had been understood. The original was sheltered. The one useful facsimile waited beside the walking map. For now, the route had narrowed to the known rooms. Repair room to long map room. Long map room to print cupboard. Print cupboard back to the quiet table. Nora made the return without carrying anything. She paused at the cupboard doorway and looked once at the shelf. The new box label was square in its holder. Beside it, 6 closed folders rested in line. The dark green thread crossed each pale spine in the same steady rhythm. The working inventory waited beside them, with a pencil near its lower edge. Its final pass would ask only for the comparison already prepared. Card, line, folder. Card, line, folder. After that, the provisional heading could be settled. Nora left the cupboard lamp on at its lowest setting. The softened light kept the folder cards legible, without brightening the long map room. Nothing on the shelf needed to move before the quiet verification. She walked back toward the repair room at an unhurried pace. Behind her, the paper charts rested in the returned box, and every cloth-backed chart remained in its assigned green thread folder. In the long map room, the facsimile lay beside the blue cloth walking map and outside the empty atlas. Ahead, the cotton cloth, brush tray, blotting paper, and familiar bone folder waited in the lamplight. The discovery was resolved. The physical route had been made. Only the small established check remained, ready to be completed without reopening the evening's question. Nora stood for a moment inside the repair room doorway. The route behind her had already narrowed. The shallow box rested on its shelf in the print cupboard with its new label facing outward. Beside it, the 6 repaired folders formed an even row, each holding its assigned cloth-backed chart or route group. One ordinary task remained. Nora returned to the cupboard while the low lamp still made the contents cards legible. The working inventory lay beside the folders, its provisional heading visible at the top and 5 light pencil marks dissenting beside the folder entries. She set the sheet on the open shelf and took up the pencil. Without unfolding any chart, she drew the first folder forward just far enough to read its visible card. The catalog number matched the first inventory line. The worn blue route working copy, housed alone with its handling note. Nora returned the folder to the row. The second card listed the 2 later blue route issues in date order. Its numbers matched the second line. The third card matched the 2 yellow route copies, including the chart with the stable old repair strip. The fourth identified the red route group and its support note. The fifth listed the green route copies. Each card agreed with its corresponding inventory line. Nora drew the 6th folder forward by the edge of its board. Its visible card identified the remaining cloth-backed chart, housed alone. She compared the number with the 6th line and made the final light check mark. Then she looked at the box entry below the folder list. Ferry charts. Paper copies, by moot and dat. The wording matched the new card in the brass label holder. The matching source for the facsimile was included in the blue route paper group, just as the inventory recorded. Nora crossed out the provisional heading with 1 straight pencil line. Above it, she wrote, "Approved in Vetni." At the foot of the sheet, she added the date and signed her name. The correction could still be read beneath the new heading. The contents cards could still be removed from their retaining bands. Nothing about the check had required a chart to be opened, and nothing had changed inside the folders. Nora set the approved inventory beside the box where it could be found without moving the row. She returned the pencil to the lower edge of the sheet and lowered the cupboard lamp. All 6 folders were approved. The evening's work was complete. She walked back to the repair room without carrying anything. The cotton cloth covered the central table. Its shallow creases ran from the center toward the edges, left by the charts that had rested there. A few threads of lamplight caught its weave. At the upper edge lay the bone folder inherited from her former workshop, parallel to the smooth blotting paper. Nora adjusted the bone folder by the width of 1 finger. Its long side now matched the edge of the blotter. The movement made no sound beyond a soft touch against the table. The familiar tool remained where it would be easy to find on another evening, though no further use was asked of it tonight. Beside the cloth sat the brush tray. The detached linen fibers showed clearly against its dark lining. Some were short and straight. Some had curled after resting for years inside rounded folds. A few grains of dust lay among them. The smaller brush rested across the upper rim, and the larger one lay beside the tray with its bristles turned away. Nora lifted the smaller brush. She held it above the tray and gave its handle 1 gentle turn between her fingers. No fiber clung to the bristles. Nothing fell. She lowered it again so that its soft tip remained clear of the gathered lint. Then she turned the larger brush until its handle lay parallel to the tray. The brushes had done the only work needed from them. They had carried loose fibers away from the linen folds, without disturbing anything still attached. The cloth-backed charts had not been scoured or made to look unused. Their surfaces remained their own. Through the doorway, Nora could see part of the cupboard shelf. The box appeared first, a low gray shape beneath its label holder. Beyond it, the folder spines continued in a pale line. The dark green stitches were dim at this distance, but their regular spacing was still visible. The evening had left no chart open beneath the lamp, no paper edge projected from under the cotton cloth. The paper copies were arranged by root and date inside the shallow box. The cloth-backed copies rested within the repaired folders, separated where needed, with their contents cards and handling notes in place. The first folder held the blue route working copy with the smooth pale arcs. Its handling note rested beneath the retaining band. The chart remained folded along its familiar linen hinges, neither pressed nor altered. The pale arcs followed the printed line from the market, Quay to the North Landing. They had been made by fingers tracing the short crossing, and they would remain on the chart. The matching paper source was back inside the ferry chart box, held in its proper route and date by the loose band, marked Matched Songso, facsimile made. It had supplied the image without requiring the worn original to be pressed beneath the copying frame. The verified full-size handling facsimile rested beside the approved blue cloth walking map and outside the empty reading room atlas. Its scale and broad margins matched the source. The graphite note on its reverse distinguished it from the original. The route remained clear on its face, ready for hands to follow. The transparent rain overlay remained protected in its sleeve. Each object had kept the state it had already earned. Nora placed both hands on the near edge of the table, simply feeling the smooth wood beneath her palms. The close work had left her fingers comfortably aware of texture. She could still recall the light crackle of the paper charts and the softer response of their linen-backed working copies. The paper had held its sharp folds. The linen had opened in broad, rounded hinges. Those differences no longer needed to be tested. They had become part of the settled arrangement. Paper copies together in the labeled box, cloth-backed copies, sheltered in folders made with enough depth for their folds. Nora released the table and stood easily upright. Her shoulders had lowered since she carried the shallow box from the cupboard. Her hands were warm. Her pace had grown slower through the return path, and now there was almost no pace left to keep. Beyond the open window, water moved against the stone quay. The sound gathered quietly, touched the wall, and withdrew. Another small movement followed. Between them lay enough stillness for the soft vibration of a ferry engine to pass across the sheltered harbor. One regular white light moved through the visible strip of water. Its reflection extended beneath it, broke into short, pale pieces, and gathered again. The vessel itself remained a level darkness behind the lamp. The light moved in the direction of the North Landing. Nora did not trace the route with her hand. The printed line had already been compared with the worn arcs. That observation had guided the handling note, the folder choice, and the preparation of the facsimile. She watched until the light reached the edge of the window frame. Then it passed from view. The low engine note remained for a little longer. It softened against the stone walls and settled into the broader sound of water. Nora turned from the window. The lamp above the central table made a calm oval over the cotton cloth. At its edges, the room had begun to lose detail. The grain of the table remained visible near the chair. Farther away, the side table and doorway were softer shapes. She drew the blotting paper a fraction farther from the cloth. The movement aligned it with the bone folder and left a narrow strip of bare table between the two surfaces. The sheet slid without bending, its edge remaining smooth. There was nothing beneath it. Nora checked this by sight rather than lifting it. The paper rested evenly from corner to corner. No slip made a ridge. No fiber showed at its edge. She smoothed no crease from the cotton cloth. Its shallow lines could remain until the next use. Like the rounded hinges in the charts, they showed only where material had rested and then been removed. Nora took one step toward the doorway. From there, the print cupboard shelf came more fully into view. The cupboard lamp was off, but light from the long map room reached the folder spines at a low angle. The pale linen looked warmer than it had beneath the direct repair room lamp. The green thread appeared nearly black where it passed into each spine. Across the exposed sections, the color returned. Deep green, quiet and even. Each stitch entered, crossed, and entered again. The 6 repaired folders held the same rhythm, despite the small differences in their contents. Nora went no farther. A full circuit of the house would have added nothing. The model room remained closed, as it had all evening. The window gallery was beyond the bounded route of the shift. The work had moved only between the print cupboard, the long map room, and the repair room, and that route had brought every chart to its resting place. The useful path was short now. Repair table, map room doorway, print cupboard shelf. Her gaze moved along it once without her feet following. At the table, the brush tray held the loose fibers. Through the doorway, the long map room reflected its lamps in the dark windows. On the cupboard shelf, the sorted box and 6 folders rested together. Nora returned her attention to the tray. The pale lint could remain against the dark lining. It was gathered and contained, away from the cotton cloth and blotting paper. It asked for no further examination. She moved the tray inward by less than the width of her palm. It now sat fully within the table's edge. The brushes remained balanced as she moved it. No fiber shifted beyond the lining. When she stopped, the tray was stable and square to the cotton cloth. Nora placed the larger brush above it, leaving the bristles unsupported and clear. The smaller brush remained across the rim. Both could wait without pressure on their soft ends. A narrow band of lamplight rested on the bone folder. Years of handling had polished it, though differently from the pale arcs on the fairy chart. Tonight it had served as a guide for aligning slips. It had remained away from the old chart when pressure would have been the wrong choice. Nora left it where it was. Her hands no longer needed a tool. She drew the chair close to the table, leaving enough space that its back did not touch the cloth. The chair legs moved over the floor with a low, brief sound. When they stopped, the repair room became quiet again. Nora sat. Her feet rested flat. Her back found the chair without effort. She placed her hands loosely in her lap. From this lower position, the central table rose between her and the window. The cotton cloth became a pale, level field. The blotting paper and bone folder formed 2 quiet lines at its upper edge. The tray made a low, dark shape beside them. No work projected upward asking to be resumed. The shallow box was closed. The folders were closed. The chart with the worn root was closed within its folder. Its pale arcs remained present even though they could no longer be seen. They did not require display in order to be preserved. The handling note would appear before the chart whenever the folder opened again. Until then, the linen-backed sheet could rest along the folds it had known for years. The other cloth-backed charts rested in the same manner. Their separators lay between compatible copies. The support note for the softened red root fold would be seen before the chart was handled. The stable yellow repair strip needed nothing more. Outside, the regular fairy light appeared again. Nora saw only its reflection at first, a thin white length moving between the darker reflections of the room. Then the lamp itself entered the clear portion of the pane. It crossed slowly, with the same measured movement as before. Small ripples lengthened the reflection. The white line divided and joined. Behind it, the water returned to its ordinary dark surface. Nora's breathing had become as unhurried as the crossing. There was no count to keep. The visible order on the shelf was enough. The new box label described the arrangement. The signed inventory accounted for every folder. The contents cards would guide the next opening. Nothing depended on one more note. The fairy light moved beyond the window frame. Its reflection shortened and disappeared. The engine note followed at a distance until water against stone became the clearer sound again. Nora waded through one quiet wash along the Quay wall. Then another. She rose from the chair. Her hands remained empty. She stood beside the table and let the arranged surfaces register in their resting state. Cotton cloth, blotting paper, bone folder, brush tray. Nothing was added to them. She lowered the repair room lamp. The circle of light contracted. The weave of the cotton cloth became less distinct. The bone folder's bright edge softened. The pale fibers in the tray faded into its dark lining, still gathered and contained. Light from the long map room was enough for the short path to the doorway. Nora walked there slowly. The windows beyond the map room now held more reflection than harbor. Between those reflections, distant fairy lights continued their regular movement. One passed behind the dark shape of a cabinet as seen in the glass, then emerged on the other side. The rhythm belonged to the harbor whether Nora watched or not. She stopped at the print cupboard opening. The cupboard remained dark. She did not turn its lamp on again. The new label on the shallow box could still be made out in the borrowed light. Its lettering sat square in the holder. Beside the box, the folder boards formed a low, even line. The approved inventory rested where she had left it, its signed lower edge just visible. Nora placed 2 fingertips against the outer edge of the nearest folder. She moved it inward by a fraction until its lower edge matched the folder beside it. None of the boards opened. None of the charts shifted. She withdrew her hand. 6 spines faced outward. Their contents made some folders slightly fuller than others, but each had room for the folded linen within. Along the shelf, the sewn spines remained aligned. The blue root chart rested behind the first, its smooth arcs left untouched. The other folders held their assigned charts in the order recorded on their cards. The sorted paper box stood beside them. Farther back in the long map room, the verified facsimile rested beside the approved blue cloth walking map and outside the empty atlas. Nothing more entered the evening. Nora let her hand rest at her side. Then she turned away from the shelf, leaving the 6 closed folders aligned in the softened light, with the dark green thread visible along every spine. The Harbor Chart House. Episode 4, Lamps in the Model Harbor. One tiny amber lamp shone beside the north landing, and its reflection lay in the model harbor's painted water like a short stroke of warm varnish. Nora Venn paused just inside the model room to look at it. At first, the reflection seemed almost as solid as the lamp itself. The basin had been painted in several quiet shades of blue and green, then finished with a gloss that held the room's light. The little amber point rested on that gloss without trembling. Nothing in the model moved unless someone turned the hand crank, and tonight the circular viewing platform was still. Beyond the tall windows, the real harbor had settled into its ordinary evening rhythm. Water touched the stone quay with a soft, repeated sound. Now and then came the low hum of a ferry working somewhere behind the buildings, softened by the thickness of the walls. In the model room, those distant sounds seemed to belong to the small painted basin as neatly as they belonged to the harbor outside. Nora let the door close gently behind her. She had come by the shortest indoor route, from the reading room, along the near end of the long map room, and through the model room door. For this shift, her path would remain bounded even more closely. She would work from the door to the waist-high model, then clockwise around its circular platform, section by section. When the dusting was done, she would return the platform to its usual reading room orientation, put away the brush, and carry the ferry facsimile back along the same short route. There was no reason to visit the repair room, the print cupboard, or the window gallery. Everything she needed was already here, or tucked under her arm. The facsimile rested inside one of the completed cloth-backed chart folders from the previous evening. Its label was held with dark green thread, Anika Sol's neat work, and the folder supported the chart without bending it. Nora kept one hand beneath the full width as she crossed to the model. The handling rule was simple now. Support the folder, open it on a clean level surface, and lift the chart only when there was a prepared place for it to go. A narrow table stood beside the model platform. Nora laid the folder there, well away from the turning edge, and waited until it was completely flat before taking her hand away. Her body had the comfortable pace of someone who had already walked through cool evening air, and then entered a warm, quiet building. Her shoulders were loose beneath her work jacket. Her hands were warm enough for paper. She was neither tired nor hurried. She moved with the measured steadiness the model required, a little slower than she might have moved among ordinary shelves, because even a sturdy educational model contained roofs, rails, posts, and lamp markers that were easier to care for when approached without haste. The unfinished task was visible from where she stood. A light veil of dust had collected over the inland half of the miniature harbor. It softened the slate-gray roofs of the covered market and dulled the pale stone color of the quay. The water remained glossy, but along its far painted edge a narrow band had lost some of its shine. One section near the door had already been cleaned during the day. There the roof ridges looked crisp, and the tiny lanes between buildings had regained their warmer color. The boundary between the cleaned and uncleaned sections curved across the model in a clear, gentle line. Beside the table waited a shallow tray of tools, a broad, soft brush, a smaller brush with a rounded tip, a low suction screen attached to a quiet hose, several folded pieces of clean tissue, and 2 wooden blocks used to prevent the platform from turning. The hand crank projected from the model's base at the roomward side. Its handle was smooth from years of use. Nora did not touch it yet. A small card tied near the crank gave the order of work in Jonas Reed's blue pencil. Secure section. Brush toward screen. Check removable markers. Turn only when clear. The words were practical rather than ceremonial. Nora read them once, though she had already read the same instructions in the catalog notes. Jonas' blue pencil had left a slightly heavier line beneath the word clear, no more than the pressure of his hand. She placed her palm near the crank without taking hold of it and looked across the platform. The model represented the inner harbor as seen from a raised, turning viewpoint. The real stone chart house stood at one edge, modestly reduced beneath its little gray roof. Across the basin the market quay widened beside a row of painted buildings. The north landing projected into the water on short dark pilings. Narrow streets climbed inland only as far as the model needed them to, ending cleanly at its rim. There were no miniature crowds and no ships caught in dramatic motion. The model had been built to explain distances, approaches, and ordinary routes. A small ferry sat beside one landing, fixed in place to show scale. Empty paths linked the quay to the covered market. The scene was calm enough that the layer of dust seemed less like neglect than a record of many quiet days between careful cleanings. Nora leaned slightly to one side. The amber lamp near the north landing changed position against the painted water. Its reflection shortened, then disappeared behind the low edge of the quay. When she straightened, the reflection returned. That was useful to remember. The model offered different information from different heights, and the turning platform was meant to make those changes easy for readers. Tonight, she would not circle it merely to inspect every roof or post. She would work through the prepared sections, turning the model only after each one was secure. She took off her jacket and hung it on the hook beside the door. The room was warm enough without it. Then she rolled her sleeves once, leaving them well above her wrists. On the narrow table, she opened the green thread folder. The cover lifted without pulling at the stitched label. Inside lay the approved fairy facsimile from the previous episode, flat and fully supported. Its cloth-backed original had been too worn for casual public handling, so this copy carried the useful information into the model room while the completed chart remained protected. Nora set 2 clean tissue tabs at the lower corners and used them to ease the facsimile into view. The paper showed the ferry route across the inner harbor, the North Landing, the market Quay, and the familiar paths between them. The printed lines were dark and even. Near the lower edge, the reproduced image preserved a broad curved area of wear from the original, a faint arc made over time by fingers tracing the route from landing to market. She did not interpret the arc yet. It was simply part of the chart's history, accurately carried into the facsimile. She placed the open folder on the table at an angle that allowed her to see both chart and model without lifting either one. The North Landing on paper faced the North Landing in miniature. The covered market's long roof could be found in both with only a small turn of her head. The room's main light fell from above and behind her. It brought out the shallow texture of the model's plaster buildings and made the dust easiest to see along the roof slopes. The tiny amber lamp remained brighter than the surrounding colors, though it was no larger than the head of a small tack. Nora bent her knees a little rather than rounding her back and brought her eyes level with the Quay. The lamp marker was removable. Its narrow peg sat in a prepared hole beside the landing, allowing the model's route displays to be changed for public lessons. Tonight's notes said that 3 amber markers belonged to the evening ferry walk. Only one could be seen from the doorway. The others might be hidden by the market roofs at the platform's present angle, or they might be stored in their fitted recesses along the base. Finding and checking them was part of the unfinished work, but there was no need to search ahead. The sections would reveal them in order. She straightened and examined the cleaned portion nearest the door. The difference made by the daytime work was modest and satisfying. Dust no longer rounded the edges of the smallest roof. A painted gutter line had reappeared. On the Quay, 2 pale paving marks could again be distinguished from the surrounding gray. That gave her the standard for the evening. Not brightness and not a false newness, but the return of intended distinctions. Nora lifted the broad brush from the tray. Its handle was long enough to reach across a section without placing her sleeve over the model. The bristles were very soft, set in a flat oval. She passed them once across the back of her bare hand. They yielded with almost no pressure. The smaller rounded brush would be useful near the lamp markers and along the market roof. The low suction screen would catch loosened dust without drawing directly on any part of the model. Every action could be stopped and reversed. A brush stroke could end. The screen could be moved away. The wooden blocks could hold the platform before the crank was turned. Her bone folder, inherited from her former workshop, remained in its usual case in her work bag. She had brought it from habit, but the model did not require it. There was no paper to crease or mend here. For this task, the broad brush was the proper tool. She returned it to the tray for another moment and checked the platform's position. A small brass mark on the base, aligned with a painted line on the floor. That was the normal reading room orientation, the position in which a visitor standing near the door saw the harbor entrance first, and the covered market beyond it. By the end of the shift, the 2 marks would meet again. For now, the first work section lay between the charthouse roof and the North Landing. Nora fitted 1 wooden block against the platform's lower rim and placed the second opposite it. She tested the crank with the lightest touch. It did not move. The viewing platform was secure. Outside, the real water brushed the Quay again, Inside, the small amber reflection rested in the model basin. The green thread folder lay open on the table, holding the fairy facsimile flat. The broad brush waited beside the low suction screen, and the first dusty roofs formed a manageable reach in front of Nora. She drew the stool nearer, sat with both feet settled on the floor, and adjusted the screen along the outer edge of the first section. Its frame rested clear of the painted quay. The hose curved safely toward the wall, leaving the walking path around the platform open. Her route for the hour was ready. This first section, the next turn, the market side, and then the same measured way back to the brass mark. Nora switched on the low suction. Its sound settled into the room as a soft, even breath. Then she raised the broad brush over the first gray roof and paused at the edge of the dust, ready to begin. Nora lowered the broad brush until the tips of the bristles rested against the slope of the first gray roof. She used almost no pressure. The brush bent under its own softness, gathering the loose dust without polishing the painted surface beneath. With one slow stroke, she guided the dust down the roof and toward the low suction screen. The screen drew it away through its fine mesh, leaving the model untouched. A clean strip appeared behind the brush. The change was narrow but distinct. Slate gray paint emerged from beneath the veil, and the ridge of the roof regained a fine straight edge. Nora lifted the brush completely before beginning the next stroke. She overlapped the cleaned strip by the width of a few bristles, working from the roof ridge toward the screen again. The low suction continued with its soft, level breath. On the third pass, a painted seam became visible between two roof panels. Nora had seen its continuation on the already cleaned section near the door. Now the line joined itself across the boundary, making the whole roof readable again as one carefully made surface. She paused and moved the screen a little closer. Its frame stayed beyond the miniature quay, never resting on the model itself. The loosened dust traveled only a short distance before the screened airflow caught it. Nothing scattered into the lanes or settled on the glossy basin. Nora brushed the adjoining roof in the same direction. It was lower and warmer in color, with a shallow chimney set near one end. Rather than taking the broad brush around the chimney, she cleaned the open slopes and left a small untouched margin. Then she returned the broad brush to the tray and selected the rounded one. The smaller brush had a pale wooden handle and a full, soft tip. She turned it once between her fingers, checking that no loose bristle projected from the shape. Then she worked around the chimney with short outward movements, always drawing dust into the open area and on toward the screen. The chimney's square base reappeared. So did a thin painted shadow beneath its cap. It had not been missing, only softened. Nora cleared the final dust from the roof and sat back far enough to compare the result with the daytime section. The two areas now matched. Neither looked newly painted. Their colors were still quiet, their small signs of age still present, but their edges and distinctions had returned. She looked down at the open folder beside her. The fairy facsimile lay flat under the room light. The north landing was printed as a narrow projection from the quay, with a dark line along its outer side. On the model, the same landing extended toward the painted water, just beyond the roofs she had cleaned. Nora followed the printed shape without touching the paper. There was the broad shoreward end, the narrower outer platform, and the short approach from the lane. The proportions were simplified in the model, but the arrangement was the same. "North Landing," she said quietly. The words were no more than a working confirmation. She set the smaller brush down and shifted the suction screen along the platform edge until it stood opposite the landing. The tiny amber marker remained in its prepared hole beside the approach. Its peg and cap were too small to brush around casually, so Nora folded a piece of clean tissue into a loose tent and placed it over the marker without pressing down. The tissue made the lamp visible as a protected shape, and kept the broad brush from catching it. She worked first on the open paving around the landing. The dust was thinner there than on the roofs. 2 long strokes were enough to restore the slight difference between the pale quay and the darker landing surface. Along the water's edge, she changed to the rounded brush and drew the dust inland, away from the glossy basin, before guiding it sideways toward the screen. A narrow painted line emerged at the boundary. It marked the stone edge of the quay. Before cleaning, it had blended into the gray around it. Now it ran neatly from the miniature chart house toward the landing, stopping where the landing projected over the water. Nora lifted the tissue tent. The amber marker stood as it had before, straight and undisturbed. She looked at it from 2 angles, checking only that the cap remained seated and that no dust had gathered against the base. It did not need to be removed. She gave the paving beside it one final stroke with a small brush, then returned the tissue to the tray. The first section had changed visibly. Roof ridges were clear, the chimney base was defined, and the quay edge could be followed without strain. Even the painted water beside it seemed glossier, because the dusty border no longer dulled the contrast. Nora switched off the suction. The room became still enough for the real harbor to be heard again. Water touched stone beyond the windows. Somewhere farther along the quay, a door closed with a soft, ordinary weight, and then there was only the muted evening hum. She inspected the whole secured section before moving anything. The brushes were in the tray. The screen stood clear of the platform. The tissue was accounted for. Her sleeves remained above her wrists. The green thread folder lay beyond the turning edge, and the facsimile had not shifted. Only then did she remove the 2 wooden blocks. She placed them side by side on the floor where she could reach them again. Her right hand settled around the smooth handle of the crank. With her left, she watched the nearest edge of the model, ready to stop if any tool or loose material came near it. Nora turned the crank slowly. The platform moved with a quiet mechanical murmur. The north landing traveled to her left, and the long roof of the covered market came gradually forward. The amber point beside the landing slipped behind a row of low buildings. Its reflection stretched briefly across the painted basin, shortened and disappeared. The model turned no faster than a large serving tray passed carefully across a table. As the market side approached, Nora eased the crank to a stop. A second brass mark on the platform base aligned with a small pencil line labeled B. She did not depend on the label alone. She checked that the next dusty section rested fully within reach, and that no part of it stood beneath the screen or near the table. Then she replaced both wooden blocks. The crank resisted her testing touch. The platform was secure again. From this angle, the covered market was easy to recognize. Its roof was longer than the surrounding roofs and divided into 3 shallow spans. One side opened toward the quay beneath a painted arcade. A broad lane joined it to the waterfront. Nora compared it with the ferry facsimile. The chart used a simple rectangle for the building, but its position was unmistakable. The market quay widened in front of it, creating a generous paved area between the ferry route and the covered stalls. On the model, the same space curved around the basin in pale gray paint. Market quay, Nora said. Now both working points were established. The north landing behind the low buildings, and the market quay before her. She moved the suction screen into place and switched it on. This section held more dust. The 3 roof spans had collected it along their shallow valleys, where it formed fine gray lines. Nora began at the highest span, brushing from the ridge toward the outer slope. Each stroke loosened only what the screen could take. The first roof changed from a muted gray-brown to a warmer, clearer brown. Along its edge, a row of tiny painted brackets emerged beneath the eaves. Nora cleaned them with a rounded brush, one open interval at a time, without pressing into the recesses. She did not count the brackets or inspect them as separate objects. They were simply part of the roof's intended pattern, and the pattern returned as the dust lifted. The second span required a change in position. Nora moved her stool rather than reaching across the model. She settled both feet again, placed the screen opposite her, and resumed with the broad brush. Dust traveled down the slope in a faint line and vanished against the mesh. The third span was closest to the painted basin. Here she used shorter strokes so that nothing moved toward the water. When the open surface was clear, she changed brushes and worked along the narrow roof valley. The rounded tip collected the dust and brought it outward in small, controlled amounts. Beneath the cleared roof edge, the arcade openings looked deeper. Their interiors remained painted in soft shadow, but their upper curves were crisp again. Nora paused to rest her hand. Across the section she had just cleaned, the roof now differed plainly from the one behind it. The cleaned surface held its warm brown color. The dusty roof beyond appeared cooler and flatter, awaiting its own turn. That boundary gave her a natural stopping place. She moved to the market quay itself. Before brushing, she looked for removable markers. The evening display notes had mentioned 3 amber lamps, and the first stood at the north landing. From this viewing angle, another small amber cap could be seen near the inland end of the market lane. It was partly screened by the corner of the long roof, though it sat in an open, prepared hole. Nora protected it with a fresh fold of tissue and cleaned the paving around it. The lane emerged gradually. It was not one plain strip of gray, as it had seemed beneath the dust. A slightly warmer painted band ran through its center, bordered by 2 paler margins. The broad brush revealed the band a little at a time. She followed it only across the section already secured for work. At the edge of that section, the warmer band disappeared beneath the remaining dust. Nora stopped there. The lane would continue into the next round, but it did not need to be uncovered ahead of the brush. She cleaned around the base of the covered market, drawing dust away from the arcade and toward the screen. A tiny painted step became visible at the quay side entrance. Beside it was an ordinary rectangular signboard, with no lettering at this scale, only a cream-colored center and a dark frame. Nora brushed the signboard once from top to bottom. Its frame cleared. She left it at that. The amber marker near the lane remained under its tissue cover until the surrounding paving was clean. When Nora lifted the tissue, she found the marker upright. Its cap was a little dull with surface dust, so she held the low suction screen several inches away and passed the rounded brush lightly over the cap toward the airflow. The amber color brightened. She did not twist the marker or lift it from its hole. It was seated firmly enough for the present work. The catalog note required a check, not unnecessary handling. Nora switched off the suction and set the rounded brush in the tray. She compared the model with the facsimile once more. The north landing lay out of direct view behind the buildings, but its position could be inferred from the basin edge and the ferry approach. The market quay was now directly before her, its widened paving and long roof matching the chart. On the paper, the route between them curved gently around the inner harbor. On the model, portions of that same ground could now be seen in clean, distinct color. The landing approach from the first section, the market lane in the second, and a dusty interval still waiting between them. Nora noted the correspondence without deciding more than the work yet showed. She closed neither the folder nor the question of the remaining markers. There was another section to secure and clean before the model would offer a full view. The blue pencil card near the crank remained clear in its order. Secure section. Brush toward screen. Check removable markers. Turn only when clear. Nora gathered the used tissues into one corner of the tray. The broad brush lay beside the smaller rounded brush, both safely away from the platform. She moved the suction screen back from the turning edge and traced the hose with her eyes to make certain its curve remained open and slack. The cleaned market roof held the overhead light differently now. Its three spans were separate again, their shallow valleys visible. The pale Quay widened beneath them, and the second amber cap stood cleanly beside the warmer band of the lane. She removed the wooden blocks and placed one hand on the crank. Before turning it, she looked from the market Quay to the facsimile, and then across the painted basin toward the roofs that still carried their soft covering of dust. The next section was modest. It would bring the middle reach of the walking route into view, and might reveal the remaining lamp marker. Everything needed for that next round was already established. The two brushes, the screened suction, the supported facsimile, and the rule of turning only after the model was clear. Nora began to move the crank. The covered market glided slowly away from the center of her view. The cleaned roofs passed into the warmer side light, while the next quiet section approached. She stopped as the dusty lane came within comfortable reach, fitted the wooden blocks against the base, and tested the platform until it was still. Then she drew the low suction screen nearer and rested the broad brush across the tray, ready for the next careful pass. Nora switched on the low suction, and its soft, even breath returned to the model room. The section before her was narrower than the Market Quay section. It contained no broad roof and no wide landing, only the middle reach of the lane, two low buildings, a short wall, and a bend in the painted paving where the path followed the harbor basin. Dust softened all of it. Nora began with the broad brush on the nearest building. She drew each stroke from the roof ridge toward the suction screen, lifting the bristles fully between passes. The gray veil gathered, moved, and disappeared against the mesh. A muted red-brown roof emerged. Its ridge was slightly uneven by design, suggesting old tiles without attempting to show everyone. Along the lower edge, a narrow cream line separated the roof from the wall. Nora cleared that line with a rounded brush, working outward from beneath the eave. The second low building had a flatter roof, painted in quiet green. Its surface required only 3 passes. When the dust was gone, a small raised rim became visible around it, no higher than a folded paper edge. Nora left the faint wear on one corner untouched. It belonged to the model's history and was not loose dirt. She moved the suction screen a little farther along the platform. The central lane now lay between the two cleaned buildings, curving around the short wall before opening toward the market. On the ferry facsimile, the corresponding route was simple. A modest line from the north landing, around the basin, and into the widened Market Quay. The reproduced fingerwear followed much the same course, though its arc was broader than the printed line beneath it. Nora looked from the paper to the model. From her present position, the lane did not appear continuous. One low roof obscured the approach from the north landing, while the short wall hid part of the market end. The 2 amber markers she had already seen were out of sight behind separate parts of the miniature harbor. She returned her attention to the dust. Using the rounded brush, she cleared the warmer band along the middle of the lane. The color matched the band she had uncovered beside the covered market. It came forward slowly, first as a small patch between the buildings, and then as a narrow curve beside the wall. She stopped at the edge of the secured section. The visible state change was gentle but useful. What had looked like several unrelated pieces of paving now shared one warm-toned center. The band entered from behind the green roof, curved around the wall, and continued toward the market side. Near the bend, the rounded brush touched something firm. Nora lifted it at once. A small amber cap stood close to the inner side of the wall. Dust had dulled it until it was almost the same color as the paving around it. This was the 3rd removable lamp marker. She did not brush it again immediately. Instead, she folded a clean tissue into a loose cover and placed it over the cap. Then she cleaned the surrounding lane with short movements directed away from the marker. As the dust lifted from its base, the marker's narrow peg became visible. The peg was seated in its prepared hole, but not quite as deeply as the other two had been. A fine dark line showed beneath one side of the cap, and the marker leaned by a small degree toward the painted wall. Nora observed it without touching it. The lamp was not damaged. It had simply risen slightly in its socket, perhaps during an earlier change of display. Reseating it would be a straightforward reversible action. But she would wait until the surrounding work was clear, and the route display had been understood. She completed the paving around the tissue cover. The warmer band now ran cleanly through the middle section. Pale margins showed on either side, and the short wall had regained a distinct lower edge. Nora switched off the suction. The real harbor returned to her hearing. Water moved softly beyond the stone wall. A ferry engine sounded at a distance, and then faded into the ordinary quiet of the quay. She lifted the tissue. The third amber marker looked brighter now that the dust around it was gone, though its slight lean remained. From where Nora sat, it seemed to mark only the bend in the lane. The first lamp had stood beside the north landing. The second stood near the inland end of the market lane. This one occupied the ground between them. 3 points, each placed where a person changed direction. Nora looked down at the ferry facsimile. The reproduced finger arc began broadly over the north landing. It swept along the inner edge of the harbor and ended near the covered market. Years of use had softened the printing there on the original chart. The facsimile preserved that wear as faithfully as it preserved the route line itself. She placed neither finger nor tool on the paper. She followed the arc with her eyes. At the model's present angle, the 3 lamps could not be seen together. Buildings divided them into separate views. The first had disappeared behind the low roofs when she turned toward the market. The second had stood near the long roof. The third was before her now, but the wall concealed its relation to the other 2. The model's turning platform existed precisely to solve that kind of interruption. Nora cleared the tools from its edge. The broad and rounded brushes went into the shallow tray. The suction screen moved back until its frame and hose stood entirely beyond the turning circle. The used tissue joined the others in the tray. The facsimile remained flat and supported on the narrow table. She inspected the cleaned section once more. The red, brown, and green roofs were clear. The lane's warm central band was visible. The third lamp remained in its hole, slightly raised but stable. Nothing loose lay on the platform. Nora removed the wooden blocks. She rested her hand on the crank and turned it by less than a quarter of a revolution. The platform responded with its quiet, mechanical murmur. The third amber point moved away from the wall. The covered market approached from the right, and the lane unfolded between the intervening roofs. Nora stopped before the market quay reached the center. From this angle, she could see the third lamp and the second. A warm band of paving joined them. She bent her knees slightly and lowered her viewpoint. The long market roof hid the second marker again. When she straightened, it returned above the edge of the arcade. The placement had been chosen for a standing reader. Nora turned the crank a little farther. The north landing began to appear beyond the low buildings. Its amber marker came first, a tiny cap above the quay edge, followed by the narrow landing and the painted approach. For a brief range of the platform's movement, all 3 lamps were visible at once. One stood at the north landing. One marked the bend beside the short wall. One waited where the lane opened toward the covered market. They did not form a straight line, nor did they flash or change. They simply stepped around the curve of the harbor, each point occupying a place where an evening walker would look next. Nora stopped the platform and replaced one wooden block, then the other. She tested the crank. It held still. The 3 amber points remained in view. She leaned slightly to her left. The route compressed, making the middle lamp appear too close to the market. She leaned to her right, and the landing lamp slipped behind a roof. At her ordinary standing angle, the spacing settled into a readable sequence. The worn finger arc on the facsimile had recorded the same movement from another kind of viewing. Nora stood beside the table so that chart and model could be compared without moving either one. On the paper, the wear began at the ferry landing and curved toward the market. On the model, the lamps marked the beginning, the turn, and the arrival. There was nothing coded in their number or arrangement. They were not harbor signals and did not represent instructions to a vessel. Their scale and position belonged to the landward path. The model was showing an ordinary evening walk. Leave the ferry at the north landing, follow the quay around the basin, turn beside the wall, and continue to the covered market. The understanding came from the model itself. The first angle had shown a lamp beside water. The second had shown one beside the market lane. The cleaned middle section had revealed the third at the bend. Only when Nora changed her viewing angle did the separate points become one continuous route, matching the familiar finger movement preserved on the facsimile. She looked again at the amber marker beside the wall. Its slight lean now mattered in a small, practical way. A standing reader following the 3 points might see it as shifted toward the wall rather than centered on the bend. Reseated fully in its prepared hole, it would return to the intended position and make the route easier to read. Beside the folder lay a blank public label card and Jonas's blue pencil. Both had been placed on the table with the tools before Nora arrived, ready for the evening's documentation. The card needed only a concise explanation, not a history of the model, and not a question for someone else to solve. Nora considered the wording silently. 3 amber markers traced the evening walk from the North Ferry landing to the covered market. That would be enough. It named the objects, the time represented by the display, and the ordinary route they explained. A reader could then use the turning platform and see the sequence for themselves. She did not write yet. The low suction screen still stood nearby, and the third lamp had not been reseated. Those actions belonged together. First, she would protect the clean paving, lift the removable marker straight from its socket, check the prepared hole, and return the peg without force. Then she could place the model at the clearest public viewing angle and write the label from what the 3 points visibly showed. The discovery had changed the next work without enlarging it. The lamp was no longer merely a loose component to be corrected. Its exact seat helped preserve the walking route. The label was no longer a general note about miniature lights. It could explain their simple use. Nora returned to the model. She adjusted the wooden blocks so the platform remained firm at the angle where all 3 lamps could be seen. The amber points rested in a gentle curve around the painted basin. Behind them, the newly cleaned roofs held their quiet red-brown, green, and market gray. The warm central band of the lane joined the spaces between. On the narrow table, the facsimile lay open in its green thread folder, its worn finger arc facing the same way. Nora drew a fresh piece of tissue from the tray and set the rounded brush beside it. Then she placed the blank label card near Jonas's blue pencil, leaving both safely beyond the turning edge. The platform was secure. The route was understood. The loose middle marker waited in plain view for one careful adjustment, and the short public explanation was ready to be written. Nora began by making space around the middle lamp. The platform was already held by the 2 wooden blocks, and the crank remained still beneath her testing hand. She moved the rounded brush farther back on the tray, where it could not roll toward the model, then folded the fresh tissue into a small square. She laid the tissue on the clean paving beside the short wall. It would give the removable marker a safe resting place if she needed to set it down. The marker itself was no larger than the end of a narrow pencil. Its amber cap represented the lamp. Beneath that, a slender painted peg fitted into a prepared hole in the model. Nora brought her hand level with the paving rather than reaching down from above. At this angle, she could see the base clearly. She placed 2 fingertips around the cap without pinching and lifted straight upward. The peg left its socket easily. There was no catch, no resistance, and no loosened paint. Nora carried the marker the short distance to the folded tissue and laid it on its side. Against the white surface, the peg looked sound and even. A faint ring of dust clung just beneath the amber cap. She picked up the rounded brush. With one light movement, she brushed the peg from cap to tip. The dust released at once. She turned the tissue rather than turning the marker in her fingers, and gave the opposite side the same gentle pass. The amber cap needed no polishing. Its surface was meant to remain softly colored, not made glossy. Once the loose dust was gone, Nora returned the brush to the tray. The empty socket was now visible beside the wall. A little dust had settled around its rim, probably because the raised marker had left a narrow space beneath the cap. Nora placed the low suction screen near the outer edge of the section, safely beyond the painted Quay, and switched it on. Its quiet breath filled the room again. She did not direct suction into the socket. Instead, she used the corner of a clean tissue to loosen the dust at the rim, drawing it outward onto the paving. The screen collected it from there. A second small fold of tissue cleared the opposite side. The prepared hole remained round and clean. Nothing had lodged inside it. The marker had simply not been pressed to its natural resting depth. Nora switched off the suction and moved the screen back. She lifted the marker from the white tissue, holding it by the amber cap. The peg went into the socket straight. She let its own weight carry it down until it paused, then added the gentlest pressure with one fingertip. The marker settled by a small but visible amount. The dark line beneath the cap disappeared. The amber point stood upright, centered neatly on the bend in the warm painted lane. Nora took her hand away. She looked at the marker first from the side, then from the ordinary standing position she had used when the 3 lamps became visible together. It no longer leaned toward the wall. Its cap sat at the same height and angle as the markers at the landing and the market approach. The change was modest enough that a reader might never notice the adjustment itself. What the reader would notice was the route. From the north landing, the first lamp gave the beginning. The newly seated middle lamp held the turn. The third opened the path toward the covered market. Their gentle curve followed the warm band of paving around the basin. Nora picked up the rounded brush once more and made 2 short strokes around the marker's base. Both moved outward, away from the peg. The clean paving now met the cap evenly on every side. She returned the brush to the tray. The marker stayed straight. On the table, the fairy facsimile remained open inside its completed folder. The dark green thread along Anika's label lay flat against the cover. The broad, worn arc reproduced on the chart curved from the north landing toward the market, following the same ordinary movement as the 3 amber points. Nora stood between model and table. She changed her position by half a step until the printed route and the miniature route could be compared with only a turn of her head. The model simplified the buildings. The chart simplified the ground. Together they made the walk easy to understand. A person leaving the evening ferry would step onto the north landing. The Quay path would carry them around the painted basin. At the short wall, the middle lamp marked the bend. Beyond it, the long roof of the covered market gave a clear destination. Nothing more needed to be asked of the lights. They did not explain every path in the harbor. They did not need to. This display had one useful purpose, and the public label could remain as plain as the route itself. Nora drew the blank card toward her. It was a small cream card, firm enough to stand in the model's label holder. Its surface had a slight tooth that accepted pencil clearly. Jonas's blue pencil rested beside it, already sharpened to a rounded working point. She picked it up and wrote slowly enough to keep the lettering open. 3 amber markers traced the evening walk from the North Ferry landing to the covered market. The blue line settled softly into the cream card. Nora read the sentence once. It named what a visitor could see. It explained the route without giving instructions for operating the model, since those were already printed beside the crank. It did not call the markers signals or suggest that they belonged to the water. The words kept attention on the familiar landward walk. She left a little space below the sentence, then added a shorter second line. Turn the platform slowly to follow the path. That was enough. She set down the pencil and waited a moment before touching the card again. Blue pencil did not require drying, but the pause allowed her to look from the wording to the model, without immediately deciding that the first placement must be right. A narrow label holder stood on the model's fixed outer rail. It turned with neither the platform nor the miniature harbor. From its present position, the holder sat near the middle lamp, but a card placed there would partly interrupt the clearest standing view. Nora lifted the card by its edges. She tried it in the holder without pressing it fully down. The first line could be read easily, but the card rose against the painted wall behind it. From the left, it seemed to belong only to the middle marker. The label described all 3 lamps, so it should meet the reader before the route divided into separate points. Nora removed the card. The holder could slide along a shallow groove in the fixed rail. She moved it by the width of her hand toward the normal approach from the model room door. There, the card would stand outside the turning circle and below the line of sight across the basin. She placed the card in the holder again. Now the amber lamps remained unobstructed. A reader could take in the sentence, look beyond it to the north landing, and then turn the crank slowly until the other 2 points came into view. The discovery had changed the work in 2 visible ways. The middle lamp stood fully seated at the bend instead of leaning toward the wall. The public card named the 3 points as one evening walking route instead of leaving them to appear as unrelated miniature lights. Nora tested the label holder with one finger. It remained firm in the groove. The card did not touch the moving platform, even when she looked along its lower edge. She then cleared the table of the small materials used for the adjustment. The folded tissue that had held the marker went into the used tissue corner of the tray. The second tissue followed it. The rounded brush lay beside the broad brush, its bristles extending safely over the tray rather than against the table. Jonas's blue pencil returned to the shallow groove beside the blank cards. The facsimile stayed open. Nora was not yet ready to return it to the green thread folder. Before that, she wanted to check the new label from the platform's next angle and make sure the marker remained seated through one slow movement. She examined the model section. Nothing lay on the painted paving. The suction screen was back from the edge. Both brushes were in the tray. The labels stood on the fixed rail. The 3 lamp markers occupied their prepared holes. She removed the wooden blocks and placed them together on the floor. Her hand closed around the smooth crank. The platform began to turn with its low mechanical murmur. Nora watched the reseated middle marker as the lane moved past her. It remained upright. The amber cap did not sway or rise. The short wall traveled behind it, and the marker's position on the bend became clearer as the viewing angle opened. The market lamp came forward. For a few moments, all 3 amber points formed their shallow curve across the model. Then the north landing slipped behind a low roof, exactly as it had before. The route had not vanished. The viewing angle had simply changed. Nora stopped the crank. She fitted the blocks against the base and tested the platform until it was secure. From this position, the label card remained easy to read, because its holder stood on the fixed rail. The model had turned behind it, bringing the market Quay nearer. A visitor following the sentence would understand why the lights appeared one after another as the platform moved. Nora read the card again from the distance of an ordinary reader. 3 amber markers traced the evening walk from the North Ferry landing to the covered market. Her voice was quiet in the room. The words matched the visible ground. They made no claim beyond it. The second line, asking the reader to turn the platform slowly, described the intended movement without adding another handling rule. The blue pencil card near the crank already required every section to be clear before turning. For public use, the model would be free of brushes, screens, tissues, and open folders. The short instruction would then be sufficient. Nora made no revision. She returned to the middle section and viewed the reseated lamp from the market side. Its amber cap now stood a little apart from the painted wall, leaving the warm center of the lane visible around it. The adjustment had not made the marker prominent for its own sake. It had restored the spacing between the 3 points. Beyond the model room windows, the evening had deepened by a shade. The real harbor water continued its soft contact with the stone quay. The sound arrived through the walls without interrupting the low, settled quiet inside. The dusting still had its final orderly steps. One narrow strip of paving near the market edge needed to be brought into agreement with the cleaned route. After that, the platform would need to return to its brass reading room mark. The brushes would go back into their tray, and the ferry facsimile would be covered again inside Anika's green thread folder. Those actions belonged to the return path rather than to the discovery itself. For now, Nora brought the low suction screen to the last dusty strip and secured it beyond the platform edge. She checked the middle lamp once more, not by touching it, but by looking along the line of its peg. It remained straight. She switched on the suction and lifted the broad brush. The remaining dust lay over a small continuation of the warm painted lane. Nora guided it toward the screen in 3 long, light strokes. The warm band joined the section beside the market, making the walking route continuous across every area she had cleaned. She changed to the rounded brush for the edge beside the wall. One outward pass restored the pale margin. Another cleared the narrow meeting between paving and roof shadow. Then she stopped. The lamps were clean and evenly seated. The lane between them could be followed without a break. The blue pencil label waited at the reader's side of the model, concise and legible. Nora switched off the suction. She put both brushes in the tray and moved the screen away from the turning circle. On the table, the facsimile's worn finger arc, still curved from landing to market, held flat inside the completed folder. The platform remained secured at the useful comparison angle. The 3 amber points stood along the ordinary evening walk, and the next movement was simple. Release the blocks, turn the harbor gently back toward its normal reading room orientation, and carry the supported facsimile along the familiar short route. Nora left the platform secured while she prepared the room for its final turn. The broad brush and the smaller rounded brush lay together in the shallow tray. Their bristles were clear of the tray's edge and clear of each other. She folded the used tissues inward so that the collected dust remained enclosed. Then placed them in the tray's far corner. The low suction screen stood away from the model. Nora followed the curve of its hose with her eyes from the screen to the wall. It did not cross the turning circle or the narrow path she would use between the model and the table. On the fixed outer rail, the cream label card remained upright. 3 amber markers traced the evening walk from the North Ferry landing to the covered market. Turn the platform slowly to follow the path. The blue pencil letters were easy to read without leaning close. Beyond the card, the amber points occupied their ordinary places around the basin. The first marked the landing. The second stood straight at the bend beside the short wall. The third waited near the opening toward the covered market. Nora looked down at the facsimile. Its reproduced finger arc followed the same curve. What had first appeared simply as a broad area of handling wear now made practical sense beside the model. Readers of the original ferry chart had traced the route people used after stepping ashore. The model's lamps gave that familiar movement height and color. The small question of the evening had narrowed to an answer that could be seen without further explanation. The lamps belonged to a walk. They did not mark a pattern on the water. They did not ask to be interpreted as harbor signals. A visitor turning the model slowly would see them appear in sequence along the landward path, from the North Ferry landing to the covered market. Nora did not add those negative explanations to the card. The plain sentence was better. It directed attention toward what the display showed, and left everything else outside the frame. She took the two wooden blocks from the base. One came away from the platform's lower rim than the other. Nora set them side by side on the floor, where they would remain within reach until the model returned to its normal position. Before touching the crank, she checked the room in the same order as before. The brushes were in the tray. The suction screen was back. The tissues were gathered. The labels stood on the fixed rail and could not meet the moving platform. The ferry facsimile lay flat on the narrow table, beyond the turning edge. The three removable lamps were seated in their prepared holes. Nora rested her right hand on the smooth crank handle. The brass mark on the model's base stood some distance from the painted reading room line on the floor. Between the present comparison angle and that familiar orientation, the platform would make one slow final movement. She began to turn. The model answered with its low mechanical murmur. The covered market moved away from the nearest edge. Its three cleaned roof spans passed beneath the overhead light, each shallow valley distinct. The arcade turned gradually toward the basin, and the widened market quay opened before it. The amber marker at the market approach moved first. Its small reflection slid across the painted water and shortened as the angle changed. Nora kept the crank at the same unhurried pace. The middle lamp came into clearer view beside the short wall. Now that it sat fully in its socket, its cap held level with the other markers. The warm band of the lane curved evenly around its base. Nothing in the adjustment called attention to itself. The route simply read more easily. For a short part of the turn, all three lamps could be seen. Nora let the platform move through that angle without stopping. She already knew what it showed. The facsimile's worn arc and the miniature paving agreed. The public card gave the necessary words. There was no need to hold the model again at its teaching position tonight. The north landing traveled toward the front of the view. Its narrow platform appeared beyond the low roofs, followed by the miniature approach and the pale line of the quay. The chart house roof came slowly around the basin. Nora watched the base rather than the buildings now. The small brass mark approached the painted floor line by steady degrees. When only the width of a pencil stroke remained between them, she reduced the movement of her hand. The platform eased forward. Brass met paint. Nora stopped the crank. The model had returned to its normal reading room orientation. From near the door, a visitor would first see the harbor entrance and the north landing, then the covered market beyond. One amber lamp stood plainly beside the landing. The other two were partly separated by roofs and the curve of the quay, ready to come into sequence when the platform was turned. Nora replaced the wooden blocks against the base. She fitted the first at the roomward side and the second opposite it. Then she touched the crank with 2 fingers. The platform did not move. The brass mark remained aligned with the painted line. That was the orientation in which the model could rest. Nora stood back and let her shoulders settle. The clean sections joined one another around the visible harbor. Slate-gray roof ridges were crisp again. The covered market held its warmer brown. The muted red, brown, and green roofs along the middle reach remained quiet in color but distinct in shape. The pale Quay edge could be followed beside the glossy basin, and the warm center of the walking lane appeared wherever the buildings allowed it into view. No part had been made falsely new. Small signs of age remained where they belonged. The worn corner of the green roof was still present. The painted surfaces retained their softened finish. Dust alone had been removed, and the loose marker alone had been reseated. Nora turned to the tool tray. She lifted the broad brush by its handle and carried it to the shallow storage drawer beneath the narrow table. The drawer opened with a soft wooden slide. Inside, a fitted recess followed the brush's oval shape. Before putting it away, Nora passed the bristles once over the low suction screen. The quiet airflow drew off the last loose dust without pulling at the brush. She switched the suction off, waited until its breath had faded, and placed the broad brush in its recess. The smaller rounded brush fitted beside it. Nora laid it down with the bristles free, then placed the folded clean tissues in their compartment. The enclosed, used tissues remained in the tray for the final clearing of the room. The two wooden blocks stayed at the platform base, doing their present work. She coiled the suction hose in its broad wall loop. The screen rested beneath it with its mesh facing outward. No sharp bend entered the hose, and no part of it touched the model. The tray was lighter now. Nora carried it to the narrow table and set it beside the open folder. Jonas's blue pencil lay in its shallow groove near the remaining blank cards. She left it there. The public label had been written, read from an ordinary distance, and placed where it did not interrupt the view. The ferry facsimile was the last item that needed to travel. Nora examined the green thread folder before closing it. The completed folder lay fully supported on the table. Anika's stitched label was flat along the cover, its dark green thread firm and even. The facsimile rested inside without projecting beyond the folder's edges. Using the two clean tissue tabs at its lower corners, Nora eased the sheet back into its proper position. The movement was small. The facsimile shifted by less than the width of her finger until its margins lay evenly within the folder. She removed the tabs one at a time and returned them to the tray. For a moment, the worn finger arc remained visible. It curved away from the north landing printed on the sheet, followed the inner harbor, and ended beside the market quay. Beside the model, that arc had helped turn 3 separated amber points into one familiar route. Its usefulness did not depend on being left open. Nora lowered the folder cover. She guided it down without drawing it across the paper. The green thread label came to rest on top. With both hands beneath the completed folder, she lifted it from the table. The handling rule held as simply on the return as it had on arrival. Keep the folder supported across its full width, carry it level, and place it only on a clean, prepared surface. Nora paused beside the model room door. The short indoor route waited beyond it. She would cross the near end of the long map room and return the folder to its prepared place in the reading room. She did not need the repair room, print cupboard, window gallery, or any other part of the building. Her way had narrowed to ground she already knew. Before leaving, she looked back across the model from the doorway. At this angle, the north landing lamp was the clearest point. Its amber reflection lay on the painted water, short and warm. Farther around the basin, a second point could just be seen near the bend. The market lamp rested beyond it, partly framed by the cleaned roofs. The label card stood low on the fixed rail. The crank was still. The brass mark met the floor line. Nora opened the door with one hand, while keeping the folder supported against her other forearm. She passed into the long map room and let the door settle closed behind her. The air there felt slightly cooler. Long tables extended beneath the shaded lamps, their surfaces empty except for the prepared supports used during the evening catalogue. Nora walked only along the near end. Her pace had slowed naturally during the hour, not from weariness but from the repetition of careful movements. Brush, lift, clear, secure, turn. The folder remained level. At the reading room threshold, she shifted her hand beneath its lower edge and crossed to the prepared shelf beside the empty atlas stand. The reading room atlas had not yet received this material. The facsimile belonged in its completed green thread folder until the episode's work had passed its final resting round. Nora set the folder on the clean level support. She kept one hand beneath it until its full surface was resting, then withdrew her fingers without sliding the cover. The dark green thread ran neatly along the label. Nothing pressed on top of it. The fairy chart was back in its protected place. From the model room came no mechanical sound. The platform remained stopped at its reading room orientation. The route label remained with the model, while the facsimile that had informed it rested safely in the reading room. Nora stood for a few quiet breaths beside the shelf. The evening's question no longer traveled with her. It had remained behind in useful form: 3 amber markers, 1 clean curve of paving, and a brief blue pencil sentence explaining the walk between landing and market. She gathered the enclosed used tissues from the tray she had carried with the folder and placed them in the reading room's paper care bin. The empty tray went onto the prepared return shelf. These were familiar reversible actions, requiring no new decision. Then Nora turned back only as far as the threshold. Through the open line of rooms, she could see the model room door. Beyond it, though not from here, the cleaned roof surrounded the painted basin. The crank was held still by the wooden blocks. The 3 lamps waited in their ordinary positions. Everything needed for the last settling round was already established. The facsimile rested inside Anika's green thread folder. The brush had returned to its fitted drawer. The platform faced the way morning readers expected to find it. Nora's route had shortened from a circuit around the miniature harbor to a few familiar steps beside the reading room shelf. She lowered her hands to her sides. The next part of the evening required no further interpretation, no new comparison, and no other room. She would return once to the model room doorway, let the established surfaces grow quiet beneath the steady light, and leave the harbor exactly where its brass mark held it. Roofs clean, painted water undisturbed, and 3 amber points resting along the known way from ferry to market. Nora returned to the model room doorway by the same few familiar steps. She did not go farther around the building. There was no reason to begin another circuit, and nothing else in the chart house needed to enter the evening's work. The useful movement had already narrowed. All that remained was the model harbor at rest beneath its steady light. From the doorway, the roofs gathered quietly around the painted basin. The slate-gray roofs stood nearest the north landing, their ridges clear again after the broad brush had passed over them. Beyond those, the muted red-brown roof and the low green roof followed the curve of the lane. The covered market rested farther around the water, its 3 shallow spans distinct from one another. The surfaces were clean without looking new. Their colors remained soft. Their small signs of age remained where they belonged. The brush had taken away only the loose veil that had blurred the roof lines and softened the edges of the quay. Nora stood without leaning into the room. Her hands rested loosely at her sides. The careful pace of the hour had settled into stillness. She no longer needed to bend toward the roofs, adjust her position beside the platform, or compare one section with another. The broad brush had returned to its fitted place beneath the table, and the model required no further touch. 1 amber point shone beside the north landing. Its reflection rested in the painted water, short and warm. The glossy basin held it without movement. There was no ripple in that painted surface, only the smooth depth made by blue-green color and varnish. Farther around the basin, the middle lamp stood at the bend beside the short wall. It was upright now, seated evenly in its prepared place. Nothing about it called attention to the small adjustment Nora had made. It simply occupied the turn as it was meant to do. The third lamp waited near the covered market. From the normal reading room orientation, the 3 points did not present themselves all at once. The roof separated them gently. The curve of the quay allowed one to appear clearly, another to show between the low buildings, and the last to rest farther along the route. The hand crank remained still, its smooth handle projected from the base just as it had when Nora entered, but the platform had traveled through its useful arc and come home again. The brass mark met the painted line. The model faced the room in its ordinary way. Nora looked first at the north landing lamp, then along the visible part of the warm-toned path. She did not need to follow the whole route again. The movement had already been understood through the changing view. Landing, bend, market. The 3 amber markers belonged to an ordinary evening walk around the inner harbor. Now the model could hold that understanding without further motion. The slate-gray roof nearest the landing caught a little light along its ridge. The clean line ran down toward the pale quay, where the edge met the painted water. Beside it, the amber reflection lay as a narrow stroke. Nora allowed her eyes to rest there. The reflection did not lengthen or shorten because the platform did not turn. It stayed in the same place, held by the same angle between lamp, basin, and room light. The painted water had gathered several quiet colors into one surface. Near the landing it appeared darker, almost blue-gray. Toward the center of the basin, the green beneath the gloss became easier to see. Along the market quay, the water reflected a softer band from the roof above it. Nothing crossed those colors. The fixed ferry, the paths, and the buildings remained part of the model's calm arrangement. But Nora did not examine them one by one. The work had not been a search through every miniature detail. It had been a measured clearing of the roofs en route, section after section, with the platform secured each time. That order had brought the harbor to this quiet state. The broad brush had moved from ridge to screen. The roofs had changed beneath it. The crank had moved only when the model was clear. The 3 amber points had come into view in their gentle sequence. Now brush and crank were both at rest. Nora's breathing had become slow enough to match the room. She felt the weight of her feet evenly on the floor and the easy fall of her shoulders. There was no unfinished reach left in her arms. No tool weighted in her hand. The market roof held its warm brown beneath the steady light. Its 3 spans were no longer softened into one dusty shape. Each shallow rise and valley could be seen without effort. The roof extended beside the basin with the familiar length that had made the building easy to identify. Near it, the 3rd amber point rested at the opening of the lane. The light was tiny, but the cleaned roofs gave it room. It did not need to be brighter. Its place along the curve was enough. Nora shifted her gaze back toward the middle lamp. The marker stood clear of the short wall. The warm band of paving curved around its base, visible where it passed between the low green roof and the muted red-brown one. The green roof still held its faint worn corner. The brush had left that wear untouched. It belonged to the model rather than to the dust. The distinction remained quiet and plain. The loose layer was gone, while the surface beneath kept its own history. The red-brown roof beside it showed the slight unevenness of its ridge. That, too, remained. Cleaning had returned the intended shapes without making them rigid. Nora looked across the roofs as a group. Near roofs and far roofs no longer seemed divided by a curved boundary of dust. They belonged to one harbor again. Their colors changed gradually around the basin. Slate gray, muted red-brown, quiet green, then the warmer spans of the market. The painted water held them together. Its glossy surface made space between the buildings, while the pale quay drew a calm edge around it. The 3 amber lamps rested at separate points on that edge. Nora took one slow step into the room. The step brought her only far enough to see the crank more clearly. She did not approach the model as if beginning another round. Her hands remained lowered, and the platform remained still. The crank handle showed the same smoothness she had felt beneath her palm. It had carried the model through the evening's angles without hurry. A small turn had opened the middle reach of the lane. Another had brought all 3 amber points into view. The final turn had returned the north landing toward the doorway. Now the crank needed only to remain where it was. Nora stopped beside the doorway and looked at the brass alignment. Nothing had shifted. The platform was fully back at its normal orientation. The roofs stood in the arrangement expected by anyone approaching from the reading room. One lamp offered the beginning of the route, while the other 2 waited farther around the curve. This was the final completion state of the evening's work. The roofs were clean. The loose lamp was seated. The painted water was undisturbed. The hand crank was still. The model no longer needed Nora's hands. She let that simple completion settle without repeating the work in her mind. The useful changes were already visible. Roof ridges had returned. The paving could be followed. The amber points occupied the landing, the bend, and the market approach. The model held all of it at once. Outside the miniature scene, the broad brush rested in its fitted recess. Its bristles no longer moved over slate-gray paint or warm brown spans. There was no dust rising toward the screen, no need for another careful overlap between strokes. Nora could remember the softness of the bristles against the back of her hand. But even that sensation was fading into the quiet of a tool properly stored after use. The brush had done exactly enough. It had not polished the roofs or brightened them beyond their ordinary colors. It had followed the slopes, lifted between passes, and carried loose dust away from the basin. Now the roof edges stood clear because the brush was no longer needed. Nora's eyes moved once more from the first amber point to the second, and then to the third. The north landing lamp was easiest to see. The middle lamp showed between the low roofs. The market lamp rested beyond them. The order was gentle enough to follow without turning the model again. She knew where the hidden parts of the lane continued, and the visible portions were sufficient. The 3 points did not ask to be counted again. They did not need another comparison. They simply belonged to the known path. The north landing lamp cast the strongest reflection from this angle. Beneath the middle lamp, only a smaller amber touch appeared on the gloss. Near the market, the third reflection lay partly beneath the quiet color of the roof. Each was held by the same painted basin. Nora remained where she was. The room had grown softer around the model. Though the light itself had not changed, it was the stillness that changed the way the surfaces appeared. During the work, every roof had been approached as a place for the next brush stroke. Every part of the platform had been considered in relation to the next safe turn. Now the same roofs could simply be roofs. The slate-gray ridge nearest the landing no longer led to a task. The low green roof no longer marked a section waiting to be cleared. The market spans no longer required Nora to move her stool or shorten her reach. They had become a resting landscape again. The painted harbor was small enough to hold in one quiet view. Its basin, roofs, quay, and lamps formed a complete educational model. Mechanical only when the crank was turned and entirely still when the crank was left alone. Nora did not touch the handle. She watched the amber reflection near the landing until the gloss around it seemed darker by contrast. The light remained warm, no larger than before. Her attention softened around it. The edges of the nearest roofs stayed clear, but she no longer followed every line. The model could be seen without being inspected. The painted water could be noticed without being read for distance or direction. The work of understanding had already passed. What remained was the plain comfort of a harbor represented carefully and left in order. Nora took another slow breath. The miniature roofs kept their places around the basin. The covered market remained at the end of the evening walk. The north landing remained at its beginning. Between them, the middle lamp held the bend. The crank did not move. The first reflection did not slide. The second amber point did not lean. The third did not disappear behind another roof. Everything rested within the chosen orientation. Nora's body had reached the same kind of stillness. Her knees were loose, her shoulders level, her hands warm and empty. She had no need to return to the stool or bend over the short wall. The model's scale no longer drew her closer. She could allow the whole harbor to remain at a comfortable distance. The broad brush was away. The roof colors were clear. The painted water shone quietly. The 3 lamps held the route. There was no more useful change to make tonight. Nora stepped back until she stood within the doorway again. The movement was small and unhurried. From there, the model returned to the view that had opened the hour. One tiny amber lamp beside the north landing, its reflection resting on painted water. But the room was not quite as it had been then. The roofs no longer carried their soft veil. The market spans could be distinguished. The warm band of the lane appeared between buildings. The middle lamp sat evenly in its place. Nothing new had been added to the miniature harbor. Its existing forms had simply been made readable again. Nora rested her gaze on the nearest roof. A fine line of light lay along its clean ridge. Below it, the pale Quay curved toward the landing. Below that, painted blue-green water held the amber stroke. The sequence of surfaces was calm and complete. Roof, quay, water, light. Farther around the basin, the same materials repeated with small changes of color and angle. A low roof stood before the middle lamp. The market roof framed the third. The water remained between them all, glossy and still. Nora did not turn the crank to bring the lights together. They had already been together when the work required it. Now their partial separation belonged to the resting view. Morning readers could turn the platform slowly and watch the route open for themselves. For tonight, the harbor had returned to its usual face. The crank held it there without sound. The broad brush remained out of sight in its recess, but its work showed along every cleaned slope. The amber markers stayed in their prepared places. The painted basin carried their reflections without disturbance. Nora stood for several more breaths. Each breath seemed to take less effort than the one before it. The room offered no new detail that needed to be named. The roofs, water, crank, brush, and 3 amber points had already given the evening all it required. Her eyes returned naturally to the first reflection. It was a small resting image, warm against the blue-green paint. The landing lamp stood above it. The middle and market lamps waited farther around the curve, their amber color repeated at quiet intervals. The route between them was ordinary and known. A person could leave the ferry, follow the quay, turn beside the wall, and arrive at the covered market. The model preserved that simple use of the harbor in roofs, paving, and light. Nora had cleaned the surfaces that carried it. She had reseated the point that marked the turn. She had returned the platform to where it belonged. The work was complete. She let her attention widen one last time across the whole miniature basin. The slate-gray roofs rested near the landing. The red, brown, and green roofs rested along the middle reach. The covered market rested at the far end of the curve. The crank rested at the aligned mark. The broad brush rested after its slow passage over the roofs. Nothing moved. Nora withdrew by one quiet step, leaving the model to the room. The amber light beside the north landing remained steady. Beyond it, the second and third points held their places along the familiar walking route. The platform was still, and the 3 lamps were reflected in the model basin.